Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Celera. The hold reeks of brine and despair. I press my back against the salt-crusted wood, feeling the ship's hull groan beneath the weight of winter waves. The rope burns on my wrists have scabbed over, but they still throb with each roll of the vessel. I've lost how long it's been since the Naga swept through our village like a plague. If I were to guess, it's been 2 weeks. But it's impossible to tell time down here. I close my eyes and let the memory wash over me, sharp as broken glass. The morning had started with preparation for the Ember Festival. Our entire village buzzed with anticipation. Children stringing dried berries and pine boughs while their mothers ground spices for the feast bread. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg filled every home, mixing with wood smoke from the great bonfires being built in the village square. I'd been helping Marta, the baker's wife, carry sacks of grain from the storehouse when the screaming started. "Naga!" someone shrieked from the harbour. "Ships on the horizon!" The grain spilled from my hands, scattering across the frozen ground like scattered hope. I ran toward the docks, my boots sliding on patches of ice, heart hammering against my ribs. 3 sleek vessels cut through the grey waters, their serpentine figureheads gleaming wet and predatory. "Get the children inside," Mayor Aldrich bellowed, but it was too late. The Naga moved faster than sea serpents, their scaled tails propelling them onto our docks with fluid grace that made my stomach turn. They didn't want our grain or our gold. They wanted us. I watched them drag screaming women from their homes, binding their wrists with enchanted rope that glowed faintly blue. When I tried to run, one of them caught me, a massive male with emerald scales and eyes like winter storms. His claws bit into my arms as he hauled me toward the ships. "Perfect!" he'd hissed, his forked tongue flicking out to taste my fear. "This one has fire in her." Behind me, the village burned. Not from dragon fire or siege engines, but from the overturned braziers meant for our festival. The Ember Festival, our celebration of community, of surviving another year together, of making sure no family went cold or hungry through the harsh months. All of it reduced to ash and screaming. My hands curl into fists. The rage burns hotter than any festival fire, consuming the hollow ache in my chest where homesickness tries to take root. I won't let it. Won't let myself think about what's happening back home, if there even is a home left to return to. But the thoughts come anyway, unbidden and cruel. Right now, if the village still stands, they'd be lighting the grand ember. One massive bonfire in the centre of the square, built from wood donated by every family. Children would dance around it while their grandparents told stories of winters past. The smell of roasted root vegetables and honey cakes would fill the air, along with the sound of fiddles and drums. Each family would bring what they could to the communal feast, those with plenty sharing generously, those with little contributing what they're able. Old Henrik always brought his famous apple wine. The Morrison family made the best meat pies in 3 counties. My own mother used to spend weeks preparing her spiced fruit preserves, ladling them into small jars tied with ribbons for neighbours and friends. No one went hungry during the Ember Festival. No one went cold. That was the point, to strengthen the bonds that would carry everyone through winter's darkest months. To remind ourselves that we were more than just individuals struggling to survive. We were a community. Were. Past tense now, assuming any of them survived the raid. The ship lurches violently to one side, and I brace myself against the wall, teeth gritted against the nausea that rolls through my stomach. The Naga who captured us seem immune to seasickness, their serpentine forms perfectly adapted to this environment. They move through their ship like they were born on the waves, which they probably were, but now I'm alone down here, fighting the seasickness and waves through my own. Everyone else has been taken one by one. The first to disappear was Elena. I remember the sound of the hatch opening above us, the way pale winter light spilled down like a blade cutting through our darkness. Heavy footsteps on the ladder, then the scrape of claws against wood. Elena had been pressed against the far corner, still clutching the torn remnants of her wedding veil. You. The Naga's voice carried the authority of someone used to being obeyed without question. Come. Elena shook her head, tears streaming down her dirt-stained cheeks. Please, I just got married yesterday. My husband. Your husband is likely dead. The creature's tone held no malice, just cold fact. Come willingly, or I'll drag you. She went willingly in the end. They always do. The enchanted rope around our wrists burns like fire if we struggle too hard, and the Naga know it. Elena cast one desperate look back at us before the hatch slammed shut, sealing us in darkness again. We waited for her to return. Hours passed, marked only by the rhythm of waves against the hull and the gradual shift of light filtering through the cracks above. When the sun set and she still hadn't come back, Sarah started crying again. Maybe they just moved her to a different part of the ship, whispered Marta, though her voice shook with doubt. But I knew better. The village stories were filled with warnings about Naga ships and what happened to the women they took. Some tales spoke of slave markets, others mentioned darker purposes, nobles who kept human pets for entertainment, or worse. The second to go was young Lily, barely old enough to be called a woman. She fought harder than Elena had, screaming and thrashing as they hauled her up the ladder. The sound of her terror echoed through the hold long after the hatch closed. When she didn't return by the next morning, the rest of us stopped pretending there was hope. By the fourth disappearance, we'd learned to stay silent when they came. No pleading, no promises of ransom money that none of us possessed anyway. Just numb acceptance as another woman vanished into whatever fate awaited above deck. I press my palm against the hull, feeling the bone-deep cold seep through the wood. Ice has begun forming along the edges of the hold, where our breath meets the frigid air. My fingers are numb despite the thin blanket they gave us, more mercy than I expected, though it does little against the biting chill. The winter ocean shows no kindness to prisoners. Above me, shadows move across the deck. I can hear them through the thin planking, the scrape of scales against wood, the low murmur of voices speaking in their serpentine language. Each footstep sends anxiety crawling up my spine like spiders. Any moment, that hatch could open again. Any moment, they could come for me. The waiting is its own special torture. Not knowing when, not knowing what they want us for. Sarah kept insisting they're taking us to be sold, that we'll end up as servants in some noble house. It was the hope she clung to, the story she tells herself to keep from breaking completely. I wonder if she's still thinking that now, when I haven't seen her in 2 days. But I've seen the way the crew looks at whoever is left when they bring our meagre rations, not like merchants evaluating merchandise, like predators sizing up prey. There's something hungry in their eyes that has nothing to do with gold or trade agreements. The worst part is the cold. It seeps into everything, my bones, my thoughts, my dwindling hope. The blankets, which I now have all to myself, thin and damp, offering little protection against the winter air that finds every crack in the ship's hull. My breath fogs in small puffs that disappear almost instantly, and my lips have cracked from the salt air. But even through the physical discomfort, it's the shadows that terrify me most. Every time one passes overhead, my heart hammers against my ribs. Is this it? Is this when they come for me? The dread sits in my stomach like a stone, heavy and cold. It mingles with the seasickness and hunger until I can't tell one misery from another. Time moves differently down here, marked only by the twice-daily delivery of stale bread and brackish water. Sometimes I think I hear screaming from other parts of the ship, but it might just be the wind through the rigging. Or my imagination, feeding on the fear that grows stronger with each passing hour. I close my eyes and try to summon the rage that sustained me through those first days. The fury at everything stolen from me. My freedom, my home, my future. But even that feels muted now, smothered under layers of exhaustion and cold. A new shadow passes overhead, slower this time, deliberate. My muscles tense involuntarily as footsteps pause directly above us. I know that I'm on borrowed time, but there's nothing I can do about it. The footsteps move on, but the fear remains. We all know it's only a matter of time. One by one, they'll come for each of us until this hold stands empty, except for the ghosts of our terror. I pull my knees closer to my chest, trying to conserve what little warmth my body still produces. The rope burns on my wrists, throb in rhythm with my pulse, a constant reminder that I'm trapped here, that I'm helpless. Chapter 2. Salera. The sound of the hatch creaking open tears me from a restless sleep. My body jerks awake, every muscle coiled tight as winter air rushes down into the hold like icy fingers. Above, I can hear the crew moving about with an energy that wasn't there yesterday. Voices carrying a lightness that sends dread spiralling through my chest. Time to celebrate the frosts begin, human. The voice belongs to a Naga I haven't seen before. He's smaller than the one who captured me, but there's something in his pale yellow eyes that makes my skin crawl. Scales the colour of old brass catch the lamplight as he descends into the hold, moving with that fluid grace they all possess. What? I press myself harder against the wall, though there's nowhere to go. Our winter festival. His forked tongue flicks out, tasting the air. 3 days of feasting and entertainment to kick off the season. You're part of the festivities now. The way he says entertainment makes bile rise in my throat. I can hear music drifting down from above, drums and some kind of stringed instrument playing a melody that's both beautiful and alien. Laughter echoes across the deck, the sound of a crew enjoying themselves while their prisoners rot below. His clawed hand reaches for me, and every instinct screams to fight. To rake my nails across those reptilian features and show him exactly what I think of his festival. But the enchanted rope around my wrists pulses with warning heat, reminding me of the futility. I've seen what happens when someone struggles too hard. The magic burns through skin like acid. Don't touch me. The words come out steadier than I feel. He laughs, a sound like scales scraping against stone. Still have some fire left? Good. The others were getting boring. His claws close around my upper arm, not quite breaking skin, but applying enough pressure to leave bruises. I force myself to go limp, to be dead weight in his grasp, rather than give him the satisfaction of seeing me struggle. It's a small rebellion, but it's all I have. The climb up the ladder feels endless. My legs shake from days of confinement, muscles weak from poor food and cramped quarters. The Naga behind me grows impatient, shoving me forward when I stumble. Move faster, pet. Pet. The word hits like a slap. I bite down hard on my tongue to keep from spitting in his face. When we finally emerge onto the deck, the winter night air hits me like a physical blow. Stars wheel overhead, brilliant against the black sky, and snow drifts down in lazy spirals that melt the moment they touch the warmed deckboards. Lanterns hang from the rigging, casting everything in flickering amber light that dances across the crew's scales. The Naga have transformed their ship into something resembling a festival ground. Garlands of seaweed and shells drape between the masts, and the scent of roasted fish mingles with something sweeter, some kind of fermented drink that makes my empty stomach clench with hunger. Several crew members have gathered around a brazier, passing a bottle between them while one plays that haunting melody on what looks like a harp made from a massive bone. It would almost be beautiful if not for the circumstances. My captor guides me across the deck with a hand that never leaves my arm. Other crew members glance our way, their eyes holding that same predatory gleam I've learned to fear. One calls out something I don't hear, earning a chorus of laughter that makes my blood run cold. What are they saying? I can't stop myself from asking. They're placing bets. His grip tightens. On how long you'll last. We stop before a door I hadn't noticed during my brief glimpse of the deck 2 weeks ago. It's set into what must be the ship's superstructure, painted in deep blue with symbols carved into the wood that hurt to look at directly. My captor produces a key and unlocks it with ceremony. Your new quarters. He shoves me forward. Try not to disappoint. The room beyond is not what I expected. It's small, barely large enough for the narrow bunk built into one wall and a chest that serves as both seat and storage. But there's a porthole letting in starlight, and the walls are painted rather than left as bare wood. A thin carpet covers the floor, and someone has left a pitcher of water on the chest, along with what looks like actual bread, instead of the stale crusts I've been surviving on. It's still a prison cell, but it's a prison cell with amenities. Clean yourself up. He gestures to the water. You smell like the hold. The door slams shut behind him, followed by the decisive click of the lock. And I'm alone. The silence feels strange, and not at all what I was expecting up here. No quiet sobbing, no whispered prayers or desperate plans. Just me and the sound of waves against the hull, muffled now by the ship's structure. I don't feel relieved. Relief would be stupid. Dangerous. This room, these small comforts, they're not kindness, they're preparation. Whatever they have planned for me requires me to be cleaned up, presentable. The thought makes my skin crawl. I move to the porthole first, pressing my face against the thick glass. Snow continues falling outside, and I can see ice forming along the ship's rails where the spray from the waves has frozen. The winter ocean stretches endlessly in all directions, dark water disappearing into darker sky. No land in sight, no hope of rescue or escape by swimming. Even if I could somehow get out of this room, where would I go? The water in the pitcher is cold but clean. I splash some on my face, washing away the grime and salt that's accumulated over the past weeks. My reflection in the water's surface looks haggard, cheekbones sharp from hunger, eyes hollow with exhaustion. Dark circles ring my eyes like bruises, and my hair hangs in tangled waves that smell of brine and despair. But I'm alive, beaten down, terrified, and trapped, but alive. That has to count for something. I turn my attention to the room itself, studying every corner with the intensity of someone whose life might depend on what she finds. The bunk is bolted to the wall, its frame too solid to break apart for makeshift weapons. The chest is heavy wood but smooth, no loose nails or splinters that might serve as tools. The pitcher, though. I lift it, testing its weight. Heavy ceramic, with a narrow neck that fits comfortably in my hand. If I broke it, the pieces would be sharp enough to cut. Not ideal against creatures with scales and claws, but better than nothing. I set it down carefully. Too obvious. If I'm going to have a weapon, it needs to be something they won't notice is missing. The porthole's latch catches my attention. It's held in place by a simple metal pin, the kind used on ship hardware throughout the vessel. I work at it with my fingernails, trying to loosen it without making noise. The metal is cold against my fingers, and rust flakes away as I pry at it. Above deck, the music continues. Voices rise in what might be a song, the melody alien but oddly hypnotic. I can hear boots, or claws, moving across the planks, the sound of the crew celebrating their Frost's Begin festival, while I sit here plotting their deaths. The pin comes loose with a tiny click that sounds thunderous in the small room. It's not much, maybe 4 inches of tarnished metal, thin but solid. I could drive it into an eye, maybe, or the soft spot beneath a jaw. If I got lucky and hit the right spot. I slip it up my sleeve, feeling the cold metal against my forearm. It's not much of a weapon, but it's something. A small piece of control in a situation where I have none. The bread on the chest smells fresh, still warm from whatever oven produced it. My stomach clenches painfully, reminding me how little I've eaten these past days. But I hesitate before taking a bite. What if it's drugged? What if this whole setup is designed to make me compliant for whatever comes next? Then again, what choice do I have? If they wanted me unconscious, they could accomplish that without elaborate tricks. I tear off a piece and chew slowly, savouring the taste of actual food. It's good bread, better than anything we had in the village even during harvest time. The irony isn't lost on me. I'm eating like nobility while planning murder with a rusty pin. Outside my door, footsteps pass by occasionally, always accompanied by the scrape of scales against wood. Each time, I freeze with the bread halfway to my mouth, waiting to see if they'll stop, if the key will turn in the lock and my brief moment of privacy will end. But they always move on, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the tiny weapon hidden in my sleeve. The pin presses against my arm like a promise. When the time comes, and it will come soon, I'm certain, I'll be ready. Maybe I won't survive whatever they have planned, but I'll make sure at least one of them remembers the cost of treating humans like festival entertainment. I take another bite of bread and wait for the music to stop. The footsteps stop outside my door. My hand freezes halfway to my mouth, bread crumbling between my fingers as the key scrapes in the lock. The sound cuts through the music above like a blade, sharp and final. This is it. Whatever they've been preparing me for, it's starting now. The door swings open with deliberate slowness, and the Naga who enters fills the frame completely. He's massive, easily a head taller than my original captor, with shoulders broad enough to block out the lantern light from the corridor. His scales are a dull brown, flecked with mud green, like pond scum given form, and yellow eyes narrow as they sweep over me with predatory satisfaction. Well, well. His voice is a low rumble, thick with authority and something worse. Look what we have here. I set the bread down carefully, fighting to keep my expression neutral, even as my heart hammers against my ribs. The pin presses against my forearm, a cold reminder of the only advantage I have. Not much of one, but it'll have to do. I'm Dravik. He steps into the room and closes the door behind him with a soft click. First mate of this vessel. And you, little human, are my Frost's Begin gift. The way he says gift makes my skin crawl. There's ownership in his tone, possession, like I'm already his to do with as he pleases. His forked tongue flicks out to taste the air, and his eyes dilate slightly. Whatever he scents seems to please him. The crew's been wondering what you'd be like cleaned up. He takes another step closer, and I can smell him now, salt and sweat and something musky that makes my stomach turn. You clean up nice. Very nice. I press my back against the wall, trying to put distance between us even though there's nowhere to go. The room suddenly feels smaller, the walls closing in as his presence fills every available space. My breathing quickens despite my efforts to stay calm. Don't be shy. His lips pull back in what might be a smile if it weren't for the rows of pointed teeth. We're going to get very well acquainted. He lunges forward without warning, clawed hands reaching for me. I try to dodge to the side, but he's faster than his bulk suggests. One massive hand closes around my upper arm, fingers digging deep enough to bruise, while the other grabs a handful of my hair and yanks my head back. There's that fire the boys were talking about. His breath is hot against my neck, smelling of fish and fermented fruit. I do love it when they struggle. His free hand slides down my side, claws catching on the rough fabric of my dress. The sound of tearing cloth fills the small space, and something inside me snaps. Not fear. I've been afraid for weeks. This is something deeper, more primal. Rage that burns through the terror like wildfire. I am not going to be another one of their playthings. Not another girl they use and discard like broken toys. My hand moves without conscious thought, sliding the pin from my sleeve as his claws rake across my ribs. He's so focused on his assault that he doesn't notice the slight shift in my posture, doesn't see the metal catch the lamplight as I bring it up. You bastards think you can just... I drive the pin upward with all the strength I can muster, aiming for the soft spot beneath his jaw. The metal slides between scales like it was meant to be there. Hot blood sprays across my hand as Dravik's eyes go wide with shock and pain. His grip on me loosens, and I twist away, pulling the pin free with a wet sound that turns my stomach. You little brat! He staggers backward, one hand pressed to his neck where blood seeps between his fingers. You actually... I don't let him finish. The rage is fully awake now, burning through every nerve and muscle. Years of helplessness, weeks of captivity, the faces of girls who never came home. It all focuses into this single moment of violence. I slash at him again, catching him across the forearm as he tries to grab me. More blood, darker now, spatters the cabin wall. He hisses in pain and fury, but he's moving slower now, favouring his injured side. I know what you do. The words tear from my throat like a battle cry. I know what happened to the others. You take them and use them and throw them away like garbage when you're done. His yellow eyes burn with hatred and something that might be respect. Clever little human, but it won't. I feint left and drive the pin toward his ribs, seeking the gaps between scales. He's ready for it this time, catching my wrist in a grip that makes bones creak. But the angle is wrong, and I can feel his strength wavering as blood loss takes its toll. I won't be next. I spit the words in his face, putting everything I have behind them. I won't be another one of your victims. Using his grip on my wrist as leverage, I bring my knee up hard between his legs. Even through scales, the impact drives him to his knees with a sound like steam escaping a kettle. His hold on me breaks, and I stumble backward toward the door. Blood covers both of us now, his from the wounds I've given him, mine from where his claws caught skin. The metallic smell fills the small space, mixing with the scent of fear and fury. He's hunched over on the floor, one hand pressed to his neck while the other clutches his injured groin. This isn't over, human. The words come out as a pained hiss. When I catch you... I don't wait to hear the rest of his threat. My hand finds the door handle, turns it, and I'm through into the corridor before he can finish speaking. The music above deck seems impossibly loud after the closed confines of the cabin, and the winter air hits me like a physical blow. Behind me, I can hear Dravik struggling to his feet, cursing in his own language. The words are alien, but the meaning is clear enough. I've hurt him, badly, but he's not down for good. And when he recovers enough to raise the alarm, every Naga on this ship will be hunting me. The corridor stretches in both directions, lined with doors that probably lead to more cabins. Lamplight flickers from sconces mounted on the walls, casting dancing shadows that make every surface seem to move. I can hear voices above, laughter and music that speaks of celebration continuing unaware. They don't know yet. In a few minutes, when Dravik drags himself above deck bleeding and furious, that will change. But right now, I have a head start. I choose left without conscious thought, running toward what I hope is a way up to the deck. The pin is still clutched in my bloody hand, and I can feel warm wetness soaking through my torn dress, where his claws found purchase. But I'm alive, and I'm fighting back, and for the first time in weeks that feels like enough. The sound of a door slamming open echoes behind me, followed by Dravik's voice raised in a bellow of rage that makes the ship's timbers seem to vibrate. He's up, he's moving, and he's calling for help. I run faster, bare feet slapping against cold wood as shouts begin to answer his call from above.
Chapter 3. Varen. The fire dancing across my palm flickers in rhythm with the ship's movement, casting orange light over the faces gathered around me. Frost's begin has always been my favorite time of year, when the winter storms drive us deeper into the open ocean and the crew comes together like family. The bite of salt air mixed with snow, the way the ship cuts through ice-crusted waves, the ancient songs that remind us why we chose the sea over land. I had taken a break from the sea, but a week ago I rejoined the crew, mostly because there's no better time to be out here than during the winter. Tell the one about the sea serpent again, Varen. Kess, a new and young crew member, holds out his cup for more of the fermented kelp wine, scales still bright with youth. I let the flame in my hand grow larger, warming the circle of faces around me. Which serpent? The one that swallowed 3 ships, or the one that learned to sing? The singing one. He settles back against a coil of rope, eyes bright with anticipation despite having heard this story dozens of times before. The tradition runs deep in our blood, these nights when we share tales and gifts, when we honor Feher's dominion over the waters that carry us. In port, we exchange carved trinkets and rare shells, small tokens that speak of journeys taken and storms weathered. But out here, stories serve as gifts, each one carefully chosen, polished smooth by countless tellings. Long ago, when the world was younger and the seas ran clearer, I begin letting my voice carry over the sound of wind and waves. The familiar words flow easily, and I watch the crew settle into the rhythm of it. Even the older hands lean closer, wine warming their bellies and memories. The ship lurches beneath us as another wave crashes over the bow, sending spray high into the rigging where it freezes almost instantly. The storm's been building all day, turning the sea into a churning mass of gray and white. Ice forms along the rails faster than we can chip it away, and the wind carries a bite that cuts through even our scaled hide. The serpent learned to mimic the voices of drowned sailors, I continue, conjuring flames that dance like sea spray in my palm, calling ships to their doom with promises of safe harbor. But storms like this are nothing new. We've weathered worse in these waters, and the Feher's pride was built for punishment. Her hull cuts through the ice floes like they're made of sea foam, and her crew knows how to read the wind's moods. If anything, the rough seas make Frost's begin more authentic. We're meant to celebrate in Feher's domain, with his power surrounding us on all sides. Another crash of waves, and one of the garlands tears free from the mainmast, kelp and shells scattering across the deck. The wind's picking up, but we've secured the worst of it. The braziers are anchored down, the lanterns tied off with extra line. The storm can rage all at once. We'll drink and tell stories until dawn if need be. But one day a young sailor heard through the serpent's trick, I continue, raising my voice above the growing wind. He recognized his brother's voice among the false calls, and he knew. Shouts from below deck cut through my words like a blade through silk. Not the good-natured calls of celebration, but something sharp and urgent. The crew around me stiffens, hands moving instinctively toward weapons that aren't there. We've been drinking, but not enough to dull reflexes honed by years at sea. What in Atia's name? Kess starts to rise, but I'm already moving. The flame in my palm dies as I push through the gathered crew, boots finding purchase on the increasingly slick deck. More shouts echo from the stern, and I can hear Dravik's voice among them. Higher pitched than usual, strained with what sounds like pain or fury, I round the corner of the superstructure and freeze. Dravik staggers into view, one hand pressed against his neck where dark blood seeps between his fingers. His face is twisted with rage, yellow eyes wild in the lantern light. More blood stains his forearm, and he's moving like something's injured him badly. "The human attacked me!" His voice is a hiss of pain and fury. "She had a weapon! Cut me up like a gutted fish!" Behind him, crew members emerge from the corridor that leads to the holding cells, expressions ranging from shock to dark amusement. Someone calls out a crude joke about Dravik being bested by a human, earning harsh laughter that cuts through the wind. My jaw clenches. I've never liked the bastard. He's cruel where strength would serve better, vicious when discipline is called for. The kind of Naga who gives the rest of us a reputation for savagery. But injured crew means trouble, especially with a storm building around us. Where is she? I scan the faces, noting who's missing from the celebration. How did she get loose? That's what I'd like to know. Dravik's voice cracks slightly, and I can see the pain he's trying to hide. Whatever the human did to him, she did it well. Zivarn's orders were clear. She was supposed to be secured. A movement catches my eye near the port rail, and my blood runs cold. A figure stands silhouetted against the storm-dark sky, long hair whipping in the wind like battle flags. She's small, human fragile, clutching something that glints in the lantern light, and she's standing far too close to the edge of the ship. The churning water below would kill her in minutes. The cold alone would stop her heart before she could drown, and the ice floes would batter any body to pulp long before we could fish it out. She might not know it, but she's choosing death over whatever fate Dravik had planned for her. There! I point toward the rail already moving. Someone grab her before she... The ship lurches again, a massive wave slamming into the hull with enough force to knock several crew members off their feet. The human staggers, arms windmilling as she fights for balance. For a heartbeat, she teeters on the edge between ship and sea, between whatever life she might have left and the cold certainty of the depths. My body moves without conscious thought, legs driving me across the deck as the next wave builds on our starboard side. I've seen men go overboard in storms like this. Good sailors, strong swimmers who knew these waters like their own scales. The sea doesn't care about skill when it's in this mood. It takes what it wants and gives nothing back. She turns as I approach, and I catch a glimpse of her face in the flickering light. Green eyes wide with desperation and something fiercer. Defiance that burns bright. Even as she contemplates throwing herself into Fehir's embrace, blood stains her torn dress, some of it hers, some probably Dravik's, judging by the weapon in her hand. Don't! The word comes out rougher than I intended, carrying more authority than plea. That water will kill you before you can take 10 strokes. Her eyes narrow, searching my face for something. Mercy, maybe, or just a different kind of death than what Dravik offered. Maybe that's better than staying here. The wind whips her words away almost before they reach me, but I catch the edge of them, the resignation underneath the fury. She's made her choice, or thinks she has, but I can see the way she grips the rail with her free hand, knuckles white with the effort of holding on. Part of her still wants to live. Maybe. I take another step closer, hands raised to show I'm not reaching for weapons. But you'll never know if you don't try something else first. She laughs, a sound like breaking glass carried on the storm wind. Something else? Like going back to that cabin? Like letting him... Another wave crashes over the bow, sending spray high enough to reach us. The ice-cold water hits like a slap, and she staggers backward. For a terrible moment, I think she's going over. My hand shoots out instinctively, catching her wrist just as her feet slip on the slick deck. The contact sends a shock through me that has nothing to do with the cold. Her skin is warm despite the winter air, pulse racing beneath my fingers like a trapped bird. She's alive, fighting, refusing to give up even when death would be easier. There's something in that refusal that speaks to the part of me that chose the sea over the safety of land. Let go of me. She tries to twist away, the weapon in her free hand catching the light as she brings it toward my arm. I catch her other wrist before the makeshift blade can find its mark, and suddenly, we're locked together in a strange dance at the edge of the ship. The storm howls around us, spray turning to ice on the rigging above, and she's looking at me with eyes that promise murder if I give her half a chance. Varen! What are you waiting for? Zavarn's voice cuts through the wind, sharp with command. Secure the prisoner! The word prisoner doesn't feel right, and I see something die in her eyes. The last flicker of hope that maybe, somehow, this might end differently than all the other times. She goes limp in my grip, not surrendering but conserving strength for whatever comes next. Kess appears at my shoulder with rope, but I don't let go of her wrists. Can't, somehow. She stops struggling, but I can feel the tension in her muscles, the way she's calculating distances and possibilities even now. If I release her, she'll try for the rail again, or she'll try to take one of us down with her. Hold still. My voice comes out quieter than I intended, almost gentle. This doesn't have to be worse than it already is. She meets my eyes as Kess works to bind her hands, and there's something in her gaze that cuts deeper than any blade. Not hatred, that would be easier to bear. Understanding. She knows exactly what she is to us, what she's worth in the grand scheme of things. And she's choosing to survive anyway, even knowing the cost. The rope is rough against her skin, and I can see the marks it leaves as Kess pulls it tight. Her wrists are already raw from whatever binding she wore before, scarred with the kind of damage that speaks of long captivity. How long has she been down in that hold? How many ports have we visited while she rotted in the dark, waiting for this moment? One tears another garland from the rigging, sending shells and seaweed flying across the deck like projectiles. The storm's getting worse, turning Frost Begin into something wild and dangerous. But there's beauty in it, too. The raw power of the sea unleashed, fair showing us exactly who rules these waters. Kess finishes with the rope and steps back, water streaming from his scales. That should hold her, Captain. But I still don't let go. Her pulse hammers against my fingers, and I can feel the cold seeping through her skin despite the defiance in her eyes. She's shivering now, reaction setting in as the immediate crisis passes. Human fragile in ways that make something protective stir in my chest. What's your name? The question slips out before I can stop it. She blinks, surprised either by the question or the fact that I asked it. For a moment the mask of fury slips, revealing something younger underneath. Frightened, maybe, or just tired beyond measure. But before she can answer, another voice cuts through the storm. Zavarn shouts over her. The storm only started after we brought this cursed thing aboard. Zavarn's voice carries over the howling wind, his tall frame cutting through the crew like a blade. Ice clings to his bronze-scaled shoulders, and those cold silver eyes fix on the woman with the kind of calculation that makes my crew step back. First the winds turn against us, now this violence among the crew. He gestures toward Dravik, who's still pressing a blood-soaked cloth to his neck. The first mate's yellow eyes burn with humiliation, the kind that festers and spreads like infection through a ship's company. There's nothing more dangerous than a cruel man made to look weak in front of others. I can't stop myself from scoffing, like the women are doing this. The captain thinks so. Kess speaks up beside me, voice tight with something that might be concern. The other... cargo. When they got too troublesome or... He swallows hard, scales darkening with discomfort. Zavarn's been having them disposed of, overboard after he decides they've outlived their use. The words hit me like a rogue wave. I've been away from the ship for months, taking a short break, thinking the crew could handle themselves without constant oversight. But Zavarn's paranoia has always run deep as ocean trenches, and storms make him see omens in every shadow. Other women. How many? The question burns in my throat, but the answer wouldn't change what's happening now. The damage is done. Bodies fed to Feyer's depth while I was playing at domesticity on shore. She drew blood from my first mate. Zavarn's voice cuts through my thoughts, each word precise as a surgeon's blade. Violence against the crew cannot stand, especially from cargo that should know its place. The woman, Salira, I need to think of her as something more than cargo, goes rigid between my hands. She understands what's coming before the words fully leave Zevern's mouth. The rope around her wrists digs deeper as she unconsciously pulls against the bindings. Throw her overboard, Varen. Let the sea have what the sea wants. The order hangs in the air like ice forming on rigging. Simple words that would solve Zevern's problem, remove the source of his supernatural fears, and restore order to a ship that's seen too much blood spilled on its decks. Practical, clean, final. Salira's pulse hammers against my grip, rapid as hummingbird wings. She turns to face me fully, those green eyes searching mine with desperate intensity, looking for mercy in a man who spent years learning that mercy is a luxury ships like this can't afford. Please. The word comes out barely above a whisper, almost lost in the storm's roar. I have people, family who'll wonder what happened to me. I have a life beyond this ship. Her voice carries the weight of someone who's already bargained with death and lost. She's not begging for her life, so much as trying to make me see her as something more than the inconvenient Zevarn believes her to be. Human, with human connections and human hopes that extend beyond our hull. But the sea doesn't care about human hopes. Neither do storms that turn friendly waters into killing grounds, or captains who see omens in every setback. And neither can I, if I want to keep my position and my crew intact. The practical part of my mind, the part that's kept me alive through a dozen storms worse than this, catalogs the facts with cold efficiency. One human life against the stability of an entire ship. A woman who's already proven she'll fight back against a crew that considers her property, a problem that Zavarn wants solved permanently. My hands tighten on her wrists, feeling the delicate bones beneath skin that's gone pale with cold and fear. She's small enough that I could lift her easily, carry her to the rail and let gravity finish what the storm started. Quick. Professional. The kind of decision a good captain makes when sentiment threatens to sink his ship. Please, she says again, and this time her voice cracked slightly. Not with weakness, but with the effort of holding on to dignity when dignity has become a death sentence. I can feel the crew watching, waiting to see what choice I'll make. Kess shifts nervously beside me, young enough to still believe in heroes, but old enough to understand the reality of command. Dravik lurches closer, eager to see his attacker get the justice he thinks she deserves. And Zavern stands like a statue carved from winter itself, patient as the tide that always claims what it's owed. The storm surge builds beneath us, lifting the ship on a wave that feels tall as mountains. For a moment, we're suspended between sea and sky, between the choice I have to make and the consequences that will follow. Then the wave crests, and we plunge down into the trough with bone-jarring force. Salira stumbles against me, her bound hands unable to provide balance. I steady her automatically, muscle memory from years of helping crew members navigate rough seas. But this isn't a crew member. This is cargo that's outlived its usefulness, a problem that needs solving before it spreads to the rest of the ship. I won't cause more trouble, she says quickly, words tumbling over each other in her haste to get them out. I'll stay in the hold, won't fight the guards, won't try to escape again. Just, please don't throw me away like garbage. But even as she speaks, I can see the lie in her eyes. She'll fight because that's what she is. A fighter who'd rather die on her feet than live on her knees. The blood on her dress and the wounds on Dravik prove that much. Keeping her alive means keeping a weapon among the crew, one that might find other throats to cut when the mood strikes her. Zavarn takes a step closer, ice-pale skin mottled red with cold and impatience. The decision's made, Varen. Dispose of the problem. The wind picks up again, driving snow horizontal across the deck and turning the ship into a frozen wasteland. Lanterns swing wildly on their chains, casting dancing shadows that make everything look like a fever dream. This is the kind of weather that kills men, The kind of storm that takes ships and crews and leaves nothing but questions for the families back on shore. Perfect conditions for an accident. For a human who slipped and fell during the chaos of the storm, lost to waves that would claim her body before anyone could mount a rescue. Clean. Believable. The kind of story that port authorities accept without too many questions. I adjust my grip on Celira's wrists, lifting her slightly as I turn toward the rail. Her feet scramble for purchase on the slick deck, but the rope around her wrists makes balance impossible. She's completely dependent on my strength now, suspended between ship and sea by nothing more than my decision to keep holding on. No. Wait! The words tear from her throat as she realizes what's happening. My name is Celira. Celira from the fishing village of Coral Bay. Someone should know. Someone should remember. But names don't matter in storms like this. The sea takes everything eventually. Names, memories, the small human dramas that seem so important on land. All that matters is survival, and sometimes survival requires sacrifices that no one wants to make. I reach the rail in 3 quick strides. Celira struggles, growing more frantic as the churning water comes into view below. The waves look hungry in the darkness, foam-capped teeth, waiting to devour whatever offerings we provide. Ice floes drift like tombstones between the swells, each one capable of crushing a human body to pulp. She'll be dead in minutes. The cold will stop her heart before she can drown, a mercy of sorts in a situation that offers no real kindness. Quick and clean, with the storm providing cover for what needs to be done. One last chance to look into those green eyes, to see the defiance that's kept her alive this long, finally gives way to acceptance. She's not begging anymore, not trying to negotiate for more time. Just watching my face with the intensity of someone trying to memorize the features of her executioner. I lift her higher, muscles bunching as I prepare to send her over the rail and into Fair's embrace. Her weight is nothing compared to the cargo we move every day. The barrels and crates that make up our legitimate trade. Just another piece of freight being disposed of when it becomes more trouble than it's worth. The storm surge builds again beneath us, and I time the throw for the moment when the ship crests the next wave. Better to send her into deep water than let her body wash back against the hull. Cleaner that way, more final. My arms extend, releasing her into the wind and spray and darkness that waits beyond the ship's edge. And even though it's not what I would have done, I let her fall overboard and into the dark and angry waters.
Chapter 4. Celira. The moment my body hits the water, the cold drives every molecule of air from my lungs in a silent scream. Ice-sharp needles pierce through my dress, through my skin, straight into my bones. The sea closes over my head like a fist, swallowing the storm's roar and replacing it with the muffled thunder of my own heartbeat. No, not like this. I thrash against the ropes binding my wrists, feeling them slice deeper into already raw flesh. The water tastes of salt and copper and something darker, the metallic tang of desperation that coats my tongue as I fight to reach the surface. But the bindings pull my arms tight against my body, turning me into a stone that can only sink. My feet kick frantically, searching for purchase that doesn't exist. The surface grows smaller above me, a dim circle of grey light that fades with each desperate second. Storm waves crash overhead, distorting that last glimpse of sky into something alien and unreachable. Breathe. I need to breathe. But there's nothing to breathe except the killing cold of the winter ocean. My chest burns as my body fights the inevitable, lungs screaming for air that exists in another world now. The one above the waves, where I'll never stand again. The current catches me, spinning my body like driftwood caught in a riptide. Down, always down, into depths that grow darker with each heartbeat. My dress billows around me, heavy fabric transformed into an anchor that drags me toward whatever waits at the bottom of this endless cold. Fight, always fight. The voice in my head sounds like my mother's, fierce and uncompromising, even as darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision. She taught me that surrender wasn't an option, not when there was still breath in my body and strength in my limbs. But what good is fighting when the ocean itself has become my enemy? My throat scratches raw as I try to scream again, salt water rushing in to fill the spaces where sound should be. The burning in my lungs spreads outward, fire and ice warring for control of my body. Each involuntary gulp brings more of the sea inside me, drowning me from within as well as without. The rope around my wrists has gone numb, but I can still feel it cutting deeper with every struggle. Blood ribbons away from the wounds, dark threads that dissolve into the current like smoke. Even my own body is abandoning me, piece by piece, to feed the hungry depths. How deep am I now? The thought comes sluggish and strange, detached from the panic that should accompany it. Time moves differently down here, measured not in seconds but in the gradual failing of human systems, never meant for this environment. My legs have stopped kicking, too heavy to lift against the water's weight. Something pale looms ahead in the murky distance, a structure that doesn't belong to the natural world. Broken columns rise from the sea floor like the ribs of some massive beast, supporting nothing but water and shadow. A temple, maybe, or the remains of one. Stone worn smooth by countless tides, carved with symbols that mean nothing to my oxygen-starved mind. A ruin. Down here there are ruins. The discovery should fascinate me. This evidence that people once built something beautiful in places where only fish and darkness reign now. But fascination requires breath, requires the luxury of observation without the immediate threat of death. All I can do is fall past it, another piece of debris claimed by the same waters that swallowed whatever civilization raised those stones. My feet touch bottom with surprising gentleness, settling into sand soft as burial shrouds. The impact sends up clouds of sediment that swirl around me like ghosts, and I realise with terrible clarity that this is where I'll stay. Not floating, not carried away by currents, but planted here like a seed that will never grow. Please. The word forms in my mind without sound, a prayer directed at gods I'm not sure I believe in. To the sea that's killing me, to the storm that drove me overboard, to anyone or anything that might have the power to undo what's been done. I've never been one for begging, but desperation strips away pride faster than cold strips away sensation. Please, I'm not ready. My vision starts to tunnel, darkness creeping inward like tide pools filling with night. The temple ruins waver at the edges of my sight, seeming to pulse with their own rhythm. Or maybe that's just my failing heart, hammering out its final protests against the inevitable. There's so much I haven't done. People I haven't said goodbye to. Words I never spoke because I thought there would always be time for them later. The cruelty of it cuts deeper than cold or rope burns. To die with everything unsaid, all my fury and love and desperate hope trapped inside a body that's shutting down system by system. Someone should know I was here. That's what I told the man who threw me overboard. Veyrin, I think the others called him. Someone should remember that I existed, that I fought, that I mattered enough to mourn. But the sea keeps its secrets, and mine will be just another story it never tells. A flash catches my peripheral vision, bright enough to penetrate even my failing sight. Light where no light should exist, warm and golden against the endless blue-black of the depths. It pulses once, twice, seeming to call out across the distance between the temple and my small broken form. Impossible. But impossible things happen when you're dying. The mind creates what it needs to ease the transition from life to whatever comes after. Visions of warmth and safety, memories of better times painted bright enough to drown out present terror. The light probably isn't real, but it's beautiful enough that I don't care. Heat blooms around my wrists, sudden and shocking after so much cold. The rope begins to smoke and steam, fibres separating as if cut by invisible blades. My hands come free with a violence that sends fresh pain shooting up my arms. But the agony feels distant now, muffled by layers of approaching unconsciousness. The light, the heat. Something's happening. But I can't hold on to the thought long enough to make sense of it. My body's shutting down in earnest now, systems failing in cascade as the cold completes its work. The temple fades to a grey smudge, the mysterious light dimming to match my failing vision. The last coherent thought that surfaces comes wrapped in the scent of wood smoke and honey cakes, the sound of fiddles and drums carried on winter wind. The grand ember burning bright in the centre of our village square while children dance around its warmth. My parents' hands on my shoulders as we watch the flames reach towards stars that seemed close enough to touch. The Ember Festival. I was 7, maybe 8, wearing the new wool dress my mother had spent weeks weaving. The pattern was intricate, spirals and waves that caught the firelight and made me feel like magic given form. My father lifted me onto his shoulders so I could see over the crowd, his laughter rumbling through his chest as I pointed at each familiar face illuminated by the great fire's glow. "Look, Salira," my mother had whispered, her voice warm with the kind of contentment that only comes when everyone you love is safe and fed and gathered close. "Look how the whole village comes together. This is what we fight for, not just ourselves but each other. Community, belonging." The smell of roasted root vegetables and old Henrik's apple wine, the Morrison family's meat pies passed hand to hand until everyone had tasted their fill. No one went hungry during the Ember Festival. No one went cold. That was the point, to strengthen the bonds that would carry everyone through winter's darkest months. I want to go home. The thought comes soft and yearning, a child's wish for things that can never be again. My village is probably celebrating without me this year, lighting their great fire and sharing their stories while I sink into darkness and ocean away. They'll wonder what happened to me eventually, when spring comes and I don't return with the fishing boats. But wondering isn't the same as knowing. And the sea, as always, keeps its secrets locked away in depths where no light penetrates, where no voices carry, where the dead rest undisturbed among ruins of civilizations that learned too late that some hungers can never be satisfied. The last sensation I register is warmth spreading through my chest, not the fire of dying lungs, but something gentler, like the embrace of the grand ember itself, welcoming another lost soul into its glow. Consciousness returns in pieces, like shells washing up on a beach one at a time. First, the sensation of water moving around me, not the violent thrashing of waves, but the gentle current of deep places where storms can't reach. Then awareness of my body, curled tight against something solid and rough beneath me. I'm breathing. The realization hits with the force of a physical blow. My chest rises and falls in steady rhythm, but instead of air filling my lungs, it's water. Cold, salt-sharp seawater that should be killing me but isn't. Each breath tastes of brine and kelp and something else, something wilder that speaks to depths I've never imagined. I uncurl slowly, muscles protesting after however long I've been lying here. My hands move to where the ropes cut into my wrists, expecting to find raw wounds and torn flesh. Instead, my fingers trace skin that's smooth and unbroken, though tinged with an odd blue pallor that wasn't there before. The colour runs in delicate patterns along my arms, like veins filled with ocean instead of blood. The ropes are gone, not cut or untied, simply gone, as if they never existed at all. I flex my fingers experimentally, watching how the blue tinge shifts and moves beneath my skin, like tide pools catching light. The sight should terrify me, but it doesn't. If anything, I feel more myself than I have in years, as though some essential part of me has finally been set free. The sand beneath me is soft and white, scattered with broken shells and fragments of coral that glow faintly in the underwater twilight. I push myself into a sitting position, marveling at how easy the movement feels despite the water's weight. Everything about this should be impossible, yet here I am, breathing, thinking, very much alive in a place where life shouldn't exist. A shadow passes overhead, dark and familiar against the distant surface. My head snaps up, and I see it clearly through the layers of water that separate me from the world above. A ship. The ship. The one they threw me from like garbage, expecting the sea to finish what their cruelty started. Theha's Pride. The name surfaces from memory, bitter as old copper on my tongue. I can make out the curve of her hull, the way her keel cuts through the waves above. How long have I been down here? Hours? Days? Time moves differently in this blue-green twilight where the sun's passage means nothing. My hands clench into fists, and I feel something shift inside me, a tide of fury so pure and fierce it makes my transformed blood sing. They thought they were rid of me, thought they could dump me overboard like unwanted cargo and sail away clean. The memory of those final moments burns bright, hands shoving me toward the rail, laughter at my struggles, the casual cruelty of men who see women as things to be used and discarded. But I'm not dead. The sea didn't want me dead. Something in these depths decided I was worth saving, worth changing into whatever I've become. I can feel it now, power flowing through me like a second heartbeat, wild and ancient and hungry for justice. The ocean has marked me as its own, and that marking comes with gifts. I rise to my feet with fluid grace, testing this new body that moves like water given form. My dress, once heavy and waterlogged, now flows around me light as sea foam. The fabric has changed too, taking on the same blue tinge as my skin, as if the transformation affected everything it touched. Looking up at the ship again, I let that rage build inside me until it roars like storm waves against cliff sides. They wanted to see me drowned. Fine. Let them see what the drowned can become when the sea decides to make them into something else entirely. Someone should know I was here. I told him that. Vayreen, the one who threw me overboard. Someone should remember that I existed, that I fought, that I mattered. Well, now they'll have no choice but to remember. The sea has given me the tools for a reckoning that will burn itself into their nightmares for whatever time they have left. The temple ruins behind me pulse with that same golden light I glimpsed before losing consciousness. Ancient stones worn smooth by countless tides, carved with symbols that seem to pulse. This place is old, older than the empires that rose and fell on dry land, older than the languages spoken by those who sail above. It's a sanctuary of sorts, though what it once protected is lost to time. But it protected me, changed me, gave me the strength to survive what should have been certain death, and turned that survival into something far more dangerous than simple vengeance. I take a step toward the surface, then another. My body moves through the water like it was born for this element, every motion efficient and predatory. The blue patterns on my skin brighten as I ascend, responding to my rising fury with their own inner light. They'll learn what it means to cross the seas chosen. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world, to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
the first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 5. Varen. The rope burns on my palms sting as I coil the lines, securing what I can before the storm hits in earnest. The deck pitches beneath my feet, sending spray across the bow that freezes the moment it touches wood. I shouldn't be thinking about her. The human woman's face keeps flashing behind my eyes, those green depths, wild and fierce, even as we bound her wrists. The way she looked at me, not pleading, but challenging, like she expected better from me. Screw that! I yank another rope tight, muscles straining against the increasing wind. The ship groans beneath us, timbers protesting as the swells grow larger. Around me, the crew moves with practiced efficiency, but there's tension in their movements. Even seasoned sailors know when a storm means business. Varen! Kess stumbles past, fighting to secure a loose barrel. Captain wants the mainsail furled. I nod, already moving toward the rigging. My tail coils and releases with each movement, providing balance as the deck tilts at increasingly dangerous angles. The slate scales catch what little moonlight breaks through the storm clouds, but it's not vanity that has me moving with fluid precision. It's survival. The human's voice echoes in my memory. Please. I shake my head, focus returning to the task at hand. She's gone. Done. Whatever debt I might have owed her for pulling her back from that first jump, I paid by making her death quick, instead of letting her drown slowly. The wind picks up another notch, howling through the rigging like something alive and angry. Ice particles sting my exposed skin as I climb, each gust trying to tear me from the ropes. Below, the crew scrambles to secure anything that isn't nailed down. Then the first real wave hits. The ship lurches sideways, throwing me hard against the mast. My shoulder cracks against the wood, but I hold on, wrapping my tail around the base for extra support. Water crashes over the rail, flooding the deck before draining through the scuppers. All hands! Zavarn's voice booms across the chaos. Secure for heavy weather! Heavy weather. Right. This isn't heavy weather. This is the ocean trying to kill us. I drop back to the deck as another wave slams into our starboard side. The impact sends vibrations through my bones and, for a moment, the entire ship shudders like a wounded beast. Men slide across the wet planking, grabbing for anything solid. The human woman had scars on her wrists. Old rope burns, like someone had bound her before. Stop thinking about her. A massive swell rises off our port bow, blocking out what little sky remains visible. It's easily twice the height of our mainmast, a wall of black water topped with foam that looks like teeth in the darkness. Hold fast! I bellow to the crew nearest me, even as my own gut clenches with the knowledge that there's nowhere to run from something that size. The wave breaks over us with the force of a falling mountain. Water slams me backward, filling my mouth and nose as the world becomes a churning chaos of salt and darkness. My tail whips wildly, seeking purchase on anything solid, while the current tries to drag me overboard. The deck disappears beneath tons of seawater, and for several heartbeats I'm not sure which way is up. Then my shoulder hits something solid, the mizzenmast, and I wrap both arms around it, holding on as the water recedes. Around me, other shapes emerge from the flood, crew members gasping and spitting as they struggle to their feet. Kess isn't among them. "Man overboard!" someone shouts, but the words are almost lost in the wind. I scan the churning water beyond the rail, looking for any sign of the young sailor. Nothing but black waves and foam stretching into the night. In weather like this, with water this cold, he's already dead. The ship lists heavily to starboard, and I realize we're taking on water faster than the pumps can handle. The lower deck must be flooding. Varen! Dravik appears at my elbow, blood still crusted around the bandage on his neck. Captain wants you below. The hull's cracked near the forward hold. The forward hold, where they kept the women. My jaw tightens as I follow him toward the companionway, The steps are slick with seawater, and each roll of the ship threatens to send us tumbling. Below deck, the sound of the storm becomes muffled, but somehow more ominous. Creaking timbers and rushing water combining into something that sounds like the ship's death rattle. The forward hold is knee-deep in freezing seawater, and I can see the crack in the hull planking, a jagged split running nearly 3 feet along the starboard side. With each wave, more water forces its way through. "Can you seal it?" Dravik asks, having to shout over the noise. I study the damage, calculating angles and stress points. The wood around the crack is splintered, weakened. A temporary patch might hold, but if we take another hit like that last wave, maybe. Need timber and tar. We work in the flooding hold, me and 3 other crew members, fighting to plug the leak while the ship bucks like an angry sea serpent. Every few minutes, another massive wave crashes over us, sending fresh torrents of icy water through the crack and testing our makeshift repairs. My hands are numb with cold, making it hard to grip the tools. Water sloshes around my tail, and each time I brace against the hull, the ship's violent motion threatens to slam me into the sharp edges of broken planking. The human had freckles across her nose. Sun-kissed skin that spoke of days spent outdoors, working. "Focus, you bastard!" Another wave hits, and this time I feel the entire ship flex, timbers that have held for decades groan in protest, and somewhere in the distance something important sounding snaps with a crack like thunder. "The mainmast!" Someone screams from above. I abandon the patch and race for the companionway, taking the steps 3 at a time. On deck, chaos reigns. The mainmast tilts at an impossible angle, held up only by a tangle of rigging that threatens to snap at any moment. If it falls, it'll punch through the deck and probably take half the ship with it. Men scramble with axes, trying to cut away the rigging before the mast can do more damage. But with the ship rolling this hard, working with sharp tools becomes a deadly gamble. "Cut the forestays!" I roar, grabbing an axe from Joran's hands. The wind tries to tear me from my feet as I work, each swing of the blade requiring careful timing to avoid taking off my own head when the ship lurches. Ice forms on the metal almost faster than I can chip it away, making every stroke unpredictable. A particularly violent roll sends me sliding across the deck toward the rail. I dig my claws into the planking, feeling them score deep grooves in the wood as I fight for purchase. My tail lashes out, wrapping around a belaying pin just as I reach the edge. For a moment, I hang there, watching the black water surge past barely 5 feet below. Then I haul myself back up, muscles burning with the effort. The mast still hangs like a sword over our heads, but we've managed to cut away most of the rigging. One more line, the thick forestay that's bearing most of the weight. I position myself carefully, timing the ship's motion. When she rolls to port, I swing. The axe bites deep, severing more than half the rope's thickness. The mast shifts, groaning like something in pain. Another roll, another swing. The rope parts with a sound like a whip crack, and the mast crashes into the sea with a splash that sends up a tower of spray. The ship immediately feels different. Lighter, but also less stable, without the weight aloft. Around me, the crew checks for injuries and surveys the damage. We're still afloat, but barely. The patch in the hold won't last much longer, and without the mainmast, we're at the mercy of wind and current. Dawn is still hours away, and the storm shows no signs of letting up. I wipe spray from my eyes and try not to think about green eyes watching me from the darkness below. Chapter 6. Veyron. The harbor at Anilin appears through the morning mist like salvation wrapped in red stone. My shoulders ache from fighting to keep Feyr's pride afloat, and the salt has dried on my skin in crystalline patterns that crack when I move. But we made it. The crew works with exhausted efficiency to bring her into port, what's left of our rigging straining against the dock lines. Without the mainmast, we had to limp the final stretch under jury-rigged canvas that caught the wind like a wounded bird's wing. "She'll need a full refit," Zavarn says, running a hand along the rail where the wood still bears scars from flying debris. 2 weeks minimum. 2 weeks in port. 2 weeks of solid ground and warm beds and tavern girls who smell like something other than brine and fear. I gather my kit from below deck, avoiding the forward hold where we jury-rigged the hull patch. The space still stinks of tar and desperation, and every time I pass it, I hear the echo of voices that aren't there anymore. The dock bustles with activity despite the early hour. Longshoremen unload cargo while merchants haggle over prices in the sharp morning air. Ice crusts the edges of puddles, and breath steams invisible puffs as people move about their business. I need a drink. The Serpent's Rest sits 3 blocks back from the waterfront, tucked between a rope maker's shop and a place that sells questionable fish. The kind of establishment where sailors go to forget whatever they've been carrying around in their heads. The interior hits me like a wall of warmth and noise. Bodies pressed together around scarred wooden tables, voices raised in conversation and argument. Smoke from pipes and the kitchen mingles with the scent of ale and unwashed humanity. And there she is, weaving between the tables with practiced grace, honey-blonde hair catching the lamplight like spun gold. Padra. She spots me the moment I walk through the door, her hazel eyes lighting up with that calculated warmth I know so well. The kind of look that promises things I'm not sure I want right now. That I take whenever we're into port, knowing it's temporary. And I'm probably one of many that goes to her bed as ships come in. I claim a table in the corner, back to the wall where I can watch the room. Old habits. The wooden surface bears the scars of countless mugs and knives, dark stains that speak of spilled ale, and other fluids best not examined too closely. Varen. Her voice carries that husky quality that used to make my blood heat. She slides up to my table with a pitcher of ale already in hand, those translucent scales along her arms catching the light. Heard you had some trouble out there. Nothing we couldn't handle. She pours without being asked, leaning forward just enough to give me a view down her bodice. The movement is calculated, practiced. Everything about Padra is practiced. You look like trash. She traces a finger along the fresh scar on my forearm, where flying rigging had opened the skin. When's the last time you slept in a real bed? I take a long drink instead of answering. The ale tastes like copper and grain. Nothing fancy, but it burns the salt from my throat. Around us, the tavern continues its evening ritual. Sailors telling stories that grow larger with each retelling. Dock workers spending their wages on liquid comfort. Padra doesn't move away. She never does, hovering at the edge of my space like she's testing boundaries. The scales along her jaw catch the light as she tilts her head, studying me with those 2 clever eyes. It's one of the only signs that she's half Naga. The whole crew's been talking about some excitement on your voyage. Something about a woman. My hand tightens around the mug. Drop it. Just curious. She shrugs, but there's something sharper in her expression now. You know how stories spread around here. I drain half the ale in one pull, letting the alcohol burn away the edges of memory. Green eyes and rope burns and the sound of someone hitting water from a great height. Where's the rest of your boys? Padra asks, settling into the chair across from me without invitation. Usually you all stick together for frosts begin. Through the window I can see lanterns being strung between buildings as the town prepares for another night of celebration. Tomorrow marks the final day of the festival, which always carries on for longer in the city than on the ship. And despite everything, part of me still feels the pull of tradition. The need to honor the season and the sea that carried us home. They'll be along. She nods, but I catch her glancing toward the door every few minutes. Calculating, planning. Padra always has an angle, always working toward something. The tavern fills as evening deepens. More sailors filter in, voices growing louder as ale flows freely. Someone starts singing an old shanty, one for Frost's Begin, near the bar, and soon half the room joins in. The familiar rhythm should be comforting, but tonight it just sounds hollow. A serving girl brushes past our table, and for a split second, I catch a glimpse of dark hair and quick movement. My pulse spikes before reason returns. Dead girls don't serve ale in taverns. You're jumpy tonight. Padra's hand covers mine on the table, warm and soft. Whatever happened out there, it's over now. I pull my hand away, needing space. Needing air that doesn't taste like perfume and desperation. I need to piss. The privy sits in the alley behind the tavern, a wooden box that reeks of lime and waste. I take my time, breathing the cold air and trying to wash the taste of memory from my mouth. When I finally head back inside, Padra intercepts me near the kitchen. Walk with me. It's not a request. Her fingers curl around my wrist, and there's something different in her touch. Urgent. I'm drinking. Your mug will keep. She tugs me toward a narrow hallway that leads to the tavern's back rooms. Please, Varen. I need to talk to you. The word please from Padra's lips is rare enough to give me pause. Usually, she gets what she wants through other means. Charm, seduction, carefully applied pressure. Desperation doesn't suit her. 5 minutes. She leads me to a small room above the kitchen, barely large enough for a bed and washstand. The air smells of soap, and something floral that can't quite mask the earthier scents beneath. This is where she brings her customers, where she makes her living when serving ale isn't enough, where she's taken me plenty. Sit. She gestures to the bed, but I remain standing by the door. Talk. I'm in no mood to be in her bed tonight. Padra wraps her arms around herself, suddenly looking smaller than her practiced confidence usually allows. The scales along her arms shimmer with nervous energy, and for the first time since I've known her, she seems genuinely uncertain. I'm pregnant. I cock my head. Congratulations. Who's the father? Her chin lifts, defensive. You are. That is... It's true. She steps closer, and I can see the slight swell of her belly now that I know to look for it. I haven't been with anyone else in months, Varen. Not since you started coming around regularly. I laugh, but there's no humor in it, because I was here for a stretch before heading south and rejoining the crew, long enough ago that she could be months along, if it were true. No one? She shakes her head. I know it's yours. The certainty in her voice gives me pause. I study her face, looking for tells I've learned to recognize. The slight tightness around her eyes when she lies. The way her hands move when she's spinning a story. But there's something raw in her expression now. Something that looks almost like fear. You're sure? I'm sure. I run a hand over my head, feeling the weight of this news settle onto my shoulders like another burden to carry. A child. My child, if she's telling the truth. What do you want from me? I want you to acknowledge it. Her voice is steady now, gaining strength. When the baby comes, I want it to have a father's name. Protection. Protection. In a port town where half Naga children are common but rarely claimed, a father's acknowledgement means the difference between survival and being cast aside when times get hard. And if I don't... Something dangerous flickers in her eyes. Then I guess I'll have to find other ways to provide. The threat is subtle but clear. Padra knows things. About me, about the crew, about business that happens in dark corners of the waterfront. Information has value in a place like this. I close my eyes, trying to think through the implications. A child means responsibility. Ties to this place that I've spent years avoiding. But if it's truly mine... The image of green eyes flashes through my memory again, followed immediately by the sound of water closing over someone who should have lived. I need time! Time for what? To think. Padra's laugh holds an edge of hysteria. Think about what? Whether you want to be a father? Whether the child is yours? Whether I'm worth the trouble? All of it. She crosses to the washstand, gripping the edge hard enough that her knuckles go white. In the mirror above it, I can see her face, vulnerable in a way that makes my chest tight. I won't wait forever, Varen. I'm not asking you to. But even as I say it, I know she's right to push. Once the repairs are done, we'll ship out again, chasing whatever cargo or commission Zavarn can find. It could be months before I'm back in port. Longer. I'll give you an answer before we sail. She nods, not turning around. That's all I can ask. I move toward the door, then pause. Padra. What? If it is mine, I won't abandon it. Her reflection meets my eyes in the mirror. No. Chapter 7. Verin. 3 years pass like tide cycles, inevitable, relentless, marking time in ways that matter more than calendars. The captain's cabin aboard Feher's Pride bears little resemblance to Zavarn's former domain. Gone are the ritual markings and bone trophies, replaced by practical charts and a child's wooden toys scattered across the floor. Sunlight streams through the stern windows, warming the space where my son builds towers from carved blocks. Soon, with the frosts begin festivities starting, there will be more treats and toys for him. Not that I mind that the whole crew spoils him. Higher, Papa. Nilo's voice carries that musical quality that comes from his Naga heritage, each word touched with an echo like waves against stone. At 2 years old, his vocabulary outpaces most human children his age, though his pronunciation still stumbles over the harder consonants. It'll fall if you go higher. Won't fall. He places another block with the careful precision of someone who spent his entire life learning balance on a moving deck. The violet scales along his temples shimmer as he concentrates, and for a moment I see myself at that age. Stubborn, determined, certain the world will bend to my will if I just push hard enough. The tower sways with the ship's motion, but holds. Nilo grins, revealing the gap where his first tooth fell out last week, and claps his hands together. The sound echoes strangely in the cabin, carrying harmonics that speak to the magic already stirring in his young body. See? Told you. You did! I set down the manifest I've been reviewing and moved to sit cross-legged on the floor beside him. What else can you build? His onyx eyes, exact mirrors of my own, light up with possibility. Ship. Make ship. He begins arranging blocks with purpose now, creating the basic hull shape while humming under his breath. The melody is something he invented, wordless but complex, and it always makes the temperature in the room shift. Today it grows warmer, as if he's calling to the fire magic that runs in our bloodline. The crew above us moves through their afternoon duties with efficiency born of 3 years sailing together. Most of them followed me when I took command, choosing loyalty over uncertainty when Zavarn disappeared during a particularly violent storm. The official story is that a rogue wave swept him overboard. The truth is more complicated, but dead men tell no tales, and living ones know better than to ask questions. Kess appears in the doorway, knocking on the frame out of courtesy rather than necessity. He's grown into his role as first mate, the nervous energy of youth replaced by steady competence. Captain, we're making good time. Should reach port by tomorrow evening if the wind holds. Any word from the harbor master about docking fees? Same as always. They're desperate for trade since the fishing's been poor. Kess glances at Nilo, who's completely absorbed in his block construction. Should I have the men prepare for overnight liberty? Half shore leave. Rotating shifts. We're not staying long. He nods and withdraws, leaving me alone with my son and the weight of memories I can't seem to bury. Because we are porting at a northern fishing village in Kainvu, one just like Coral Bay. Papa sad? Nilo looks up from his blocks, those 2 perceptive eyes studying my face. Not sad, just thinking. About what? How do you explain to a 2-year-old that sometimes the past reaches out with claws that never quite let go? That some decisions follow you like shadows, growing longer as the years pass? About work? He accepts this with the easy trust of childhood and returns to his building. The ship he's constructing actually resembles Feher's Pride in miniature, The proportions are wrong, but the basic structure shows an understanding of how vessels work that impresses me. Most children his age can barely stack blocks without them falling over. The afternoon wears on, and eventually Nilo's eyes grow heavy despite his protests that he's not tired. I carry him to the small hammock strung in the corner of the cabin, the one he insists on using instead of a proper bed, because real sailors sleep in hammocks, Papa. His breathing evens out quickly, one small hand curled against his cheek. The violet scales that mark his Naga heritage seem to glow faintly in the dim light, and I can feel the warmth radiating from his skin. The fire magic that calls to mind even in sleep. Padre never got to see him like this, never got to watch him discover the world with boundless curiosity or laugh at his own jokes. The birth that brought him into the world took her out of it, and sometimes I wonder if she'd be proud of how he's growing. Probably. She always said she wanted better for any child she might have. I settle back at my desk, trying to focus on the ledgers that track our cargo and profits. Numbers usually provide clarity, concrete facts that leave no room for doubt or regret. But tonight the figures blur together, and my mind drifts to places I'd rather not explore. The sun sets through the stern windows, painting the cabin in shades of amber and gold. Nilo sleeps on, undisturbed by the creaking of the ship or the distant voices of the crew. He's adapted to life at sea like he was born to it, which in many ways he was. Eventually, exhaustion wins over restlessness, and I make my way to my own bunk. The captain's quarters afford me the luxury of a proper bed rather than a hammock, though sometimes I miss the simplicity of crew berths. Leadership brings comfort, but it also brings isolation. Sleep comes slowly, fought off by the mental list of tasks awaiting me tomorrow. But finally, inevitably, consciousness fades. The deck pitches beneath my feet, rain driving horizontal in sheets that blur vision and steal breath. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating massive waves that tower above our mainmast like moving mountains of black water. "Throw her over!" Zavarn's voice cuts through the storm's howl, and I feel my hands moving without conscious thought, following orders that brook no refusal. She struggles against the ropes, but her strength is nothing compared to mine. Green eyes lock onto my face as I lift her, wide with terror, but also something else. Defiance that burns even in the face of certain death. "My name is Celira," she says, and somehow I hear her clearly despite the storm. Someone should know it. Someone should remember. I throw her anyway. She falls through rain and spray, but the water never claims her. She just keeps falling, suspended between sea and sky while those green eyes never leave mine. Watching, judging, seeing straight through to whatever passes for my soul. "Why?" she asks, and her voice carries impossible distance, reaching me despite the wind and waves. "Why didn't you choose differently?" I try to answer, try to explain about orders and survival and the brutal mathematics of life at sea, but no words come, and she keeps falling, keeps watching, keeps... I wake with a start, sweat cooling on my skin despite the winter air. The dream fades but never fully disappears, leaving behind the phantom sensation of rope in my hands and the weight of a choice I've relived 1,000 times. Every time is a little different. Sometimes she cries or begs. Sometimes she curses me. Sometimes she asks why I would do it. Every time is worse than what actually happened. Across the cabin, Nilo sleeps peacefully, one small hand trailing over the edge of his hammock. The sight of him grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of memory into the present moment. 3 years. 3 years since that storm, since those green eyes, since a name spoken into wind and rain. Most of the crew from that voyage are still with me, but none of them mention the women we carried or what happened to them. It's become one of those unspoken agreements that crews develop. Some stories are better left buried. But the dreams won't let me bury this one. They come with increasing frequency, always the same sequence of events, always ending with her falling while those eyes bore into mine. I've consulted port healers who deal in dream ailments, but none of their remedies work. The dreams persist, vivid as memory and twice as stubborn. The rational part of my mind insists it's guilt manifesting in sleep. I threw an innocent woman to her death, and my conscience won't let me forget. But it doesn't feel like guilt. Guilt would carry shame, regret, the wish that I'd chosen differently. This feels like something else entirely, something I lack words to define. A connection, maybe. A thread that death couldn't quite sever, which is ridiculous. Dead is dead, and I've seen enough corpses to know they don't haunt anyone except in stories. Whatever I feel about that night is just my mind processing trauma in the only way it knows how. I checked the chronometer mounted on the cabin wall. Still hours before dawn, but sleep won't return tonight. It never does after the dreams. Instead, I slip from my bunk and make my way to the stern windows, looking out at the dark water that stretches endlessly in all directions. And yet, I can't find a way to settle the way that the woman I met for all of a handful of minutes shook me. I'm not sure I ever will.
Chapter 8. Solera. The water embraces me like a lover, cool and constant against skin that's learned to drink salt instead of air. It's got the icy bite I've come to love as winter settles in, and I think I prefer it to any other season. 3 years beneath the waves, and I still remember the burn of rope around my wrists, the weight of his hands as he lifted me over the rail. Veyrin. The name tastes like bile even in my thoughts. His face haunts me more than the others. Those onyx eyes that never wavered as he followed orders, the set of his jaw that spoke of a man who'd made his choice without a flicker of doubt. He threw me away like refuse, like I was nothing more than cargo gone bad. But the sea caught me, claimed me, made me something more dangerous than any of them could imagine. The serpent's wrath cuts through the water above me, its hull dark against the pale morning light filtering down from the surface. Naga vessel. I can tell by the way it moves, the particular rhythm of its passage that speaks of scaled hands on the wheel and forked tongues tasting the wind for direction. Perfect. I rise through the water column like a predator scenting blood, the blue patterns beneath my skin pulsing with anticipation. My voice carries through the depths, wordless and haunting, a siren's call that speaks to the part of every sailor that fears the deep. The melody wraps around the ship's hull, seeping through wood and scale alike until it reaches the crew above. Within minutes, I hear the telltale sounds of confusion, raised voices, the scrape of feet on deck, the groan of a wheel spinning as steady hands suddenly lose their certainty. My song grows stronger, weaving through their minds like fog, turning their instruments into lyres and their instincts into enemies. "Captain, the compass is spinning." The voice carries down through the water, muffled but clear enough. Young, probably new to these waters. He'll learn quickly, or he'll die. Either way, it's no concern of mine. Check the charts again. These currents don't match what we mapped yesterday. I swim closer to the surface, close enough to see the shadow of their keel cutting through my domain. With a gesture that's become as natural as breathing, I call to the water itself, asking it to rise and churn, to remember every storm that's ever raged across these depths. The sea responds eagerly. Waves that were gentle swells moments before now rear up like hungry beasts, slamming into the ship's sides with increasing violence. I watch the hull buck and twist, hear the crack of masts straining against forces they were never designed to handle. "All hands on deck! Secure the rigging! Captain, the water's pulling us toward the rocks." What rocks? There are no rocks here, just open ocean stretching for miles in every direction. But they see them anyway, jagged teeth rising from depths that exist only in their terror-addled minds. My song makes them real, makes the crew fight phantom dangers, while the true threat circles beneath them like a shark. The first one goes overboard during a particularly violent lurch, a young Naga with slate-grey scales who probably thought himself invincible until the moment the water closed over his head. I'm there waiting, my hands finding his throat before he can orient himself in the churning depths. His eyes go wide when he sees me, recognizing something that shouldn't exist. Humans don't survive in deep water. Humans don't breathe beneath the waves or move through the currents like they were born to them. But I'm no longer just human, am I? What? Bubbles escape his lips, precious air fleeing toward a surface that might as well be on another world. Shh. My voice carries perfectly underwater now, rich and terrible and patient. You'll want to save your breath. This is going to take a while. I drag him deeper, away from the ship and the chaos above. The water gets colder, chunks of ice spearing through the currents with me. He struggles, of course. They always do. Naga are stronger than humans, faster in the water, built for this environment in ways I never was. But I've had 3 years to learn these depths, 3 years to let the sea reshape me into something that belongs here. His claws rake across my arms, leaving shallow furrows that heal almost as quickly as they form. The blue veins beneath my skin pulse brighter, responding to the violence, feeding on it. He's running out of air now, his movements growing sluggish as panic gives way to the cold mathematics of drowning. But I don't let him die quickly. That would be mercy, and mercy is a luxury I can't afford. Not when every face I see in the dark water reminds me of the ones who took everything from me. Instead, I hold him just below the surface, close enough that he can see the dancing light above but too far to reach it. Close enough to hope, which makes the despair so much sweeter when it comes. You want to know why? I whisper against his ear as his struggles weaken. Because 3 years ago your people ripped me from my home, dragged me across the ocean like an animal, fed my friends to the waves one by one until it was my turn. His eyes are glazing now, the fight leaving him in slow degrees. But I keep talking, because the words are as much for me as for him. A man named Veyrin threw me overboard, looked me in the eye while he did it, like I was nothing, like my life meant less than following orders. The Naga's body goes limp in my arms, but I can feel the faint flutter of his heartbeat, the stubborn spark of life that refuses to surrender. Good. Let him linger in this space between breathing and drowning. Let him understand what it feels like to be helpless, while someone else holds your life in their hands. Every ship I sink, every sailor I drag down, it's all for him. All payment on a debt he doesn't even know he owes. Finally, mercifully, the heartbeat stops. I release the body and watch it spiral down into the abyss, another offering to the depths that claimed me and made me whole. Above, the ship continues its death dance, crashing against waves that grow higher with each passing moment. The crew's shouts have taken on a different quality now, less confusion, more genuine terror, as they realise this storm isn't natural, isn't something they can weather through skill and experience. 2 more go over the side before the hull finally cracks. I take my time with each one, letting them see my face in the crushing dark, letting them carry the knowledge of what killed them into whatever afterlife awaits creatures like them. The ship itself takes longer to die, its wooden bones groaning and splintering as the sea claims what was never really theirs to begin with. I watch from below as cargo spills from ruptured holds, barrels of dried fish, bolts of silk, the small personal effects that mark the difference between existing and living. None of it matters. The only currency I deal in now is suffering, and I've collected another payment in full. The bodies sink past me as I swim toward home, their scales catching the filtered sunlight like scattered coins. By evening, they'll rest on the ocean floor beside all the others, adding to the collection that grows larger with each passing month. Feha's Pride. That was the name of his ship, burned into my memory, along with the feel of rope and the taste of salt water flooding my lungs. I've asked about it in every port town I've infiltrated, followed every rumour and whispered story that might lead me to its deck. 3 years, and still no sign of him. But the ocean is vast and patient, and I've learned to be both. Someday his ship will cross my path again, and when it does, I'll make sure Veyrin understands exactly what he created when he threw me to the waves. Until then, I have other ships to hunt, other crews to feed to the depths. Each drowning is practice for the one that truly matters, each death a step closer to the moment when I'll look into those onyx eyes again and show him what 3 years of rage can accomplish. The water grows clearer as I approach the shelf that marks the boundary of my territory. Here, where the continental drop-off plunges toward trenches that have never known sunlight, I've made something resembling a life from the wreckage of my old one. The temple waits in the distance, its ancient stones somehow untouched by time or tide. I discovered it after waking, drawn by the same power that changed me, that gave me breath where there should have been drowning. The carvings on its walls tell stories I can't read, but I understand their meaning anyway. Tales of transformation, of mortals who gave themselves to the deep and emerged as something more. But tonight I need space above the surface, room to stretch limbs that remember what it felt like to walk on dry land. The island calls to me, that perfect sanctuary where no ship ever dares to venture. I break through the icy surface with barely a splash, salt water streaming from my hair as I breathe air for the first time in hours. The sensation is strange now. I've grown too used to the pressure of the water when I breathe, and while the air sustains me as well, I like the comfort of the sea flooding my lungs. The island rises from the waves like a green jewel, its beaches white as bone in the moonlight. No sailor charts these waters, no merchant vessel seeks this harbour. The currents here are treacherous. The approach is littered with reefs that tear hulls apart and claim cargo for the depths. I made them that way. Chapter 9. Salira. The currents carry whispers today, fragments of storms brewing beyond the horizon, the distant echo of ships cutting through waters that don't belong to them. I drift with the flow, my body moving in perfect harmony with the sea's rhythm, letting my senses stretch out across miles of open ocean like invisible nets cast wide. Something shifts in the pattern, a disruption in the natural order that makes the blue veins beneath my skin pulse with recognition before my mind can catch up. I know this disturbance, this particular way the water parts and reforms. The memory lives in my bones, carved there by rope burns and the taste of betrayal. My head breaks the surface, salt water cascading from my hair as I scan the horizon with eyes that have learned to pierce distance like a blade. There, cutting through the morning haze like a ghost made manifest, the familiar silhouette that has haunted my dreams for 3 years. Feha's pride. The ship rides the swells with the same arrogant grace I remember, its sails billowing full and proud, as if it owns every wave it touches. The flag snaps in the wind, that damned serpent banner that marked it as property of the crew who stole everything from me. The curve of its hull, the particular cant of its masts, the way it moves through the water like it was born there. Every detail burns itself into my vision with crystal clarity. With how cold it is, I bet that they are thinking they'll be celebrating soon. Part of that damn tradition I was going to be entertainment for. 3 years. 3 years of hunting, of following rumours through port towns and taverns, of questioning dying sailors about their ships and their captains. 3 years of rage fermenting in the depths of my chest until it became something pure and terrible and bright. And now it's here. Right here. Practically delivered to my doorstep like an offering to whatever dark gods govern revenge. The logical part of my mind, the part that still remembers being human, being reasonable, whispers that Varin might not even be aboard. Ships change hands, crews scatter to other vessels, captains die or disappear into the vast anonymity of the sea. For all I know, some merchant bought the hulk and filled it with grain merchants and accountants who've never raised a hand in violence. But that whisper dies the moment it's born, smothered by the roar of fury that has sustained me through every lonely night in these depths. I don't care who commands it now. I don't care if it's full of innocents or saints or children who've never seen the ocean before this voyage. This ship destroyed my life. This ship carried me away from everything I knew, everyone I loved. This ship became my prison, my torture chamber, the vessel that delivered me to the moment when callous hands threw me away like refuse. They will all pay. Every soul aboard, every beating heart that dares to trust in wood and sail and rope. They will learn what I learned in those final moments before the water closed over my head. That mercy is a luxury the strong extend to the weak, and I am no longer weak. The rage builds inside me like a living thing, coiling in my chest until it feels like my ribs might crack from the pressure. My skin burns with it, the blue patterns beneath the surface flaring bright as bioluminescent algae caught in a storm. The water around me begins to warm, responding to the heat of my fury, and I can feel every current within a mile radius shifting to match the rhythm of my pulse. You want a storm? The thought tastes like blood and brine. I'll give you a storm that makes your worst nightmares look like gentle rain. I close my eyes and let the sensation of absolute power wash over me. This is what the temple gave me, what those ancient stones whispered into my dying lungs as I transformed from victim to predator. The sea doesn't just hear me now. It obeys me, responds to my will like an extension of my own body. The nearest current bends at my call, icy cold water molecules aligning themselves with the direction of my rage. I can feel the pressure differential building, the way temperature layers start to clash and merge in patterns that shouldn't exist in nature. Somewhere far below, the ocean floor trembles as tectonic forces that have slept for centuries suddenly find themselves stirred by a will that refuses to be denied. The wind shifts first. What started as a gentle breeze carrying the scent of distant shores suddenly turns sharp and hungry, picking up speed until it whistles through the rigging of Feher's pride, like a warning they're too stupid to heed. I watch the sails snap taut, see tiny figures scrambling across the deck as they realise the weather is turning faster than any natural storm should. But I'm just getting started. The water beneath me begins to churn, gentle swells transforming into something altogether more violent. Each wave builds on the last, stealing energy from the depths and channeling it upward until the surface resembles a cauldron coming to boil. The blue veins in my arms pulse brighter with each surge, and I can taste the metal tang of electricity building in the air above. Feher's pride bucks against the first real wave like a horse trying to throw its rider. I hear shouts carrying across the water, orders barked in that familiar Naga dialect that still makes my teeth clench. They're confused but not panicked yet, probably thinking this is just another squall they can weather through experience and seamanship. They have no idea what's coming. I dive beneath the surface and feel the storm follow me down, feel it sink its claws into the deep currents that govern weather patterns across 1,000 miles of ocean. This isn't the small, localised tempest I've used to sink merchant vessels and fishing boats. This is something primal, something that reaches down to the very foundations of the sea and demands that every drop of water remember what it means to be truly angry. The pressure wave hits Feher's pride like a giant's fist. From my position 20 feet below the surface, I watch the hull flex and groan as forces it was never designed to handle slam into it from all directions. Masts that have weathered 100 storms suddenly find themselves bent past their breaking point, and I can hear the sharp crack of splintering wood even through the thunder of churning water. But wood and rope and canvas are just the beginning. The real target, the real prize, is the crew itself, those scaled bodies that have never known what it feels like to be truly helpless in the water, who think their natural advantages make them masters of any situation the ocean can provide. They're about to learn how wrong they are. Lightning forks across the sky above, not the clean white fire of natural storms, but something darker, hungrier. The air itself seems to thicken with malevolent purpose, pressing down on the ship like the weight of divine judgment. And beneath it all, beneath the wind and waves and thunder, I sing. The melody that pours from my throat carries 3 years of accumulated rage, 3 years of nights spent dreaming of this moment. It weaves through the storm like poison through veins, transforming wind into weapons and waves into executioners. Every note drips with the memory of rope around my wrists. Every harmony echoes with the sound of my own voice, begging for mercy that never came. The cold water around Feher's pride begins to spiral, forming the kind of whirlpool that exists only in sailors' most fevered nightmares. The ship fights against it, engines straining and sails cracking as it tries to break free from the inexorable pull of my fury. But there is no escape. Not from this storm, not from me, not from the debt that has compounded interest for 3 long years in the darkness of the deep.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 10. Verin. The first drops hit the deck like bullets, fat and cold against the wood that's been icy with the winter weather. I glance up from the charts spread across the captain's table, noting the way the horizon has darkened from clear blue to an ominous gray-green that sets every instinct I've honed over decades at sea, screaming warnings. Kess! My voice cuts through the usual bustle of the crew. Get the storm sails rigged. Now. He doesn't question the urgency in my tone, just nods and starts barking orders to the men. Good. I trained him well after Zavern's departure. The kid knows when to ask questions and when to move fast and think later. But even as the crew scrambles to prepare for what should be a standard squall, something feels wrong. The air pressure drops so suddenly my ears pop, and the wind that was barely a whisper 5 minutes ago now howls across the deck with a fury that speaks of storms born from darker things than simple weather patterns. Papa, look! Nilo's voice rings with delight from where he's been playing near the mainmast, completely oblivious to the danger building around us. His small hands point upward at the lightning that's starting to fork across the rapidly blackening sky. Pretty lights. The sight of my son standing there, scales shimmering along his temples as he laughs at the approaching storm, sends a spike of protective instinct straight through my chest. Whatever this is, and my gut tells me it's not natural, I need him safe before it gets worse. Come here, little serpent. I scoop him up, his solid warmth familiar against my chest. At 2 years old, he's still small enough to carry easily, though the way he's growing tells me that won't last much longer. We need to get below deck. But the lights, Papa! I want to see... His words cut off as the world around us suddenly plunges into an unnatural twilight. Fog rolls in from every direction at once, thick and gray and moving far too fast for any normal weather pattern. It doesn't drift or creep. It pours over the ship like water, swallowing the horizon and then the rigging and then everything beyond arm's reach in a matter of heartbeats. The temperature drops 20 degrees in as many seconds. The air itself now feels icy. The fog isn't just blocking our vision. It's a muffling sound, pressing down on us with a weight that makes breathing feel like work. I can hear my crew shouting orders to each other, but their voices sound distant and hollow, as if they're calling from the bottom of a well. "What the hell?" Kess's voice cuts through the unnatural quiet. But even he sounds uncertain now, the confident edge gone from his tone. That's when the sea decides to show us exactly what kind of storm we're dealing with. The first wave hits us like a battering ram, slamming into the port side with enough force to lift Fair's pride clean out of the water before dropping her back down with a crash that rattles every plank in her hull. I grab the wheel with one hand, keeping Nilo pressed tight against my chest with the other as the deck tilts at an angle that should be impossible. "All hands, secure the—" My orders are swallowed by another wave, this one coming from starboard and bigger than the first. The ship groans under the assault, timbers creaking with the kind of stress that means we're dancing on the edge of structural failure. This isn't a storm. This is something actively trying to kill us. I've sailed through hurricanes that lasted 3 days, weathered typhoons that turned the sea into liquid mountains. I know what natural fury looks like, how it moves and breathes and spends its strength. This thing pressing down on us carries a different kind of violence, focused, intelligent, personal in a way that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Papa?" Nilo's voice is smaller now, confused by the chaos erupting around us. His little hands fist in my shirt as another wave crashes over the bow, sending spray cascading across the deck in sheets. "What's happening?" "Just a storm, little serpent." Nothing we can't handle. The lie tastes like ash in my mouth, but I keep my voice steady for his sake. Whatever this is, whatever's hunting us through the fog and waves, I won't let fear take root in his chest the way it wants to take root in mine. Lightning splits the air above us, but it's wrong. Too dark, too hungry, crackling with an energy that makes my scales prickle with recognition of power that shouldn't exist. The thunder that follows doesn't roll across the sky like it should. Instead, it pounds down on us like a physical blow, reverberating through the deck and up into my bones. The wheel fights against my grip as another wave tries to spin us sideways to the swells. Salt spray stings my eyes, mixing with rain that started falling so hard, it feels like standing under a waterfall. I can barely make out the shapes of my crew as they struggle with rigging that's gone mad in the wind, ropes whipping through the air like angry serpents. "Captain!" Jorik's voice barely carries over the storm's roar. "The compass, it's spinning like a top. Can't get a bearing." Of course it is. Whatever force is driving this tempest doesn't want us to know which direction leads to safety. The fog presses closer, so thick now I can't see past the bow of my own ship. We're sailing blind through a nightmare that seems determined to tear us apart, plank by plank. Another wave, bigger than the others, rises out of the fog like a gray-green wall. I have just enough time to wrap both arms around Nilo and brace against the wheel before it crashes down on us with the weight of a collapsing building. The impact drives me to my knees, salt water pouring across the deck in icy torrents that would sweep a man overboard if he wasn't careful. When I manage to get back on my feet, spitting brine and shaking water from my eyes, the world has changed around us. Rocks, jagged black stones jutting up from water that was clear ocean just moments ago. They rise from the depths like the teeth of some massive predator, close enough to the hull that I can see barnacles clinging to their surfaces. "Hard to starboard!" I roar the order even as I spin the wheel, muscles straining against the current that seems determined to drive us straight into those waiting stones. "All hands, hard to starboard!" But the ship responds like she's fighting through molasses. Every inch we gain to the right, the current drags us 2 inches back toward the rocks. I can hear them now. The sound of water rushing around stone, the hollow boom of waves crashing against surfaces that could punch through our hull like paper. The fog swirls around us, and for just a moment I catch a glimpse of something in the water, a flash of blue-white light that pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat. Then it's gone, swallowed by the gray wall that seems to press closer with every passing second. "Papa, I'm scared." Nilo's voice is barely a whisper against my chest, his small body trembling with more than just cold. I know, little serpent. Just hold on to... The ship lurches sideways as we scrape against something underwater. Not the rocks, those are still ahead of us, but something else, something that shouldn't be there. The grinding sound of wood against stone fills the air, and I feel the vibration travel up through the deck and into my bones. We're taking on water. I can hear it rushing into the lower decks, the sound of the sea claiming what we've tried so hard to keep from her. Feher's pride lists to port, her balance shifting as her belly fills with the weight of our destruction. Abandon ship! The words tear themselves from my throat before I can stop them. 3 years I've captained this vessel, turned her from Zavrin's den of horrors into something approaching respectable. And now I'm watching her die beneath my feet, broken apart by forces I can't see or understand or fight. The crew moves with the efficiency of men who've drilled for this moment, but never believed it would come. Boats splash into the churning water, though how they expect to navigate through this chaos is beyond me. At least it's a chance, more than we'll have if we stay aboard. I'm reaching for the emergency kit when the deck tilts again, more sharply this time. Nilo slips in my arms as I fight for balance, his weight shifting as the world turns sideways around us. Hold on, little serpent, I've got... The words die in my throat as another wave crashes over us, this one coming from an impossible angle that sends water cascading across the deck like a miniature tsunami. The force of it hits me like a physical blow, driving me back against the wheel as salt water fills my mouth and nose. When the freezing water clears, my arms are empty. Nilo! His name tears from my throat in a roar that somehow cuts through the storm's fury. I spin wildly, searching the deck for any sign of his small form, any glimpse of those familiar scales that mark him as mine. Nothing. Just water rushing across tilted planks and fog pressing down like a living thing. Nilo! I dive toward where I last saw him, hands clawing at the water that's already ankle-deep across the deck. My fingers find nothing but empty air and the smooth wood that's betrayed us both. The fog swirls around me, so thick I can't tell stern from bow, up from down. Panic claws at my chest with talons sharper than any blade. In all the battles I've fought, all the storms I've weathered, all the moments when death seemed certain, I've never felt terror like this. It's not the clean fear of personal danger, it's something far worse, the absolute helplessness of a father who's failed to protect the one thing that matters more than his own life. The ship lurches again, throwing me against the rigging as another section of hull gives way to the inexorable pressure of the sea. Water pours through the breach like blood from a mortal wound, and I realize with crystalline clarity that Feher's pride is dying beneath my feet. But I don't care about the ship. I don't care about the crew or the cargo or my own survival. All that matters is finding my son, pulling his small body from whatever this storm has dragged him into. I throw myself over the side without thinking, without planning, driven by an instinct older and stronger than self-preservation. The water closes over my head like a cold fist, and suddenly I'm tumbling through liquid chaos with no sense of which direction leads to air and which leads to the crushing depths. The storm has followed me down here. Even underwater, I can feel the unnatural currents pulling at my body, spinning me like a leaf caught in a whirlpool. My lungs burn with the need for air, but every time I think I've found the surface, another current drags me deeper into the gray-green maze of churning water. Nilo. His name becomes a prayer, a desperate plea to whatever gods might be listening. Please, take me instead. Take anything you want, but let me find my son. But the storm doesn't answer prayers. It only laughs with the voice of wind and wave, dragging me deeper into its embrace while somewhere above, or below, or beside me in this liquid torture.
Chapter 11. Salira. The chaos is intoxicating. I hover beneath the churning surface, watching my storm tear Feher's pride apart plank by plank. The water carries their screams to me, muffled and desperate, sweeter than any song I've ever heard. 3 years I've waited for this moment. 3 years of methodically hunting down every Naga ship that dares cross these waters, sending their crews to the depths one by one. But this is different. This is him. The magic flows through me like liquid fire, responding to every thought, every surge of rage that's kept me alive since that night they threw me overboard like refuse. The waves rise at my command, each one precisely calculated to drive the ship closer to the jagged rocks I've pulled up from the seabed. The fog presses down with the weight of my fury, thick and choking, cutting off any hope of escape or rescue. This time of year used to be my favourite, with the lighting of the grand ember. Now it only stirs that need for me to get revenge, the kind I'm finally getting now. I watch a Naga sailor fall from the rigging, his serpentine tail thrashing uselessly as the current I've created drags him down. His eyes are wide with terror, pupils dilated with the certain knowledge of death. Perfect. They all deserve this. Every last one of them who stood by while their captain ordered women thrown to the depths like unwanted cargo. The ship groans as another wave crashes over her deck, and I feel the exact moment her hull finally surrenders to the pressure. Water rushes into her belly through the breach I've torn in her side, and she lists heavily to port. The crew scrambles like ants from a kicked hill, their coordinated efficiency crumbling under the weight of panic. Their fear tastes like justice on my tongue. Through the chaos, I catch sight of a familiar silhouette at the wheel. Tall, broad-shouldered, fighting desperately to save what can't be saved. Even through the fog and spray, I'd know that form anywhere. It's burned into my memory like a brand, every line and angle catalogued during those final moments before he threw me into the dark water. Veyron. The name sends a fresh surge of power through my veins, and the storm responds with renewed fury. Lightning forks across the sky in patterns that would be impossible in any natural tempest, illuminating the destruction in stark, hungry flashes. Thunder rolls overhead like the laughter of ancient gods, drowning out the screams of the dying. I rise closer to the surface, savouring every moment of his desperation. He spins the wheel with movements grown frantic, muscles straining against forces he can't comprehend or control. Good. Let him feel what it's like to be helpless, to have the sea turn against you when you need her most. The fog parts just enough for me to see his face clearly, still handsome in that cold, aristocratic way that marked him as nobility even then, but now carved with lines of stress and something that might be fear. His black eyes scan the water with increasing desperation, and I realise he's lost something in the chaos. Or someone. That's when I see him, small, helpless. A child no more than 2 years old, his tiny body flailing against the current with movements that speak of pure animal terror. Dark scales shimmer along his temples and arms, Naga heritage marking him as clearly as a signature. But his features are soft with youth, unmarked by the cruelty that defines his race. My magic falters, the storm wavers, waves losing their perfect coordination for just a moment as something fundamental shifts inside my chest. This isn't a warrior. This isn't one of the crew who stood silent while their captain condemned innocent women to death. This is a child, barely more than a baby, drowning in water I've turned against him. No, I cannot do this. I will not kill a child, no matter who his father might be. The rage that sustained me for 3 years crashes against this one immutable truth, like waves against stone. And for the first time since the temple's magic claimed me, I feel the storm slip from my control. Stop! I call to the water, but even I can't switch courses that fast. Can't bring the child to me with the wreckage surrounding us. My body moves before conscious thought takes hold. I cut through the wreckage with desperate strokes, fighting against the undertow I myself created. The temple's magic burns in my veins as I push through debris and foam, searching for that small form in the chaos. There, a flash of dark scales disappearing beneath a piece of shattered mast. I dive deeper, lungs filling with seawater that flows like air through my transformed body. The child tumbles past me, carried by currents that seem determined to drag him into the depths. I reach for him, fingers stretching toward his small hand, and miss. He slips away from me like smoke, caught in the pull of water that obeys my will even when my heart rebels against it. Panic floods my chest, sharp and foreign after years of cold calculation. I surge after him, magic crackling through the water as I fight my own storm to reach him. My fingers close around his ankle, just as he's about to disappear into the darker water below. His skin is warm despite the cold, scales smooth beneath my palm as I drag him against the current. He's unconscious now, small body limp in my arms, but I can feel the flutter of his heartbeat through the water, weak but steady. I break the surface in a spray of foam and salt, gasping more from shock than need as I cradle the child against my chest. His head lolls back, water streaming from his nose and mouth, and for a terrible moment I think I'm too late. "Come on," I murmur. "Please, breathe." Then he coughs, a small sound that somehow cuts through the storm's roar, and his eyes flutter open. They're black as his father's, but where Veyrin's gaze holds calculated coldness, this child's eyes are wide with confused terror. I'm moving before I realise it, striking out for the island that's been my refuge these past 3 years. The storm parts before me like curtains, responding to my will, even as my mind reels from what I've just done. Behind me, I can hear Feher's pride finally surrendering to the depths, her death rattles swallowed by waves and wind. But all of that fades to background noise as I fight through the surf toward the white sand beach that's been my sanctuary. The water parts its choppy currents to let me up onto the cool shore, and the child in my arms stirs weakly, though I worry he's swallowed too much seawater. I shove wet hair from my eyes as we break through the last line of waves, muscles burning from the effort of fighting my own magic. My feet find sand, and I'm stumbling toward shore when I freeze completely. On the beach, shoving himself upward as he whips around to stare into the sea frantically, stands a figure I know better than my own reflection. Tall, powerful, water streaming from dark scales that catch the lightning in flashes of violet. His black eyes lock with mine across the distance, and recognition crashes into my chest like a physical blow. Him. Verin stands there dripping and magnificent and alive, and I realise with crystalline clarity that my perfect revenge has just become something infinitely more complicated. In my arms, his son, because this has to be his son, the resemblance is unmistakable, stirs against my chest. The storm still rages overhead, but between us on this strip of white sand, the air goes deadly still.
Chapter 12. Veyrin. The water releases me like a grudging lover, salt burning my throat as I break the surface and gulp air that tastes of lightning and fury. It is absolutely freezing out, winter truly having set in the last few days. For a moment I'm spinning, disoriented, the world a blur of foam and darkness. Which way is up? Which way leads to... Nilo. His name cuts through the chaos in my mind like a blade. Everything else, the ship, the crew, my own survival, means nothing. The storm took him from my arms, ripped him away when that massive wave swept across the deck. And I need one moment to collect my bearings so I can dive back in and find him. My feet find sand beneath the surface, and I shove myself upward, muscles screaming as I break through the waves. Water streams from my scales as I haul myself onto the beach, chest heaving. The island materializes around me through sheets of rain. White sand, dense vegetation, completely unfamiliar. I don't give a damn where I am. I whirl toward the water, ready to dive back in, to search every inch of the depths until I find him. The storm still rages overhead, but I'll tear through it with my bare hands if I have to. Nilo is out there somewhere, and I won't stop until... That's when I see her. The world narrows to a single impossible sight. My vision tunnels, everything else falling away until there's only her, rising from the waves like something out of legend, water streaming from dark hair that catches the lightning in flashes of sea glass green. Celira. She's alive. The human girl I threw into the sea 3 years ago is walking out of the storm as though she owns it. But that's not what freezes me in place, not what sends shock racing through my veins like ice water. It's what she carries in her arms. Nilo. My son clings to her, tiny fingers wrapped around her arm as though she belongs to him. His small body is pressed against her chest, dark scales along his temples catching the light as his head lolls against her shoulder. Alive. He's alive. She's... Damn. The word tears from my throat, raw and breathless. She stops at the water's edge, and I get my first clear look at her face. Those green eyes that haunted my dreams ever since I threw her overboard stare back at me. But they're different now. Wilder. There's something in her gaze that wasn't there before. Power, rage, and beneath it all, something that might be recognition. Her skin has changed too. Where it was golden tan before, now blue runs through it in delicate patterns, like tide pools beneath the surface. She looks like the sea itself claimed her, marked her as its own. I should be terrified. Every instinct I've honed over years of survival screams that this is wrong, impossible, dangerous. She should be dead. I watched her sink beneath the waves, watched the rope drag her down into the dark. Yet here she stands, holding my son like she's his savior instead of his doom. But all I feel is a relief so profound it nearly drives me to my knees. Nilo! His name escapes as barely more than a whisper. I take a step forward, then another, my gaze fixed on his small form. He's breathing. I can see the rise and fall of his chest, the way his fingers flex against her arm. But his eyes are closed, his usual bright energy absent. She doesn't move, doesn't speak, just stands there watching me with those impossible green eyes, while my son, my everything, clings to her like she's the only solid thing in his world. Is he... I can't finish the question. My voice cracks on the words, betraying more than I ever intended to show. Thunder rolls overhead, and in the brief silence that follows, I hear it. Nilo's quiet breathing, the soft sound that tells me he's alive, just unconscious. The relief hits me again, stronger this time, and I have to lock my knees to keep from staggering. She gives me a sharp nod as she presses a hand to my son's chest. He spits out water and takes deeper breaths. My focus keeps jumping between them. I can't stop looking at either one of them. 3 years. 3 years I've thought of what I did to her, the image of her green eyes as she begged me not to throw her over. Not guilt. I don't do guilt, but something harder to define. A splinter under the skin that never quite healed. Celira. Her name feels strange on my tongue, foreign and familiar all at once, even though I don't think I've ever said it out loud. She tilts her head slightly, and I catch the way her throat works as she swallows. When she speaks, her voice is rougher than I remember, scraped raw by salt and time. Hello, Varen. Just that. 2 words that confirm what my eyes are telling me, but my mind still struggles to accept. She's real. She's here. She's alive. And she has my son. I take another step closer, hyper-aware of every movement, every breath. The storm still rages around us, but here on this strip of beach, the air feels charged with something else entirely. Recognition. History. The weight of choices that can't be undone. It's really you. The words come out flat, matter of fact, but inside my chest something is unraveling. The careful control I've built my life around cracking like ice in spring. My gaze drops to Nilo again, taking inventory. His color looks good despite the blue tinge to his lips. No visible injuries. His small chest rises and falls in the steady rhythm of sleep, not the shallow gasps of someone fighting for air. Whatever she did, however she pulled him from the water, she saved him. The woman I condemned to death saved my son's life. The irony would be laughable if I could feel anything beyond the strange mix of relief and shock coursing through my veins. I've seen men die for far less than what I did to her. I've killed them myself. Yet here she stands, cradling the most precious thing in my world like he's something sacred. Disappointed. Her words come out as a low hiss. I widen my eyes. No, but I understand the anger. Her lips curl back in a snarl that transforms her face into something feral, something that belongs to the depths rather than the shore. The sound that escapes her throat is raw, primal, like waves crashing against jagged rocks. Angry? The word drips from her mouth like venom. You think I'm angry? I take another step closer, and that's when it hits me. There's something different about her. Not just the obvious changes, the blue that runs beneath her skin like veins of liquid sapphire, but the way the very air around her seems charged. Water clings to her in ways that defy nature, droplets suspended along her arms and throat as though gravity holds no sway over them. They move with her breathing, pulsing like a second heartbeat. The rain that pounds the beach around us doesn't touch her the same way it touches me. Where it strikes my scales and runs off in rivulets, it seems to merge with her skin, disappearing into those blue channels that map her arms and face. She's not just wet from the storm, she's become part of it. Magic radiates from her in waves I can feel against my scales, raising the fine hairs along my arms. It's nothing like the controlled fire that flows through my veins. Nothing like the disciplined power I've spent years learning to contain. This is wild, untamed, vast as the ocean itself. The storm, I say, the pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. My gaze sweeps the churning water behind her, the way the waves seem to respond to her breathing, growing wilder when her chest rises. You caused it! Her laugh is bitter as brine. The sea saved me, Varen. After you threw me into its embrace like I was nothing more than garbage. She shifts Nilos' weight against her chest, and I watch those impossible droplets of water dance along her collarbone. It gave me the power for revenge. The water around her ankles begins to churn, foam rising higher than it should. The storm overhead grows heavier, lightning fracturing the sky in jagged scars. I feel it in my bones, the way the very air pressure changes, the way the wind shifts to answer some unspoken command. She did this, all of it. My ship, Feher's pride, torn apart by winds that shouldn't exist. My crew, men I've sailed with for years, swallowed by waves that rose like reaching hands. Kess, still so young and eager to prove himself, probably dead at the bottom of the sea. All of that I could forget. I could understand. But Nilo? My son, torn from my arms by water that obeyed her will. That I cannot. The fury that rises in me is white-hot, immediate. It burns through my chest like liquid fire, demanding action. I should rip Nilo from her arms. Should strike her down where she stands for what she's done, for the harm she's caused, for putting my son in danger. But Nilo's small fist tightens around a strand of her hair, and she shifts him with a tenderness that stops me cold. Her hand cups the back of his head, fingers gentle against his scales, and for a moment her expression softens into something almost protective. The shape of my world tilts, everything I thought I knew sliding sideways. She remembers me. I can see it in those green eyes, the recognition, sharp and painful. She knows exactly who I am, what I did to her 3 years ago. The way her jaw clenches, the way her breathing deepens when she looks at me, it all screams of a wound that never healed. And why should it? I threw her into the sea to die, watched the rope drag her down into the dark without a flicker of regret. I followed orders, did what needed to be done, and never looked back. Except I did look back. For years after, I couldn't get those green eyes out of my head. The way she told me her name like it was a gift, like she wanted someone to remember her when she was gone. Someone should know it. Her words from that night echo in my memory, and something twists in my chest. I push it down, bury it beneath the fury that's easier to understand. She nearly killed my son. Everything else, every complicated feeling, every sleepless night spent thinking about her, means nothing compared to that. You could have killed him. The words come out flat, controlled, but I can feel the fire building beneath my skin. My hands clench into fists, and I have to fight the urge to reach for Nilo. I need to gauge what she is thinking. To punish me. I could have, she agreed. How do I get him back in my arms? But my son did nothing to you. Neither did I. Her voice is rougher now, scraped raw. The water around her feet swirls faster, and I swear I can see shapes in it, reaching tendrils that mirror the movement of her arms. But that didn't stop you from condemning me to death. She's right. The knowledge sits like a stone in my gut, but I can't afford to acknowledge it. Not when Nilo's life hangs in the balance, not when she's proven what she's capable of. I followed orders. The excuse sounds hollow even to my own ears. You followed orders. She repeats my words like they taste foul. And I followed mine. The storm intensifies around us, wind whipping her hair across her face in dark streamers. Lightning illuminates her features in stark relief, casting shadows that make her look like something carved from the sea itself. Beautiful and terrible, and utterly foreign. But Nilo stirs against her chest, a soft sound escaping his lips, and her expression gentles again. She murmurs something too quiet to hear, her thumb stroking along his temple where the dark scales mirror my own. The contradiction fractures something inside me. This woman, this creature the sea has claimed and changed, holds my son like he's precious, like she would die before letting harm come to him. But she's also the storm that nearly drowned him, the fury that destroyed everything I've built. I don't know how to reconcile any of it. Don't know how to process the fact that she's alive when she should be bones on the ocean floor. Don't know what to do with the way she looks at me, like she sees straight through every wall I've built, every careful mask I wear. My crew, I say finally, because it's easier than confronting the rest. What happened to them? Her smile is sharp as broken shells. Ask the sea.
Chapter 13. Salira. The weight of Nilo in my arms anchors me to something I thought I'd lost: compassion. His small body trembles against my chest, and despite every burning ember of rage in my heart, I find myself adjusting my hold to shield him better from the wind. This changes everything. I came here for Veyrin's blood, spent 3 years perfecting my hatred, honing it like a blade until it cut clean through any softer feeling. The sea gave me power, and I used it to hunt down every Naga ship I could find, dragging them beneath the waves one by one. Always searching for him, always waiting for the moment I could watch the life drain from those onyx eyes. But I never accounted for this, for the small, trusting weight of a child who looks so much like his father. It's like staring at a miniature version of my tormentor. The storm's not letting up. I glance at the churning sky, feel the way the wind responds to my emotions, growing wilder as my thoughts spiral. With effort, I pull it back, gentling the gale until it's merely fierce instead of devastating. But even I have to ride out the storm once it starts. We need shelter. Veyrin's gaze sharpens. We? The pronoun slips out before I can stop it, and I curse myself for the weakness. But Nilo makes a soft sound in his sleep, his tiny fingers curling tighter around my arm, and my resolve crumbles a little more. This is my island. The words come out harsher than I intend, but I need the distance. Need to remember who I am, what he did to me. My territory. You'll follow my rules if you want to survive. His jaw tightens, but he nods once. Good. He understands the power dynamic here, even if he doesn't like it. I turn toward the dense vegetation that borders the beach, Nilo's weight familiar now against my chest. There's shelter inland. I can get food, fresh water. I pause, letting my next words carry the full weight of my disdain. For him. And for me. I don't look back. You can fend for yourself. The truth is, part of me still wants to watch him struggle. Wants to see him hungry, cold, desperate, the way I was when I sank beneath the waves with rope around my wrists. But Nilo's presence complicates everything. I can't let the child suffer for his father's sins. Even if I'd rather kill Veyrin right now, I won't rob a child of his father, terrible as he may be. I lead them through the vegetation, branches parting at my approach like they recognize something in me now. The sea's magic runs through everything on this island, the plants, the animals, the very air itself. It responds to my will, shapes itself around my needs. The shelter I've built over the years sits in a clearing surrounded by fruit trees that bear year-round. It's simple but sturdy. Walls of woven branches reinforced with driftwood, a roof that sheds rain without leaking. Large enough for several people, though I've never shared it with anyone before. Here. I settle onto the thick mat of woven kelp that serves as a bed, Nilo still cradled against me. His breathing has deepened, but I can still feel the dampness in his lungs, the way the water clings where it shouldn't. I press my palm to his small chest and let my magic flow. It's different from the wild fury I use to command storms, gentler, more precise. The sea within him responds to my call, drawing back through his airways until his breathing clears completely. The blue tinge fades from his lips, replaced by a healthy colour. Veyrin watches every movement, his massive frame filling the doorway. There's something in his expression I can't quite read. Relief mixed with something that might be gratitude. It makes my skin crawl. He'll be fine, I say curtly. Children are resilient. Thank you. My lip curls up in his response. I don't want his gratitude. Don't want the way his voice goes rough around the edges when he looks at his son. It makes him seem almost human, and I need him to be the monster. Need him to be the cold-eyed bastard who threw me overboard without a flicker of remorse. I ignore him and focus on Nilo instead. He's beautiful in the way children are, all soft curves and perfect skin, unmarked by the world's cruelty. His scales catch the filtered light that seeps through the shelter, dark violet like his father's, but somehow more innocent, more hopeful. A memory surfaces unbidden, my own childhood in Coral Bay, the way my mother used to stroke my hair when storms kept me awake at night. The gentle murmur of her voice promising that morning would come, that the sun would burn away all the shadows. I push the memory down, bury it beneath years of carefully cultivated rage. That girl is dead, has been dead since the moment rope bit into her wrists and salt water filled her lungs. Nilo's eyes flutter open, revealing dark pools that mirror his father's but lack the hard edge. He blinks up at me with the confusion of someone caught between sleep and waking. Then his small mouth curves into a smile that stops my heart. "Lady," he says, the word slightly slurred with sleep. His tiny hand reaches up to touch my face, fingers tracing the blue patterns that mark my skin. Pretty lady. Something cracks inside my chest. Some carefully constructed wall I've spent years building crumbles at the innocent wonder in his voice. He doesn't see a creature of vengeance when he looks at me. Doesn't see the fury or the magic or the blood on my hands. He just sees someone who pulled him from the water, someone safe. "What's your name, sweetheart?" The endearment slips out before I can stop it. I've heard Veyrin say it, but I don't want to even acknowledge his presence. Nilo. He struggles to sit up, still keeping one small hand pressed against my arm, like he's afraid I'll disappear. "Your name?" I glance toward the doorway where Veyrin still stands, watching this exchange with an intensity that makes my skin burn. His fists clench and unclench at his sides, and I realise he's fighting not to come closer, fighting not to reach for his son. Good. Let him suffer the distance. Let him wonder if I'll turn his child against him. Salira, I tell Nilo, smoothing back the hair that would grow if he were human. Instead, there's just smooth skin and the beginning of what will someday be a hood like his father's. Do you feel okay? He nods. I'm not a good swimmer. That's okay. I am. I give him a soft smile. The sea and I are old friends. Nilo's eyes widen with delight. You swim really fast? Like fish? Faster. I find myself smiling despite everything. Would you like to see? I come? The eagerness in his voice tugs at something I thought I'd buried. He's not afraid of the water, not afraid of what I am. There's no judgment in those dark eyes, no condemnation, just pure, childlike curiosity. Maybe when you're older, I say softly, when the storms aren't so fierce. He nods solemnly, then his stomach gives a soft rumble. I head for the trees nearby, ones that produce sweet, tropical fruit that grow wild on the island. The sea's magic keeps them fresh, perfectly ripe. Hungry? I break off a piece of something that tastes like sunshine and honey, offering it to him. Nilo takes it eagerly, juices running down his chin as he devours the fruit. Some of the tension leaves his small frame, and he settles more comfortably against me, like he belongs here, like this is natural. From the doorway, Veyrin makes a soft sound. When I look up, his expression is unreadable, but his hands shake slightly, like he's watching something he never expected to see. He's tired, I say, and it's true. Nilo's eyes are already drooping again, the trauma of the shipwreck and near drowning catching up with him. He needs rest. And warmth. Veyrin's voice carries a note of authority I don't appreciate. The temperature's dropping. As if to prove his point, Nilo shivers against me. I curse under my breath. I've been so focused on keeping him fed and breathing that I forgot about the cold. The storm brought winter with it, and my island, for all its magic, isn't immune to the season's bite, even if I am. Veyrin steps into the shelter without invitation, and I tense. But he doesn't come toward us. Instead, he holds out his hand, and flames spring to life in his palm. Not wild, destructive fire, but something controlled and warm. The temperature in the shelter rises immediately, and Nilo makes a content sound against my chest. Better? Veyrin asks, but he's looking at his son, not me. Nilo nods sleepily, then does something that makes my breath catch. He reaches out toward his father, tiny fingers grasping. Papa? The single word transforms Veyrin's face. All the hard lines soften, the cold control cracking to reveal something achingly tender underneath. He moves closer, slowly, like he's approaching a wild animal, and settles on the opposite side of the shelter. I'm here, little serpent, he murmurs, and the gentleness in his voice is a knife between my ribs. Papa's here. Nilo relaxes completely then, one hand still clutching my arm, while the other reaches toward his father. Safe between us, protected and warm and loved. The silence stretches while Nilo drifts back to sleep. I focus on his breathing, on the steady rise and fall of his small chest, rather than look at Veyrin. But I can feel his gaze on me, heavy and complicated. He likes you, he says finally. Children are foolish that way. The words come out sharper than I intend. They trust too easily. Is that what you were? Foolish for trusting. Trusting someone to help her. Trusting that I would hear her. I finally meet his gaze, let him see the full weight of my fury. I was foolish for thinking you might be different. For believing you when you said you wouldn't hurt me. His jaw tightens. I never said that. You didn't have to. The memory is crystal clear. Those moments on the deck before everything went messy. The way he'd looked at me, like he was seeing something he'd never expected. Your eyes did. He's quiet for a long moment, his flame casting dancing shadows across the shelter walls. Nilo sleeps peacefully between us, unaware of the tension crackling in the air like lightning about to strike. "Is this what you've been doing?" Verin asks eventually. "All these years?" "Wrecking ships." I don't flinch from the accusation. Don't soften it or make excuses. "Yes. How many?" "Enough." I let my magic spark along my skin, blue light dancing across the patterns that mark me as something other than human. The water in the air responds, gathering around my hands in impossible spirals. "I've been looking for you, Verin. Waiting for the day I could return the favour you did me." His eyes track the movement of water around my fingers, and I see the moment he truly understands what I've become. Not the helpless girl he threw overboard, but something else entirely. Something born of rage and salt water, and the sea's ancient power. And now, his voice is carefully neutral, "You've found me." Now. I look down at Nilo, at his peaceful face and trusting grip on my arm. Now everything's changed. The admission tastes like defeat on my tongue, but I can't take it back. Can't pretend that this small, innocent life hasn't shifted the entire landscape of my revenge. I came here to destroy Verin, and instead I've saved the thing he loves most. The irony would be funny if it didn't hurt so much.
Chapter 14. Verin. The second day dawns grey and bitter, salt spray stinging my face as I wake on the hard ground outside her shelter. I came out here when it was clear she wasn't leaving Nilo nor sleeping in my presence, and right now, I think she is better equipped at protecting him with the way the sea responds to her. So I left them a fire and came right outside. Every muscle in my body protests the cold, the dampness that seeped through my clothes and into my bones. But I don't complain. Don't ask for warmth or dry clothing or a place beside the fire. The things she's found for Nilo. I understand the rules of this game. Through the woven walls, I hear my son's laughter, bright and musical, echoing with that strange quality that marks him as mine. The sound should bring relief. Instead, it twists something sharp in my chest. He's laughing for her, finding joy with the woman who nearly drowned him. The irony tastes like copper on my tongue. I watch through gaps in the branches as she emerges from the shelter, Nilo perched on her hip like he belongs there. The blue patterns on her skin catch the pale morning light, shifting and flowing like tide pools beneath the surface. Her hair whips around her face in the wind, wild and untamed, streaked with that strange sea glass sheen that speaks of magic I can't comprehend. She's still human. I can see it in the way she moves, the familiar shape of her despite the otherworldly coloring. But the power that radiates from her, it's unlike anything I've encountered. Stronger than the storm callers of the northern seas, more precise than the weather workers who serve the naval fleets. She doesn't just command the water, she's part of it. "Fish?" Nilo asks, pointing toward the waves that crash against the shore. Salira nods, setting him down in the sand where he can watch. "Fish for breakfast." She walks to the water's edge, and I find myself rising to follow, telling myself it's because I need to see what she's capable of, need to understand the extent of her power so I can plan our escape. But that's a lie, and I know it. I can't stop watching her. The draw to her has clung to me since I first saw her. The way she moves is hypnotic, fluid and purposeful, like she's dancing with the sea itself. She extends one hand toward the waves, and the water responds immediately. It rises to meet her palm, forming impossible spirals that climb toward the sky before settling into a perfect sphere hovering above her fingers. "Come," she says, and her voice carries an otherworldly resonance that makes my skin prickle. "Come to me." The water pulses once, twice, then disperses back into the waves. For a moment, nothing happens. Then the sea erupts with silver bodies, fish of every size and shape, leaping through the air in graceful arcs before landing in the shallow pools she somehow carved into the sand with a gesture. Nilo claps his hands in delight. Magic fish. Just fish, Celira corrects gently, but there's a smile in her voice. The sea provides what we need. She selects several of the larger ones, and the rest somehow find their way back to deeper water. Another impossibility made casual by her touch. I've seen powerful magic before, wielded it myself, but nothing like this. Nothing so effortless, so complete. Cook them, she says without looking at me, carrying her catch toward the shelter. It's not a request. I want to refuse on principle. Want to assert some measure of control in this situation where I have none. But Nilo needs food, needs the warmth that comes from hot meals and full bellies. So I swallow my pride and gather driftwood for a fire. The flames spring to life at my touch, and I take grim satisfaction in the way Celira's eyes narrow. She's not the only one with power here, even if ours are so different. While the fish cook, I watch her build. She's reinforcing the shelter, adding walls that didn't exist yesterday. But she's not using tools or rope or any conventional methods. Instead, she walks the beach, collecting driftwood that seems to leap into her hands, pieces that fit together with impossible precision, joints that seal themselves without nails or binding. The sea offers her everything she needs, brings her materials like a devoted servant eager to please. It should be beautiful, this harmony between woman and ocean. Instead, it makes my jaw clench with something that might be jealousy. She's chosen, protected, beloved by forces I can't begin to understand, and I threw her to those same forces like she was nothing. Papa, look! Nilo tugs on my leg, pointing to where Celira is weaving kelp into blankets with movements too quick for my eyes to follow. Pretty lady make bed. I see. The words come out rougher than I intend, because I do see. I see too much. The graceful line of her neck as she bends over her work. The way her newly blue-tinged skin seems to glow from within. The unconscious sensuality in every movement, like the sea itself flows through her veins. She glances up and catches me staring. Our eyes lock for a heartbeat too long, and something electric passes between us. The same pull that drew me to her on the ship's deck 3 years ago, stronger now and infinitely more dangerous. Her lips part slightly, and I see her pulse jump at the base of her throat. Then her expression hardens, the moment shattered by memory and rage. Your fish is burning, she says coldly. Turn back to the fire, cursing myself for the lapse, for the way my body responds to her proximity despite everything between us, for the heat that has nothing to do with flames and everything to do with the woman who should be my enemy. The third day brings rain, and with it, a demonstration of just how complete her control over this place really is. I wake to find the shelter perfectly dry despite the downpour, as if the water simply refuses to touch anything she doesn't want it to. Meanwhile, I'm soaked to the bone within minutes of stepping outside. She's making hot soup somehow. Vegetables and roots that shouldn't exist on a remote island, seasoned with herbs that grow impossibly lush despite the winter cold. The smell makes my stomach clench with hunger, but she only offers it to Nilo. Cicely, my son says around a mouthful of broth. Why Papa wet? She glances at me through the shelter's entrance, and I see the calculation in her green eyes, the deliberate choice to let me suffer. Your Papa is strong, she tells him. He doesn't need help staying warm. But then Nilo shivers despite the magical warmth surrounding him, and she's instantly alert. Her hand presses to his forehead, checking for fever that isn't there. The concern in her touch is genuine, maternal. It makes something twist in my chest, part gratitude, part something darker I don't want to name. More blanket? She asks him. He nods, and she pulls another impossible creation from thin air, or rather from seaweed and driftwood and whatever else the ocean offers her. This one is softer than the last, woven with silver threads that might be fish scales but look soft. She wraps him carefully, completely, leaving only his face visible. Like she's protecting him from the entire world, including me. "Tell me story," Nilo asks, settling against her shoulder with the easy trust of a child who's never known betrayal. "What kind of story?" "Brave story, with fighting." Salira's laugh is soft and rough, damaged by salt water, but still beautiful. "I know a story about a girl who fought the sea and won." "Really? Really?" Her voice takes on a hypnotic quality, and I find myself drawn closer despite my better judgment. "She was taken from her home by terrible people who wanted to hurt her. They tied her up and threw her into the deepest, darkest water they could find. You..." My hands clench into fists. She's talking about what I did to her, turning it into a fairy tale for my son. But there's no accusation in her voice, no attempt to poison Nilo against me. It's just a story about survival, about transformation. "But the sea loved her," she continues, smoothing back hair that will never grow on his scaled head. "Loved her courage and her refusal to give up. So instead of letting her drown, it gave her power, made her part of something bigger and stronger than any ship or storm." "What power?" "The power to command water, to breathe beneath the waves, to call fish and calm storms. And..." She gestures, and droplets of rain suddenly hang suspended in the air around us, forming intricate patterns before dissolving back into mist. "To make the impossible possible." Nilo's eyes are wide with wonder. "She magic?" "She's magic," Salira confirms. "And she uses that magic to protect people who can't protect themselves. Like you're protecting him, I think, but don't say. Because that's what she's doing, isn't it? Using her impossible power to keep my son safe and fed and warm, giving him stories and laughter and the kind of gentle attention I've never been able to provide." The realization sits heavy in my chest. Nilo is thriving under her care in ways he never has with me. I can protect him, provide for him, teach him to survive. But I can't give him this easy affection, this nurturing warmth. I don't know how. "More story," Nilo demands sleepily. "Tomorrow," she promises. He settles against her with a contented sigh, and within minutes his breathing deepens into the rhythm of true rest. He's so exhausted after yesterday. Salira continues to hold him, one hand stroking the smooth scales of his head with infinite patience. She should look ridiculous. This creature of power and vengeance reduced to a nursemaid. Instead, she looks right. Like this is what she was meant to do. The thought makes me want to break something. "Why?" The word escapes before I can stop it. She looks up, eyes reflecting the firelight like a cat's. "Why what?" "Why take care of him? You came here to kill me. He's just..." I struggle with the words, with admitting this weakness aloud. "He's the thing I love most. Hurting him would hurt me more than any death you could devise." Her expression doesn't change, but something flickers in her eyes. Pain, maybe, or understanding I don't deserve. "Because he's innocent," she says simply. "Because he's a child who didn't choose his father." I swallow that response down. She could destroy me right now. Turn my son against me, poison him with stories of what I've done. Could make him see me as the monster I am. Instead, she's protecting him. From the cold, from hunger, from the truth of what his father is. "I could make you comfortable too," she says quietly. "Warm and dry and fed. If you asked." The offer hangs between us like a blade. She's not just talking about physical comfort, and we both know it. She's talking about surrender, about admitting I need her, depend on her, submit to her power. "I won't beg." "I know." There's something almost like respect in her voice. "You're too proud for that, too controlled." She's right, and we both know it. I've built my entire life on discipline and self-reliance, on never showing weakness, never admitting need. The idea of asking her for anything makes my skin crawl. But watching her with Nilo, seeing the way she transforms in his presence, it's breaking something inside me. Some carefully constructed wall I've spent years building. She's still the woman I threw overboard, still the enemy who wrecked my ship and nearly killed my crew. But she's also the woman holding my son like he's precious, like he matters more than her revenge. And I can't reconcile those two truths without losing my mind. Instead, I turn my focus on my clothes now that the storm has stopped. I lift my hand and let the fire magic flow through me, steam rising from my soaked clothes as the water evaporates in controlled waves. The heat feels good against my skin, familiar and comforting in ways this cursed island isn't. When I'm finally dry, I tilt my head back and study the gray sky, watching the clouds gather and shift like old friends. Should be starting soon, I murmur, more to myself than to her. What should be starting? I glance toward the shelter where she's still holding Nilo, his small body relaxed in sleep against her chest. The sight of them together does something complicated to my insides, but I push that aside. Frosts begin. The winter celebration. I gesture toward the sky where the clouds are taking on that particular weight that speaks of storms brewing. 3 days of feasting and stories. Lanterns in the rigging. Songs that go back generations. I was. The words stick for a moment. I was looking forward to showing him this year. Really showing him, somewhat old enough to understand, or at least have fun. She's quiet for a long moment, her fingers still moving in slow circles against Nilo's scaled head. When she speaks, her voice carries a strange note, not quite wistful, but something close. What does your celebration involve? Stories mostly. Tales of fair and the sea of why we honor the winter storms instead of hiding from them. I feed more driftwood to the fire, watching the flames dance higher. Gifts too, though on a ship they're usually small things. Carved trinkets, rare shells found in distant waters. But the stories matter more. Each one chosen carefully, polished smooth by countless tellings. Sounds. She pauses, her green eyes distant. Sounds like home. There's pain in those words, old and deep. I find myself asking before I can think better of it. What did you do? Before? You must have had a winter celebration. The Grand Ember. Her voice grows stronger, more certain. One massive bonfire in the center of the village square, built from wood donated by every family. Children would dance around it while the grandparents told stories of winters past. The smell of roasted root vegetables and honey cakes, fiddles and drums. She trails off, but I can see it in her eyes. The memory of something lost forever. Her village is gone. Her people dead or scattered. The life she knew reduced to ash and salt water. Each family brought what they could, she continues, and there's steel in her voice now. Those with plenty shared generously, those with little contributed what they were able. No one went hungry during the Ember Festival. No one went cold. I study her face, seeing the way her jaw tightens, the anger that never quite leaves her eyes, even when she's being gentle with Nilo. She's remembering not just what she lost, but why she lost it. Because of raiders. Because of ships like mine. Because of men like me. But then Nilo shifts in her arms, making a small sound of contentment, and her expression softens again. She looks down at him with something that might be wonder, like she can't quite believe she's capable of this tenderness. "You should have a celebration," she says quietly. The words surprise me. After everything between us, the last thing I expected was for her to care about Nilo's traditions, about giving him something good. We could... I start, then stop. The idea forming in my mind seems impossible given our circumstances, given what we are to each other. What? Combine them. The words feel strange in my mouth. Your Grand Ember and Frost begin. Make something for him. She's very still for a long moment, weighing my words. I can see the conflict playing across her features, the part of her that wants to give Nilo joy warring with the part that wants to deny me anything resembling peace. Finally, she nods. For him. Not for me. Never for me. But for a 2-year-old who deserves better than to be caught between our hatred. I'll need more wood, I say, already planning. Something bigger than what we've been using. The sea will provide. And it does. As we work together, carefully maintaining distance, never touching, driftwood washes ashore in perfect pieces. Smooth logs that fit together like puzzle pieces, branches that seem designed for decoration. She doesn't call it forth the way she summoned the fish. Instead, it simply appears when needed, as if the ocean itself is eager to help. I build the fire while she weaves. Her hands move with impossible speed and grace, turning kelp and seaweed into garlands that shimmer with an otherworldly beauty. She creates something that looks almost like the shell decorations we'd hang from the rigging, but better. More alive, more connected to the sea itself. We don't talk much. Don't need to. There's a strange harmony in our separate tasks, like we're both working toward the same goal for the first time since this began. When Nilo wakes, the transformation is complete. The fire burns higher than should be possible, fed by my magic and somehow enhanced by hers. Garlands drape between makeshift posts driven into the sand, and the smell of roasted fish mingles with something sweeter. Root vegetables she somehow coaxed from the island's soil. Fire! Nilo claps his hands, his onyx eyes reflecting the flames. Big fire. It's called the Grand Ember, Salira tells him, settling him in her lap near the warmth. And it's the beginning of winter. Frosts begin, I add, taking my place across from them. Close enough to share the fire's warmth, far enough that I'm not crowding her space. A time for stories and celebration. Nilo looks between us with the kind of innocent excitement that makes my chest tight. He doesn't understand the tension that hums beneath our careful cooperation. Doesn't see the way Salira's eyes keep flicking to me when she thinks I'm not looking, or the way mine linger on her when I should be watching the flames. He just sees his father and the woman who's been caring for him, working together to give him something special. Stories? He asks hopefully. Stories, I confirm, and begin. I tell him about Fair, the great sea spirit who watches over those who respect the ocean's power. About the first winter storm and how it taught the ancient peoples to honor the sea's moods instead of fighting them. I keep the tale simple, appropriate for a child's understanding, stripping away the darker elements about storms that devour ships and waters that claim the unwary. Salira listens, her expression unreadable. But when I finish the tale of the storm rider who learned to dance with the waves instead of conquering them, she nods approvingly. In my village, she says, her voice taking on that storytelling cadence, we told different tales. About the families who came together when times were hard. About communities that survived winter through kindness and sharing. She tells him about the first Grand Ember, lit by a group of strangers who became family through the warmth they shared. About children who learned that true strength comes not from power over others, but from lifting others up when they fall. Her stories are gentler than mine, but no less powerful. And as she speaks, I find myself caught by more than just her words. The firelight dances across her features, highlighting the blue patterns that flow beneath her skin like living art. Her voice, rough from salt water but still musical, weaves pictures in the air that I can almost see. Nilo is transfixed, hanging on every word. But I catch her glancing at me between sentences, her green eyes holding something I can't quite name. Not quite forgiveness, we're nowhere near that. But not pure hatred either. Awareness, maybe. Recognition of what we're building here in this strange truce. When the stories wind down, she produces more impossible food. Sweet things that taste like honey cakes, though I have no idea how she's managed it. Nilo devours everything with the enthusiasm of a child who's never had to wonder where his next meal might come from. More fire, he asks as the flames begin to settle. I feed them with my magic, watching them leap higher. The warmth spreads outward, pushing back the winter chill that's been seeping into my bones for days. For the first time since arriving on this island, I feel not comfortable exactly, but not entirely unwelcome either. Pretty, Nilo declares, pointing to the garlands that catch and reflect the firelight. Selly make pretty. She did, I agree, and mean it. Whatever magic she's woven into those decorations, they transform this stretch of beach into something that actually feels festive, celebratory, like home, if I had any idea what that word meant anymore. Selira's eyes meet mine across the fire, and for a moment the mask slips. I see her clearly, not the vengeful sea witch or the protective caretaker, but the woman underneath, the one who responds to the pull between us despite every reason not to. Her lips part slightly, and I watch her pulse jump at the base of her throat. The firelight turns her skin to gold and copper, makes the blue patterns shimmer like scales. She's beautiful in ways that make my teeth ache, and dangerous in ways that should terrify me. Instead, I find myself leaning forward slightly, drawn by something stronger than logic or self-preservation.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 15. Selira. The sun bleeds orange and red across the horizon as we settle around our grand ember, the fire crackling with Veyrin's magic and my own impossible provisions. I've managed to brew something warm and spiced from roots the island offered. Sweet with hints of warm spices that shouldn't exist here, but do because the sea provides what I need. Nilo curls against my side, his small body radiating contentment as he sips from the carved shell I've fashioned into a cup. The liquid steams in the cooling air, and for the first time in 3 years, I feel something dangerously close to peace. Good drink, Selly, Nilo murmurs, his onyx eyes heavy with approaching sleep. Drink slow, I tell him, smoothing my hand over his scaled head. Let it warm you from the inside. Across the fire, Veyrin watches us with an expression I can't quite read. The flames dance across his features, highlighting the sharp angles of his face and the way his dark eyes seem to drink in everything. He holds his own cup carefully, steam rising between his fingers like offerings to the night sky. The silence between us has shifted over these past hours, still charged, still dangerous, but less hostile somehow, as if the act of creating this celebration together, for Nilo, always for Nilo, has worn down some of the razor edges of our hatred. I should be more careful, should remember what he did to me, what he represents. But the warmth of the fire and the weight of the child against my side makes vigilance feel like a luxury I can afford to set aside, just for tonight. The island stretches around us in the gathering darkness, shadows lengthening between the palm fronds and dense vegetation. I've grown so accustomed to its rhythms over the past 3 years, the way the wind shifts with the tides, the sounds of birds settling for the night, the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. It's been quiet, peaceful, a sanctuary where nothing larger than a rabbit has ever disturbed my solitude. I should have remembered that peace is a fragile thing, that celebrations draw attention from those who weren't invited. The attack comes without warning, a dark shape exploding from the tree line with a snarl that makes my blood freeze. Massive, cat-like but wrong somehow, with too many teeth and eyes that reflect the firelight like molten gold. Its fur is dark as midnight, striped with patches that seem to absorb light entirely, and claws that gleam like polished bone. A shadow cat. I've heard sailors speak of them in whispered tones. Predators that hunt the remote islands of the outer seas, drawn by fire and the scent of warm blood. Magic floods my veins instantly, power rising to meet the threat. Water responds to my call, pulling itself from the air, from the sand, from the very moisture in our breath. I shape it into whips of ice and pressure, ready to tear the creature apart. But Veyrin is already moving. His blade appears in his hand as if summoned, curved steel that catches the firelight and throws it back in deadly arcs. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't pause to think or plan, just flows forward with the lethal grace of a predator meeting his equal. The shadow cat's claws rake across his arm, drawing blood that looks black in the dancing light. But Veyrin doesn't flinch, doesn't give ground. His fire magic erupts around the blade, turning it into a brand that hisses through the air. "Get Nilo!" he roars, ducking under a swipe that would have taken his head off. "Get him and run!" I should listen, should grab the child and disappear into the island's depths where my magic can hide us until the danger passes. That's what any rational person would do. Instead, I find myself moving toward the fight. My water whips crack through the air, wrapping around the creature's hind legs and yanking it off balance just as it prepares to pounce on Veyrin's exposed back. The shadow cat yowls in fury, twisting with impossible flexibility to snap at the bonds holding it. "What are you doing?" Veyrin's voice carries a note of genuine shock, even as he presses his advantage, driving the burning blade toward the creature's exposed flank. I don't answer because I don't have an answer. Don't understand why I'm here instead of safely hidden with Nilo. The logical part of my mind screams that this is my chance. Let the beast finish what I started. Let it tear apart the man who threw me to the depths. But my body won't listen to logic, won't let me turn away. The shadow cat breaks free of my water bonds, with a surge of raw strength, spinning to face this new threat. Its golden eyes fix on me with predatory intelligence, and I see the moment it decides I'm the easier target. It launches itself at me with fluid power, claws extended, jaws gaping wide enough to crush my skull. I don't back down, can't back down. The sea's power flows through me like liquid lightning, and I shape it into a spear of pure ice that meets the creature mid-leap. The impact drives it sideways, but not before its claws rake across my shoulder, tearing fabric and skin. The pain is sharp and bright, but the sea's magic is already working to heal the wounds. I feel the flesh knitting itself back together, even as warm blood soaks through my torn sleeve. Veyrin appears at my side before the shadow cat can recover, his blade weaving patterns of fire and steel that force the creature back. We move together without planning, without discussion. My magic flowing around his strikes, his blade finding openings my attacks create. It's like dancing with destruction. Like we've fought together 100 times before instead of being enemies who can barely stand each other's presence. The shadow cat is fast, cunning, deadly. But it's alone, and we are something else. Something more than the sum of our individual parts. My water becomes steam at his touch, obscuring the creature's vision, while his fire turns my ice into weapons that strike from unexpected angles. When it lunges for me, he's there to intercept. When it tries to circle behind him, my magic drives it back into the reach of his blade. The end comes suddenly. The shadow cat overextends, drawn by the scent of Nilo's fear from the shelter behind us. My water whip catches its front paws, while Veyrin's burning blade finds the soft spot beneath its jaw. The creature's death cry echoes across the beach before cutting off abruptly. It collapses in a heap of midnight fur and cooling blood, golden eyes going dim as the last of its life fades away. Silence rushes in to fill the space left by violence. The only sounds are our ragged breathing and the eternal whisper of waves against sand. We're standing too close. When did that happen? I can feel the heat radiating from his skin, can smell the copper and fire scent that clings to him after battle. His chest rises and falls with the rhythm of controlled exhaustion, and there's blood on his knuckles where the creature's claws found their mark. He's looking at me with something that might be wonder. Shock, certainly, as if he can't quite believe I stayed to fight beside him instead of leaving him to face the threat alone. Honestly, I can't believe it either. You didn't run. His voice is rough, barely above a whisper. No. The word comes out breathier than I intended. I didn't. His dark eyes search my face, looking for answers I don't have. Why? The question hangs between us like a blade. I should tell him it was for Nilo, that I couldn't risk the child being hurt if the shadow cat overwhelmed his father. That would be the safe answer, the one that doesn't reveal too much. But the lie sticks in my throat, because the truth is more complicated, more dangerous than I want to admit. The truth is that seeing him in danger did something to me, something that had nothing to do with strategy or protecting his son, and everything to do with the way my heart clenched when those claws raked across his arm. The words won't come, can't come, because admitting why I stayed means admitting that 3 years of hatred haven't killed whatever drew me to him in the first place. He takes a step closer, and I should move away, should put distance between us before this moment becomes something I can't take back. But my feet seem rooted to the sand, and my pulse is hammering against my throat for reasons that have nothing to do with the battle we just survived. His hand lifts slowly, fingers hovering just inches from my cheek. You're bleeding. I touch my shoulder where the shadow cat's claws found their mark, feeling the torn fabric and the tender skin beneath. It's healing. The sea's gift. Yes. But I'm not thinking about magic or healing or any of the impossible things that mark me as other. I'm thinking about the way the firelight catches in his onyx eyes, the way his presence seems to fill all the space around me until there's nothing else in the world but him. This is madness. This is everything I swore I'd never feel again. But when he steps closer still, when his breath brushes against my cheek and his scent surrounds me like smoke and promises, I don't pull away. His lips are so close to mine that I can feel their warmth, can taste the spiced drink on his exhale. For one reckless, impossible moment, I forget why I should hate him. Forget everything except the pull that's existed between us since that first night on his ship. The air hums with electricity, not magic, but something more primal, more dangerous, 1 inch, less than 1 inch, and this careful balance we've built would shatter completely. The realization hits me like cold water, shocking me back to my senses. I jerk away, putting space between us before I do something that will destroy us both. Selly? Nilo's voice carries from the shelter, small and frightened. Papa. Where you go? The sound of his fear cuts through the moment like a blade, reminding me of what matters, what's real. I can't afford to lose myself in whatever this is with his father, not when he needs me to be steady, to be safe. I'm here, I call back, my voice rougher than I'd like. I'm coming. I don't look at Veyrin as I walk away, can't risk seeing whatever expression might be on his face. But I feel his eyes on me as I duck into the shelter, feel the weight of the moment we almost shared pressing against my shoulders like a physical thing. Nilo is curled in his makeshift bed, eyes wide with the kind of fear that only children can feel when the adults around them are in danger. I sit beside him, letting him curl against my side while I smooth my hand over his scaled head. Big scary noise, he whispers. It's gone now, I promise him. Your papa and I made sure it won't come back. Papa, okay? I glance toward the shelter's entrance, where I can see Veyrin's silhouette moving around the shadow cat's body. Papa's fine. He's very brave. The words taste strange in my mouth, but they're true. Whatever else Veyrin might be, whatever he's done to me, he didn't hesitate to put himself between that creature and his son. Didn't think twice about facing down a predator that could have killed him. You brave too, Nilo says, his small hand clutching at my shirt. You fight monster. Sometimes we have to fight monsters to protect the people we love. The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more truth than I'm comfortable with. I do love this child. Somewhere in the past few days, between his innocent laughter and trusting smiles, he's worked his way past every defense I've built. He's not just Veyrin's son anymore. He's become something precious to me in his own right. And that realization is almost as terrifying as the moment I almost kissed his father. Sleep now, I tell him, pulling the seaweed blankets up to his chin. I'll stay right here. He settles against me with a sigh of contentment, his breathing gradually evening out as exhaustion claims him. But I remain awake, listening to the sounds from outside, the scrape of steel against bone, the methodical work of someone who knows how to break down a kill. Part of me wants to go back out there, wants to face whatever's left of that charged moment between us and deal with it like the adult I'm supposed to be. But a larger part of me knows that some things are too dangerous to confront, some truths too destructive to acknowledge. So I stay where I am, holding a child who trusts me completely, and try not to think about the way Veyrin's breath felt against my skin. Try not to remember how desperately I wanted to close that final inch between us.
Chapter 16. Veyrin. The Shadowcat's hide lies stretched between two palm trees, dark fur gleaming wetly in the firelight. I've salvaged what meat I can, enough to last us several days if we're careful, and drag the carcass well into the jungle where the scent won't draw other predators to our camp. The work helps quiet my mind, gives my hands something to do besides remember the way Celira's skin felt when I almost touched her face. But now, sitting outside of the shelter with the fire crackling low, there's nothing left to distract me from the memory of that moment. How close I came to kissing her. How badly I wanted to. 3 years. 3 years of her face haunting my dreams, of green eyes that accused me in the dark hours before dawn. I'd convinced myself it was guilt, the weight of what I'd done to her eating away at my conscience. But seeing her again, fighting beside her, watching the way she protects my son, it was never guilt. It was something far more dangerous. The Shadowcat's attack brought that truth into sharp focus. This island isn't the sanctuary I thought it was. The sea protects Celira, grants her power and healing, but Nilo and I are just flesh and blood, vulnerable. If another predator comes, something larger, hungrier, we might not be so lucky. I should be planning our departure, figuring out how to get us off this island before something else decides we look like easy prey. Instead, I'm sitting here thinking about the way Celira moved during the fight. Fluid as water, deadly as a storm, beautiful in her fury. The soft scuff of bare feet on sand makes me look up. Celira emerges from the shelter, her hair catching the firelight like spun copper and bronze. She's changed clothes, traded her torn shirt for something that flows around her like sea foam, leaving her arms bare except for the faint blue patterns that trace her skin. I feed more driftwood to the fire, coaxing the flames higher until they cast dancing shadows across the beach. She moves with that same fluid grace I remember from the fight, settling onto the sand across from me with careful space between us. "Nilo, all right?" The words come out rougher than I intended. "Sleeping." Her voice carries the soft rasp that salt water left behind. He was frightened, but children forget quickly when they feel safe. Safe. The word sits heavy between us. She makes him feel safe. This woman who has every reason to hate me, who could have let that Shadowcat tear me apart and claim justifiable revenge. You didn't have to save him. I lean forward, elbows on my knees, studying her face in the firelight. Didn't have to stay and fight. Her green eyes meet mine, and I see the same confusion there that's been eating at me. I know. You came here to destroy me. I get that. I probably deserve it. The admission tastes like ash in my mouth, but it's true. But you saved him anyway. Protected him, thank you. She looks away, staring into the flames as if they might hold answers. He's innocent. Too innocent to pay the price for this world's cruelty. The pain in her voice cuts deeper than any blade. She's thinking about herself, about the innocence that was stolen from her in that ship's hold, the life that was ripped away when I threw her into the sea. I shift closer, drawn by an impulse I can't name. I'd still like to thank you, Varen, for everything, for pulling him from the water when you could have let him drown, for keeping him safe these past days, for fighting beside me tonight. My voice drops lower, more honest than I've been in years, for letting me see what kind of woman you really are. She turns back to me, those green eyes wide with something that might be surprise, or fear. The space between us feels charged, electric with the same energy that crackled during our fight. I lean closer, drawn by a pull I stopped trying to resist the moment I saw her rise from the waves. Celira. Her name on my lips sounds like a prayer, like an apology I don't know how to voice. She doesn't pull away. Doesn't move at all except for the slight part of her lips, the quick intake of breath that tells me she feels it too. This dangerous thing building between us. 3 years of dreams. 3 years of wanting something I thought was lost forever. I close the distance. The first touch of my lips to hers is gentle, questioning. A request instead of a demand. For one heartbeat, she's still beneath me, and I think I've miscalculated everything. Then she kisses me back. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
When she finally looks at me, her green eyes are bright with unshed tears. Not regret, I hope, because this feels like something deeper. Like she's exorcised some demon that's been haunting her for years.
Chapter 17. Celira. The moment our breathing steadies, shame crashes over me like a rogue wave. What have I done? I push myself off him, my legs shaking as I stand. The sand clings to my skin, gritty reminders of what just happened. Of how I let myself fall apart in his arms, let him touch me, taste me, fill me until I forgot everything except the fire between us. Celira! Don't! The word cuts through the night air like a blade. I can't look at him, can't bear to see whatever expression might be on his face. Satisfaction, pity, or worse, tenderness. I gather my scattered clothes with trembling hands, pulling fabric over skin that still burns with his touch. Every nerve ending screams betrayal. 3 years. 3 years of planning revenge, of nurturing my hatred like a flame, and I threw it all away for what? A moment of pleasure with the man who destroyed my life. You don't understand, he starts. I understand perfectly. My voice comes out steady despite the chaos raging inside me. I used you. That's all this was. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I force it out anyway. Because the alternative, admitting that some part of me wanted this, wanted him, is unthinkable. Varen's eyes search my face in the firelight, and I see the exact moment he decides not to push. Smart man. Smarter than I gave him credit for. I turn away before he can say anything else, before the carefully constructed walls around my heart crumble completely. The ocean calls to me, its voice a soothing whisper that promises absolution from the fire burning under my skin. My feet find the familiar path down to the water's edge. The waves lap at my ankles, then my knees, welcoming me home with cool fingers that wash away the heat of shame and desire. This is where I belong, not in the arms of the man who threw me to my death, no matter how my traitorous body responds to his touch. The salt water flows into my lungs like air, and immediately the chaos in my mind begins to settle. Down here, beneath the waves, I can think clearly, can remember who I am and why I'm here. I am vengeance. I am the sea's chosen daughter, born from drowning and baptized in rage. I am not some lovesick fool who melts at the first touch of rough hands and gentle words. But even as I tell myself this, my body still hums with the memory of his mouth on mine. Still aches in places he touched, stretched, filled. The taste of him lingers on my tongue like wine, and I hate myself for wanting more. Shame burns hotter than the anger ever did, hotter than the storm that raged when I thought I was drowning, because anger is clean, pure. This twisted knot of desire and self-loathing is something else entirely. I need an outlet, need to remind myself what I really am. My voice rises in a wordless song, carried by the current and salt. The ocean responds immediately, recognizing its daughter's call. Waves begin to build around me, growing taller and more violent with each note. The familiar thrill of power courses through my veins, washing away the last traces of Veyrin's touch. This is who I am. This is what he made me. The song grows stronger, more demanding. I reach out with senses that have nothing to do with sight or sound, searching the dark waters for prey. There, a ship cutting through the night several miles out, its crew sleeping peacefully in their hammocks, unaware that death approaches on the tide. Naga, by the shape of their vessel. Perfect. I pour my rage into the song, my shame and confusion transforming into something deadly. The waves around me surge higher, responding to emotions I can't contain. Lightning flickers in the distance as storm clouds gather with impossible speed. The ship fights the sudden squall, its crew scrambling to reef sails and secure rigging. But they're too late. My power wraps around their vessel like grasping fingers, dragging it toward the jagged rocks that rise from the sea like broken teeth. I surface near the ship, treading water as easily as walking on land. My voice carries over the howling wind, weaving confusion into the minds of the crew. They see things that aren't there, safe harbours where only rocks wait, calm waters where waves tower like mountains. The captain shouts orders that his men can't follow. Their compass spins wildly, pointing toward destruction, while they believe it guides them to safety. I watch with cold satisfaction as panic spreads across the deck. This is justice. This is what they deserve for what their kind did to me, to all those women who disappeared into the ship's hold and never came home. The vessel strikes the rocks with a sound like thunder. Wood splinters and screams pierce the night as the hull tears open. Bodies spill into the churning water, some still alive, others already claimed by the violence of the wreck. I dive deep, following them down. This is where the real work begins. The first sailor I find is young, barely more than a boy. His eyes are wide with terror as he realizes he can't reach the surface, can't escape the inexorable pull of the deep. I wrap my arms around him, holding him under as he struggles, and for a moment I feel nothing but grim satisfaction. Then his thrashing weakens, his eyes lose focus. The life drains out of him in a stream of silver bubbles, and suddenly all I can see is Nilo's face. Another child, innocent and trusting, clinging to me on the beach. The thought hits me like a physical blow. What am I doing? What have I become? But it's too late to stop now. The others are drowning too, caught in currents I created, pulled down by weights I summoned. the sea does my bidding whether I will it or not, responding to the bloodlust I can't seem to control. One by one, I watch them die. Some fight until the end, clawing desperately toward a surface they'll never reach. Others accept their fate with the resignation of men who've always known the ocean would claim them eventually. When the last body sinks into the depths, silence falls like a shroud. The storm dissipates as quickly as it came, leaving only gentle swells that rock the scattered debris. No survivors. There never are. I float alone in the dark water, surrounded by the wreckage of another life I've destroyed. The rage that drove me here has burned out, leaving only a hollow ache in my chest. The vengeance doesn't soothe like it used to, doesn't fill the emptiness that grows larger with each ship I sink. What am I becoming? What has he made me into? 3 years ago, I was Celira of Coral Bay. I mended nets and sang lullabies to children. I worried about storms and celebrated the lighting of the grand ember with my neighbours. I was human. Now I'm something else. Something twisted and wrong, shaped by pain into a weapon that destroys everything it touches. Even tonight, even with Nilo sleeping safely on my island, I couldn't resist the call of violence. I used to tell myself the killings had purpose, that each Naga I drowned brought me closer to justice, closer to the day I would finally face Veyrin and make him pay for what he'd done. But he's here now, within my reach, and instead of killing him, I let him touch me. Let him make me forget, for just a moment, what he turned me into. The worst part is how good it felt, how right it seemed when he whispered my name like a prayer, when he looked at me like I was something precious instead of monstrous. For those brief moments, I felt human again. But I'm not human anymore. I'm the thing that lives beneath the waves, that lures ships to their doom with songs of false hope. I'm the nightmare parents use to frighten children into staying away from deep water. I surface near the beach, my body moving through the water with predatory grace. The fire still burns where Veyrin and I, where we were together. I can see his silhouette against the flames, sitting motionless as he stares out at the sea. Has he been watching? Can he see what I've done? The thought sends ice through my veins, bad enough that I know what I am. If he sees it too, sees the full extent of the monster he created, what then? Will he look at me with horror instead of desire? Will he finally understand what his choices cost? Part of me wants him to see, wants him to witness the destruction I'm capable of, and know that he's responsible for every drop of blood on my hands. But another part, the part that still remembers being human, wants to hide, wants to pretend I'm still the innocent fishing girl he threw into the sea, not the creature that crawled out of the depths. I wade toward shore on unsteady legs, the weight of what I've done settling on my shoulders like a mantle of lead. The water that usually soothes me feels cold now, foreign. Even the sea seems to recoil from what I've become. 23 souls tonight. 23 more names to add to the tally that follows me through my dreams. 23 more reasons why I can never go back to being the woman Veyrin looked at with such careful tenderness. The waves wash the blood from my hands, but they can't cleanse the stain from my soul. Nothing can. I am what he made me, and there's no path back from this darkness. I reach the shallows and stop, suddenly uncertain. On the beach, Veyrin waits by the fire. In the shelter beyond, Nilo sleeps peacefully, trusting in my protection. 2 points of light in a world I've helped make darker. The question is, which version of myself will I choose to be? The woman who saved a child and fought beside his father, or the monster who just sent 23 sailors to their graves because she couldn't face her own shame? For the first time in 3 years, I don't know the answer.
Chapter 18. Veyrin. The fire crackles between us, casting shifting shadows across the sand. I feed another piece of driftwood to the flames, watching sparks spiral up toward stars that seem colder than they should for frosts begin. The familiar ritual should bring comfort, keeping the fire alive through the longest nights, honoring traditions that stretch back generations. But tonight, it feels hollow, empty, because she's gone. 3 days now since Celira disappeared beneath the waves, and the silence stretches like a wound that won't heal. I tell myself it's better this way, simpler, but the lie tastes bitter as old salt, and I can't stop scanning the water for any sign of her return. "Papa, Selly!" Nilo's small voice pulls me from my brooding. He stands at the edge of the firelight, his dark eyes reflecting the flames as he peers toward the ocean. Those eyes, so much like mine, yet somehow holding more hope than I've carried in years. She's not here. Little Storm. I keep my voice gentle, though something twists in my chest at the way his face falls. "Come sit with me." He toddles over on unsteady legs, his violet scales catching the firelight as he moves. At 2, he's all rounded cheeks and stubborn determination, the same fierce will that marked my own childhood. But where I learned early to hide that fire behind stone walls, Nilo wears his heart like armor. "Selly, come back." He settles against my side, his small hand patting my arm with the absolute trust only children possess. "I don't know." The honesty slips out before I can catch it, and I wonder when I started being so careless with the truth around him. But we're going to have frosts begin anyway. Just you and me. His lower lip pushes out in the beginning of a pout. "Want Selly?" The simple words hit harder than they should. "Want Selly?" As if it's that easy. As if wanting something is enough to make it appear. But maybe for him it should be. I reach into the pile of treasures I've been collecting over the past few days. Shells and smooth stones, pieces of sea glass worn soft by countless tides. The tradition of gift-giving runs deep during frosts begin, and I'll be damned if my son misses out because we're stranded on some forgotten island. "Look what the sea brought us today." I hold up a conch shell, its surface polished to pearl-bright perfection. "Want to hear the ocean's song?" Nilo's eyes widen as I press the shell to his ear. His mouth drops open in wonder at the sound, that eternal whisper of waves that every sailor knows by heart. For a moment, his disappointment fades, replaced by the pure joy that makes children so dangerous to a man's carefully guarded heart. "More, Papa!" I show him how to arrange the shells by size, how to stack smooth stones into towers that sway, but don't fall. We play the old games, the ones my own father taught me during long voyages when I was barely bigger than Nilo is now, hand-clapping rhythms that match the beat of waves against hull, songs that weave stories of brave sailors and the sea spirits who guide them home. But even as we play, I catch him glancing toward the water, waiting, hoping. "Selly fish!" he announces suddenly, pointing toward the shore where silver scales glint in the shallows. I look up to find 3 fat fish lying just beyond the tide line, their flesh still firm and bright-eyed. Fresh caught, still warm from whatever depths they came from. She's been watching, providing. Even while she avoids us, she makes sure Nilo doesn't go hungry. The realization settles in my chest like an anchor finding purchase in deep sand. She could have left us to starve, could have simply disappeared and let the island's meager resources teach us harsh lessons about survival. Instead, she tends to us from afar like a guardian spirit we're not worthy to see. "Good fish, Selly," Nilo says with satisfaction, as if this proves everything he believes about the world. That people take care of each other. That kindness exists even in the spaces between words. I gut and clean the fish while he chatters beside me, his limited vocabulary painting elaborate pictures of his thoughts. Selly pretty, Selly nice, Selly sing. Each phrase delivered with the absolute certainty of someone who hasn't learned to doubt his own perceptions yet. "She sang to you?" I ask, though I'm not sure why. Maybe because I remember the sound of her voice that first night. Raw with fury, but underneath, something else. Something that called to parts of me I thought I'd buried years ago. Nilo nods solemnly. Pretty song. I thread the fish onto sharpened sticks and prop them over the fire, watching fat sizzle and drip into the flames. The smell should make my mouth water. We've been living on fruit and whatever small game I can catch, but my appetite has fled along with my peace of mind. Because Nilo isn't the only one caught in her web. 3 days and I can't stop thinking about the taste of her skin, the way she moved beneath me, all fury and fire and desperate need, the sound she made when Papa sad? I looked down to find Nilo studying my face with those too perceptive eyes. At 2, he shouldn't be able to read expressions so clearly, shouldn't understand the subtle signs of adult pain. But he spent his whole life on ships full of men who carry their scars quietly, and he's learned to see what others miss. No, little storm. I ruffle his hood, feeling the smooth texture of scales that mark him as mine. Just thinking. Think about Selly. The directness of the question catches me off guard. How does he know? What does he see in my face that gives me away so completely? Sometimes the admission costs more than it should. Do you miss her? Miss Selly lots. He spreads his arms wide to show the enormity of his feelings, nearly toppling backward in the process. Wants Selly play. Wants Selly song. Wants Selly stay. Wants Selly stay. The simple wish lodges in my throat like a fishbone. Because I want the same thing, don't I? Want her here by the fire. Want her sharp tongue and fiercer heart. Want to see her with Nilo, the way she looks at him like he's something precious instead of just another mouth to feed. Want her to look at me the way she did that night. Not with the cold hatred she's carried for 3 years, but with heat. With need that matched my own. The fish is ready, and I divide it between us, picking out bones with the automatic care of someone who's fed a small child through countless meals. Nilo eats with single-minded focus, humming little songs between bites. But his eyes still drift toward the water, still searching for a figure that doesn't appear. Tell story, Papa. I settle back against a piece of driftwood that serves as our makeshift chair, pulling him into my lap. The weight of him, solid and warm and absolutely trusting, grounds me in ways I'm only beginning to understand. For 2 years I've been raising him alone, telling myself that duty and protection were enough, that love was a luxury we couldn't afford. But watching him yearn for Selira, seeing how naturally he gravitates toward her fierce affection, I'm starting to realize what I've been denying him, what I've been denying myself. Once upon a time, I begin, falling into the cadence of old stories. There was a sailor who thought the sea was his enemy. Nilo snuggles deeper into my arms, his breathing already starting to slow toward sleep. But his hand remains curled around a piece of sea glass, one of Selira's gifts from the shoreline, worn smooth by tides and time. Even in his dreams, he'll be holding on to her, just like his father. The fire burns lower as night deepens. I add more wood with one hand while keeping Nilo secure with the other. This is Frost's begin, the time when crews come together like family, when the bite of winter drives us closer to the things that matter most. But our family is broken, scattered across this tiny island like debris from a wreck, and I don't know how to piece it back together. All I know is that I want to try.
Chapter 19. Selira. The water has become my second skin these past 3 days. Salt and sea wrapped around me like a shroud I can't quite shed. I tell myself I'm hunting, that the ships I've been tracking along the horizon need my attention more than the 2 figures by the fire. But every time I try to swim away, really away, toward the deep currents that could carry me to new hunting grounds, something pulls me back, like a tide that only flows one way. I surface just beyond the reef where the water turns from crystal to midnight, treading in the space between worlds. The island glows with firelight, and I can see them, Veyrin's broad silhouette bent over the flames, Nilo's smaller form curled against his father's chest. Safe. Fed on the fish I've been leaving like some pathetic sea spirit playing provider. The thought should disgust me. 3 years I've spent perfecting my hatred, honing it to a blade sharp enough to cut through any weakness. Yet here I am, circling this damned island like a lovesick seal, unable to leave and unwilling to return. My skin shifts beneath the water, those blue patterns flowing like living maps across my arms. The sea's mark, the price of my resurrection. Sometimes I forget I was ever fully human, that these veins didn't always run with ocean current instead of blood. But other times, like now, watching father and son share their quiet evening, I remember what I lost when I gained this power. The ability to belong anywhere but the deep. A wave nudges me closer to shore, the sea itself growing impatient with my indecision. The water here is shallow enough that moonlight reaches the sandy bottom, illuminating the shells I've been collecting without quite admitting why. Pretty things that catch the light, the kind of treasures a child might like, the kind Nilo smiled at when I showed him the first few and ran. My chest tightens, anger at myself, at the situation, at the way that little boy looked at me like I hung the stars. No one should trust me that easily, especially not him. Especially not when I'm exactly the kind of monster parents warn their children about. The fire flickers lower, and I watch Vayreen add more driftwood with practiced efficiency. Even from here, I can see the careful way he moves, keeping Nilo secure while tending their needs. A good father. The realization sits bitter on my tongue because it complicates things in ways I don't want to examine. It's easier when the enemy is simple, when there's no doubt about who deserves to drown. But Vayreen isn't simple, is he? He's the man who threw me overboard on Zevan's orders, who watched me fall without lifting a finger to help. And he's also the man who risked everything to save Nilo from the storm, who reads his son bedtime stories and collects shells for games they'll play tomorrow. He's the man who put his mouth on me like worship and let me use him until my rage burned itself hollow. A fish brushes against my leg, silvery and plump, the kind that makes good eating. Without thinking, I guide it toward shore with gentle currents, adding it to the small pile I've been building just beyond the tide line. Providing, always providing, like some broken-down goddess who can't remember she's supposed to be vengeful. The fish joins 2 others, and I stare at my unconscious offering with something approaching horror. When did this become habit? When did I start caring whether they had enough to eat? Since that first night when Nilo clung to me, small and scared and absolutely trusting. Since he called me Selly like I was someone worth naming softly. Since Vayreen looked at me afterward like I was more than just the woman who'd destroyed his crew. I dive deeper, letting the pressure squeeze thoughts from my head. Down here the world makes sense. Predator and prey, hunter and hunted. The strong survive, and the weak become food for stronger things. No messy emotions, no complicated loyalties, no small boys who hum while they eat fish I've caught for them. But even 20 feet down, I can't escape the pull, the invisible thread that keeps me tethered to this place, to them. I surface again, gasping water that fills my lungs like air, and find myself closer to shore than before. Close enough to hear voices. Close enough to see Nilo asleep in his father's arms, one small hand wrapped around something that catches firelight. A piece of sea glass. One of mine. The sight hits me like a rogue wave, sudden and devastating. He kept it. He's holding on to my gift like it means something, like I mean something, and I can't. I can't breathe, even though the water should sustain me. Can't think past the way my chest is caving in on itself. 3 days I've been telling myself I'm fine, that running was the smart choice. That distance would restore my clarity. But clarity feels a lot like drowning from the inside out. Before I can stop myself, I'm swimming toward shore. The water grows shallow beneath me until sand scrapes my belly, until I have to pull myself forward with my hands. The change from sea to land always feels like transformation in reverse. magic leaking away, leaving me more human and more vulnerable than I want to be. My legs shake as I drag myself onto the beach, water streaming from hair that's grown wild in the depths. The blue patterns on my skin pulse faintly, responding to my elevated heartbeat, and I wonder what I look like to anyone watching. Monster, or woman, or something caught between. The sand is cool beneath my palms, gritty and solid in ways the ocean never is. Real. Present. I sit there in the shallows, letting waves lap at my ankles while I try to remember why I came here. What I want from this place, from him, from myself. The fire pops in the distance, sending sparks spiraling towards stars that seem too bright tonight. Almost like they're watching, judging, finding me wanting in ways I'm only beginning to understand. I should leave, swim away and never look back. Let them make their own way off this island when rescue finally comes. It would be easier, cleaner. The kind of choice the woman I was 3 years ago would have made without hesitation. But 3 years ago, I hadn't watched a father sing lullabies to his son. Hadn't felt small arms wrap around my neck with absolute trust. Hadn't tasted forgiveness in a man's mouth, even when I didn't deserve it. Hadn't discovered that revenge might be lonelier than the deepest trench. Footsteps in sand, soft, careful, trying not to wake a sleeping child. I don't turn around, don't acknowledge the approach, but every nerve in my body goes tight with awareness. I know his footsteps by now, the way he moves like he's always testing the ground beneath him, like someone who's learned not to trust solid things. He stops a few feet behind me, close enough that I can feel his presence, but far enough to avoid crowding. Smart. Another step, and I might bolt back to the water, might disappear for another 3 days of circling like a lost shark. Salira. My name in his voice, rough with something I don't want to identify. Not quite relief, not quite resignation. Something in between that makes my throat close up tight. I wait for the demands. For him to ask where I've been, what I've been doing, when I plan to get them off this God's-forsaken island. Wait for him to be what I expect. Commanding, entitled, taking up space like all Naga do. Instead, he's quiet. Patient in a way that feels more dangerous than any storm I've ever raised. I know this has been a lot for you. The words hit like a slap, gentle and unexpected. I turn halfway, just enough to see him in my peripheral vision. He's not looking at me, staring instead at the horizon where stars meet water. His profile is all sharp angles in the firelight, but there's something soft in the way he holds himself. Something that looks almost like regret. Your anger, he continues, voice steady but careful. The way you feel about me. I get it. Do you? The words scrape my throat raw. Do you really? He's quiet for a long moment, and I think he might deflect. Might give me some meaningless platitude about understanding being complicated or time healing wounds. The kind of empty comfort that means nothing. Instead, he surprises me. I should have fought Zevan. His hands clench at his sides, and I catch the flicker of flame around his fingers before he forces it down. Should have refused his order, should have protected you. I hesitated, and I chose wrong. The honesty in his voice cracks something in my chest that I've been keeping carefully sealed. Because this isn't what I expected. Not from him, not from any Naga. They don't admit weakness, don't confess to moments of cowardice. They certainly don't apologize to humans. Every night since, he says, so quiet I have to strain to hear. I see you falling. I see how I went wrong. The image rises unbidden, my body hitting the water, ropes dragging me down while he watched from the deck. The burning in my lungs, the certainty that I was going to die alone and forgotten. I've carried that moment like a scar for 3 years, and now he's telling me he carries it too. I know me saying that is not nearly enough, he adds, and there's self-hatred in his tone that I recognise because I've heard it in my own voice. But I can't change the past. I can give you something honest. Honest. The word sits between us like a challenge, and I hate how it loosens the grip I've kept on my rage. Hate how it makes me want to look at him fully, to see if his face matches the vulnerability in his voice. I've spent 3 years perfecting my hatred of this man, building it into something strong enough to sustain me through the worst storms, sharp enough to cut through any moment of weakness. It's been my anchor, my purpose, the thing that kept me moving when everything else wanted to drag me down. But anchors can become chains if you're not careful, and right now, mine feels like it's strangling me. Salt water burned my lungs, I say, testing the words against the night air. Ropes cut my skin raw. I died alone in the dark because you were too much of a coward to stand up to your captain. He flinches but doesn't argue, doesn't try to defend himself, just takes it like he thinks he deserves every word, and maybe he does. But beneath the fury, beneath the justified rage and righteous anger, something else stirs. That magnetic pull I felt the first night, the thread that's kept me circling this island like a moth drawn to flame. The thing I can't name and refuse to acknowledge, because naming it would mean admitting I'm more broken than I thought. You should leave. The words come out sharper than I intended, laced with desperation I didn't know I was feeling. Just go back to your son and leave me alone. He nods like he expected exactly that response, like he's been preparing for this dismissal since he walked over here. But instead of demanding explanations or pushing for more, he simply turns away. The quiet of his retreat is more dangerous than any threat, any demand, because it leaves me sitting here in the shallows with nothing but my own tangled thoughts and the sound of waves that no longer feel like home. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 20. Veyron. The shelter's walls breathe with night wind, woven branches creaking like ship timber in a gentle swell. I lie on my back, staring up at gaps in the roof where moonlight filters through, painting silver patterns across the space above me. Nilo sleeps curled in his makeshift bed beside me, one small hand still clutching that piece of sea glass she gave him. 3 hours I've been lying here, listening to my son's steady breathing and the distant whisper of waves against shore. Sleep won't come. Every time I close my eyes, I see her walking away, shoulders rigid, water streaming from her hair like she was shedding tears the sea had cried for her. Maybe the sea did us both a favor that night. The thought comes unbidden, dangerous in its honesty. I didn't want to let her go. Even as I held those ropes, even as Zevern's orders rang in my ears, something in me recoiled at the idea of watching her fall. And she didn't want to die. I saw that in her eyes, heard it in the way she said her name like it was the only thing left that mattered. The sea gave her what I couldn't. A way to survive. A chance to fight back. Even if it meant she'd spend 3 years hating me for it. I roll onto my side, watching Nilo sleep. His face is peaceful in the moonlight, unmarked by the complications that tangle through adult lives like fishing nets. He doesn't understand why the woman who saved him keeps disappearing, why she looks at his father like she's deciding whether to drown him or kiss him. Half the time I don't understand it either. The morning brings Nilo's endless questions. Where's Selly? Why doesn't she stay with us? Is she coming back? Each one cuts deeper than the last because I don't have answers that make sense to a 2-year-old. How do you explain guilt and desire and the weight of choices that can't be undone? I don't seek her out, though every instinct screams at me to search the waters until I find her. She asked for space, and after 3 years of taking what I wanted without considering the cost, maybe it's time I learned to give her what she needs instead. But by the time evening shadows start stretching across the island, I can't stand the waiting anymore. Nilo sleeps deeply after a day of exploring tide pools and chasing the small crabs that scuttle between rocks. I tuck him in carefully, making sure he's warm before I slip outside to where driftwood waits in a pile I've been building since we arrived. The fire catches easily under my magic, flames dancing higher than necessary, because I need the outlet for energy that's been building all day. Orange light flickers across the clearing, casting everything in warm amber that reminds me of the lanterns we used to hang during frosts begin. The memory gives me an idea. I gather handfuls of sand, letting fire magic flow through my palms until the grains fuse and reshape. Glass forms under the heat, not perfect, but serviceable. Small beads in shades of blue and green and amber, each one smooth and warm to the touch. My control isn't fine enough for delicate work, but these will hold their shape. Threading them together takes longer. I don't have proper cord, just strips of fabric torn from my shirt and twisted into something that might pass for string. My fingers work slowly, carefully, building something that looks almost like the ceremonial pieces exchanged during winter celebrations. Almost like a gift worth giving. The spiced drink comes together from memory and desperation. Water boiled over the fire, fruit crushed and strained, spices I managed to salvage from the wreck mixed in proportions that taste close to what we used to share on cold nights at sea. It's not perfect. Nothing about this makeshift celebration is, but it carries the right spirit. The spirit of frosts begin. Of winter bonds and shared warmth against the cold. I sit by the fire, holding the roughly made necklace in one hand and a cup of spiced drink in the other, trying to work up the courage for what comes next. My water magic is limited. Fire has always been my strength, but I managed to send out a tendril of awareness, a gentle disturbance in the currents that surround the island. A calling, an invitation, an apology wrapped in tradition and hope. I wait, feeding the fire and listening to night sounds that feel too quiet without her presence. Part of me expects nothing. She's made her feelings clear, and I have no right to expect forgiveness just because I finally found the words to ask for it. But then footsteps whisper across sand, and she emerges from the darkness like something the sea delivered personally. Water drips from her hair and clothes, those blue patterns on her skin catching firelight as she moves. She looks uncertain, wary, like she's ready to bolt back to the ocean at the first sign of trouble. But she came. Despite everything, she answered my call. I hold up the cup of spiced drink, trying to keep my voice steady. It's not much, but maybe we can celebrate together. She studies me for a long moment, gaze flicking between the cup and my face like she's searching for some kind of trap. Finally, she reaches out and takes it, fingers brushing mine for just an instant before she pulls away. The touch burns more than any fire magic I've ever wielded. She settles beside me on the sand, not close enough to touch, but near enough that I can feel her presence like heat from the flames. She sips the drink cautiously, and I watch her face for any reaction. "It's good," she says quietly, and something tight in my chest loosens. The fire pops between us, sending sparks spiraling up toward stars that seem brighter tonight. Frosts begin without snow, without ship and crew, but with the same spirit of sharing warmth against winter's bite. Even here, in this strange place with this complicated woman, the tradition holds. I wasn't there the day they took the women. The words come out rougher than I intended, scraped raw by guilt I've been carrying for 3 years. I just rejoined the crew a week before. I didn't even know you were on the ship. She nods without looking at me, staring into the flames like they might hold answers to questions she's afraid to ask. The silence stretches between us, heavy with things neither of us knows how to say. I want to explain everything. How I came back to the crew because I missed the celebrations. How I'd been away raising Nilo in port towns where we could blend in better. How walking onto that deck and finding chaos was like stepping into a nightmare I hadn't prepared for. But explanations feel like excuses. And she doesn't need my justifications. She needs the truth, bare and honest as I can make it. I know you couldn't go against the crew. Her voice is soft, almost lost in the crackle of flames. If it wasn't you, someone else would have done it. The words should be comfort, but they cut just as deep as accusations. Maybe deeper because they acknowledge a truth I've been trying to avoid. That I was trapped by circumstances just as much as she was, caught between orders and conscience with no clean choices available. I should have done more. The admission tastes like ash in my mouth. She sighs, and some of the tension leaves her shoulders. Maybe. That single word carries more forgiveness than I deserve, more understanding than I've given myself in 3 years of replaying that night. It's not absolution. We both know there's no easy redemption for watching someone fall, but it's acknowledgement that the world is messier than simple right and wrong. That sometimes good people make terrible choices because all the alternatives are worse. We sit in comfortable quiet, sharing the spiced drink and watching flames dance between us. It's not forgiveness, not yet, but it's something. A crack in the wall she's built around her heart, a moment of peace in the storm that's been raging between us since the day we met. Maybe it's enough. For now, maybe it's exactly what we both need. The firelight catches on the glass beads I've been hiding in my other hand, and suddenly the courage I've been searching for crystallizes. I turn toward her, opening my palm to reveal the necklace nestled against my skin. I made something for you. Her breath catches, eyes widening as she takes in the makeshift jewelry. The beads aren't perfect. Rough edges where my fire magic ran too hot, uneven sizes where my control slipped, but they catch the light like captured starfire. Blues and greens that mirror the patterns threading through her skin, amber that matches the flames dancing between us. Varen. My name falls from her lips like a prayer, soft and wondering. It's beautiful. Her fingers trace the air just above the necklace, not quite touching, like she's afraid it might disappear. The careful reverence in her movements makes something twist tight in my chest. When was the last time someone gave her something beautiful? Something made just for her? Turn around. The words come out rougher than I intended, heavy with want I'm trying to keep leashed. I'll put it on you. She shifts without hesitation, presenting the graceful curve of her neck. Her hair falls in damp waves over one shoulder, leaving her nape exposed and vulnerable. My hands shake slightly as I lift the necklace, positioning it carefully around her throat. The makeshift cord settles against her skin like it was meant to be there. I fumble with the knot, fingers clumsy with awareness of how close I am, how her scent, salt and sea flowers and something uniquely her, fills my lungs with every breath. The necklace secured, I should pull away. Step back. Give her space to admire the gift and maybe offer a smile that doesn't make my pulse race like a teenager's. Instead, my hands linger. My palms rest against the sides of her neck, thumbs tracing the delicate line where the cord sits. Her skin is warm despite the ocean's chill, and I feel her pulse fluttering like a bird's wing beneath my touch. Those blue patterns that mark her transformation shimmer in the firelight, beautiful and alien and completely mesmerizing. I lean forward without conscious thought, drawn by instinct older than reason. My lips brush the curve where her neck meets her shoulder, tasting salt and something sweeter beneath. She makes a soft sound, not protest, not invitation, something caught between surprise and surrender. The last of my control snaps. I press another kiss higher up her neck, then another, mapping the geography of her transformation with my mouth. She tilts her head to give me better access, and the gesture breaks something loose in my chest. When she melts back against me, her spine fitting perfectly against my chest, desire takes over completely. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Afterward, we lie tangled together on the sand, her head on my chest, and my arms wrapped tight around her like I can keep her here through sheer force of will. For the first time since we crashed on her island, she doesn't run.
Chapter 21. Celera. Warmth surrounds me when consciousness creeps back in, solid heat and the steady rhythm of breathing beneath my cheek. Veyrin's chest rises and falls in the peaceful cadence of deep sleep, his arms wrapped around me like he's afraid I might vanish if he loosens his grip. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting everything in soft orange light that makes the world feel suspended between night and dawn. My body aches in the best possible way, muscles loose and satisfied in a way I'd forgotten was possible. For a moment, I let myself sink into the feeling, the weight of his arms, the rumble of his heartbeat against my ear, the way his scales catch what's left of the firelight. This is dangerous. This feeling of belonging, of safety, of being exactly where I'm meant to be. The sea gave me power for revenge, not for whatever this is becoming. But his skin is warm against mine, and the necklace he made rests against my throat like a promise I'm not sure I'm ready to hear. The glass beads are smooth and perfectly weighted, catching the dying light with each breath I take. When was the last time someone made something beautiful just for me? When was the last time someone saw me as more than a weapon or a victim? Selly! Nilo's voice cuts through the morning quiet like a blade, bright with the kind of joy only children can manage before the world teaches them to be careful with their hearts. I jolt upright, sleep scattering like startled fish as reality crashes back over me. Veyrin stirs beneath me, onyx eyes opening to find mine with an expression I can't quite read. Confusion, maybe. Something that might be hope if I let myself believe in such things. Selly. Where you? The urgency in Nilo's voice has me scrambling for my clothes, pulling them on with fingers that shake slightly from sleep, and something else I don't want to name. Veyrin sits up more slowly, watching me dress with an intensity that makes my skin burn. He's awake, I say unnecessarily, because we can both hear the little boy calling for me. He missed you while you were gone. Veyrin's voice is rough with sleep and something deeper. We both did. The words hit harder than they should, settling somewhere behind my ribs where they pulse like a second heartbeat. I don't know how to respond to that kind of honesty, so I don't. Instead, I finish dressing and duck through the shelter's entrance, following Nilo's voice. I find him standing in the clearing, hair mussed from sleep, and that piece of sea glass clutched in his small fist. When he sees me, his face lights up like sunrise breaking over dark water. Selly. He launches himself at me with the fearless abandon of a child who knows he'll be caught. I sweep him up instinctively, his small arms wrapping around my neck as he buries his face against my shoulder. Selly, no leave. The accusation in his voice, hurt and confused and so damn young, makes my chest tighten. I'm here now. Promise you no leave. Promise, promise, promise. Each repetition is another crack in the armour I've spent 3 years building. I hold him tighter, breathing in the scent of salt and innocence that clings to his skin. I ... The words die in my throat as I catch sight of something that makes my blood freeze. White triangular shapes moving against the horizon, growing larger by the minute. Sails. Multiple ships cutting through morning swells with the kind of purposeful speed that speaks of destination rather than wandering. My eyes drift upward to the thin line of smoke still rising from our fire, a beacon visible for miles across open water. The same smoke that kept us warm through the night, that made last night's celebration possible. The same smoke that just led a Naga fleet straight to us. Protective instinct flares through me like wildfire, fierce and immediate. Every muscle in my body tenses as I scan the approaching vessels, counting sails, and trying to gauge how much time we have. Not long. Maybe an hour before they reach the island, less if the wind picks up. I look down at Nilo, still clinging to me with absolute trust, and something primal and desperate rises in my chest. They can't have him. I won't let them take him back to whatever life waited for him on those ships, won't let them drag him away from the first safety he's known since. Celira. Veyrin's voice cuts through my spiralling thoughts. He's emerged from the shelter, fully dressed now, and following my gaze toward the approaching fleet. His expression is carefully neutral, but I catch the way his jaw tightens, the subtle shift in his posture that speaks of decisions already being made. My grip on Nilo tightens unconsciously, and the little boy makes a small sound of protest. Too tight, Selly. I force my arms to relax, but everything inside me is screaming warnings. They found us. Whatever peace we've built on this island, whatever tentative understanding Veyrin and I reached last night, it's all about to be shattered by the reality waiting on those approaching ships. We can't stay here forever. Veyrin's words are quiet, gentle even, but they hit like hammer blows. You have to understand that. My teeth grind together hard enough to make my jaw ache. Of course I understand. I've known from the moment I pulled Nilo from the water that this was temporary, that eventually the world would intrude on our little bubble of stolen time. But understanding and accepting are two very different things. You could come with us. The offer hangs between us like a lifeline I'm not sure I can reach. Come with them. Leave my island, my sanctuary, my freedom, and go. Where? Back to the world that threw me away. Back to being the human pet of a Naga noble, decoration for someone else's power. I know what I'll be if I leave here, what any human becomes in Naga society. Pretty ornament at best, breeding stock at worst. The sea gave me power, gave me the ability to fight back, to choose my own path. On those ships, surrounded by his people, what am I except another conquest? Nilo shifts in my arms, looking between me and his father with the kind of intuition children have for adult tension. Are we going somewhere? The innocent question breaks something inside me. He doesn't understand what those ships mean, doesn't know that his father is already choosing sides. Choosing his people over whatever this has been between us. The urge to slip into the water, to call up a storm that would send those ships to the bottom before they could take him away, burns through me like acid. It would be easy, so easy to let the sea's power loose, to protect what's mine the only way I know how. But I look down at Nilo's trusting face, at those onyx eyes so like his father's, and I know I can't. He'd never forgive me for destroying his father's people, for taking away any chance he has at a normal life. And maybe Veyrin is right. Maybe a child needs more than just protection. Maybe he needs a future that doesn't involve hiding on an uncharted island with a woman who talks to storms. The realization cuts deeper than any blade. I pull Nilo close, pressing my face against his hair and breathing him in one last time. He smells like sea spray and warmth and all the possibilities I'm about to give up. My arms tighten around him in a hug that tries to memorize every detail. The weight of his small body, the way he fits perfectly against me, the absolute trust in the way he melts into my embrace. Be good. I whisper against his hair, the words rough with emotions I can't name. Be brave. Be everything you already are. Then I'm handing him over to Vayreen, watching those small arms reach for his father with the easy confidence of a child who knows he'll be caught. Vayreen takes him carefully, settling Nilo against his hip with practiced ease. But his eyes never leave my face. I turn away before I can see whatever expression he's wearing, before I can let myself hope for something that was never really possible anyway. My feet carry me toward the water without conscious direction, each step feeling like I'm walking through deep sand. Behind me, I hear Nilo asking questions. Where is Selly going? Why isn't she coming with them? When will she be back? And each innocent query is another twist of the knife. Sellyra, wait. Vayreen's voice follows me, heavy with something that might be desperation. Footsteps splash through shallow water as he wades after me, Nilo still in his arms. I don't want to leave without you. I don't want to lose you again. The words stop me at the water's edge, waves lapping at my ankles like the sea is trying to pull me home. I don't turn around. Can't turn around. If I look at him now, if I see whatever expression is making his voice shake like that, I might do something we'll both regret. Please. The word breaks on his lips, raw and honest in a way that strips away all his careful control. Come with us. We can figure it out. Whatever you're afraid of, whatever you think will happen, we can face it together. Together. Like we're a team instead of two people who crashed into each other's lives through violence and circumstance. Like what happened between us last night was more than just desperation and loneliness seeking comfort in familiar warmth. My fingers curl into fists at my sides, nails digging crescents into my palms. He still doesn't understand. Doesn't see that his offer is just another kind of cage, prettier than most, but still barred by the expectations of his people, his world, his responsibilities. I take another step deeper into the water, then another. The cold shock of it against my legs is almost a relief after the heat of his words, his presence, his impossible hope that things could be different just because we want them to be. Sellyra. My name one more time. Softer now. Broken. Like he's already accepting what he can see happening, but can't bring himself to stop trying. The water reaches my waist now, then my chest. I can feel the sea responding to my presence, currents shifting to welcome me home. This is where I belong. Not on land with dreams that were never meant for someone like me, but here in the depths where power flows through my veins like blood, and the only expectations are the ones I set for myself. I slip beneath the surface without looking back, letting green-blue silence swallow me whole. Down here, there are no impossible choices or beautiful lies, no small hands reaching for me, or dark eyes that see too much. No voices calling my name like a prayer I'm not worthy to answer. Just the endless embrace of water and the familiar ache of loss settling into my bones, like it's always belonged there. This doesn't feel like revenge anymore. This feels worse than drowning. Chapter 22. Sellyra. The depths welcome me like an old friend returning from a long journey. Down here, 30 feet beneath the surface, where sunlight fractures into dancing ribbons of gold and green, the world above feels like something I might have dreamed. The pressure against my chest is familiar, comforting in the way that only complete solitude can be. I drift between coral formations that spiral toward the surface like frozen prayers, their colours muted by distance and water, but still beautiful in the way that wild things are beautiful, without purpose beyond existing. Schools of silver fish part around me with the casual indifference of creatures who know I belong here as much as they do. More, maybe. The sea chose me, after all. Marked me. Made me something between human and elemental force. This is where I should stay, where I was meant to stay after the transformation, before a child's laughter pulled me back toward the surface world and all its complications. Before dark eyes and careful hands convinced me that maybe, just maybe, there was something worth reaching for beyond the endless blue. The current shifts, carrying whispers of movement from above. Ships cutting through swells with the purposeful rhythm of departure. I tell myself it's good that they came for Vayreen and Nilo. Better this way. Clean. No messy goodbyes or impossible promises about futures that were never meant to include someone like me. Let them go back to their world of nobility and politics and carefully structured lives. Let Nilo grow up properly, with tutors and traditions and all the things a prince should have. Let Vayreen find some appropriate Naga woman to warm his bed, someone who understands the intricacies of court life and can give him more children without the complications that come with loving something the sea spat back up. The logical part of my mind catalogues all the reasons this is right, necessary, inevitable. But logic is a thin defence against the way my chest tightens every time I remember Nilo's small fingers tangled in my hair, or the sound he made when he was trying not to cry. The way he called me Selly because my real name was too big for his mouth, but he wanted to try anyway. I close my eyes and let myself sink deeper, where the water is colder and the light dimmer, and the weight of everything above presses down like a blanket. This is better. Simpler. The sea doesn't ask me to choose between safety and love, doesn't demand explanations for why I am the way I am. It just accepts, encompasses, cradles me in its vast indifference. But even here, surrounded by the steady rush of current and the distant song of whale calls, I can still hear him. Nilo's voice bright with joy when he spotted me in the mornings. The way he'd chatter about shells and stories and whether fish dream in colours. The absolute trust in the way he'd curl against my side during the cold nights, like he'd never doubted for a moment that I would keep him safe. Be good, be brave, be everything you already are. The words echo through the water around me, my own voice throwing them back like an accusation. What kind of person tells a child to be brave while she's running away? What kind of protector abandons her post the moment things get complicated? A tremor runs through the water above me, the distinctive vibration of ship engines coming to life. My eyes snap open, body responding to the sound before my mind can catch up. They're leaving, actually leaving, moving away from the island that's been our sanctuary, our impossible bubble of stolen time. The rational voice in my head whispers that this is what I wanted, what I chose when I walked into the water instead of onto that ship. They're giving me exactly what I asked for, freedom from impossible choices and the messy complications of caring about people who can't put me first. But my body is already moving, swimming upward with powerful strokes that send me rocketing toward the surface. I break through with a gasp that's more habit than necessity, salt water streaming from my hair as I scan the horizon for white sails. There. 3 ships moving away from the island in formation, their hulls cutting clean lines through morning swells. The flagship is largest, bearing the deep blue and silver banners that mark it as nobility. That's where they'll be. Vayreen standing at the rail with Nilo in his arms, watching my island shrink behind them. I should let them go. Should dive back down and lose myself in the endless blue until the memory of small hands and dark eyes fades to something manageable. Should embrace what I am, weapon of the sea, bringer of storms, creature of vengeance who exists outside the messy complications of mortal hearts. Instead, I find myself following. The water parts around me like I'm something born to move through it, which I suppose I am now. My transformed body cuts through the waves with inhuman grace, keeping pace with the ships easily despite their head start. I stay far enough back that no lookout would spot me, just another shadow beneath the surface, but close enough to keep them in sight. I tell myself I'm being practical, making sure they reach their destination safely, ensuring that Nilo is protected during the journey home. It has nothing to do with the way my chest feels hollow every time I think about never seeing him smile again, or the memory of Vayreen's voice breaking when he asked me to stay. The sun climbs higher as the hours pass, turning the water around me into liquid diamonds that catch and scatter light in patterns too beautiful for names. I follow in their wake like a ghost, like the shadow of something that might have been but never was. The ships maintain their steady course northward, toward whatever port city will welcome them back to civilization, toward whatever life awaits them that doesn't include me. When I close my eyes, letting the current carry me forward, I see Nilo's face again. The way his expression lit up whenever he spotted me, like I was the best surprise his day could hold. The feel of his small body pressed against mine during those cold nights, trusting me completely to keep the darkness at bay. The sound of his laughter echoing across the water when I'd teach him the names of different shells. When I open them, it's Vayreen I see, standing at our fire with that necklace in his hands, onyx eyes soft with something that looked dangerously like hope. The way his mouth shaped words I wasn't ready to hear. "I'm sorry. We missed you. Come with us." Like I was something worth keeping instead of something to be discarded when convenience demanded it. The memory tastes like salt and regret. He threw me overboard once, tied my hands and cast me into the depths without hesitation when his captain ordered it. I survived, transformed, found power beyond anything I'd ever imagined, but he still chose duty over protecting me, still proved that when it comes down to choosing sides, he'll always pick his people over me. And now he's done it again. Let his people come for him. Let them take Nilo away from the only safety the boy has known, because going back to their world matters more than whatever we built on that island. He could have refused them, could have sent them away and chosen to stay, could have put us first for once, but he didn't. And that tells me everything I need to know about where I stand in his priorities. The ocean has never felt so large around me, stretching endlessly in all directions, with nothing but water and sky, and the distant specks of ships carrying away everything that mattered. Or so empty, despite the countless creatures moving through its depths. I used to find peace in this vastness, comfort in being small and insignificant against something so much larger than human concerns. Now it just feels lonely. I drift deeper again, letting the blue-green silence swallow me while I track the ship's progress through vibrations in the water. They're making good time, riding favourable currents toward whatever destination waits for them, toward whatever future doesn't include me. This is what I wanted, I remind myself. This is what I chose. It feels like the biggest mistake of my life.
Chapter 23. Vayreen. The port city of Cario buzzes with Frost's begin energy, even as my boots hit the dock. Lanterns already hang from every post and building corner, casting amber light that dances across the red sand streets. The scent of roasted fish mingles with fermented drinks. And somewhere in the distance, someone plays a bone harp that sends haunting melodies floating through the salt air. 3 days of celebration ahead, and all I can think about is green eyes and the way a woman's voice broke when she told a child to be brave. "Papa, look!" Nilo squirms in my arms, pointing at the garlands of seaweed and shells strung between the buildings. "Pretty?" "Aye, it is." I adjust my grip on him, shouldering the small pack that contains everything we managed to salvage from the wreck. Not much, but we're alive. That's more than most of my crew can say. The captain who pulled us from the water, Yorick, his name was, claps me on the shoulder before heading off to rejoin his own festivities. Good man. Didn't ask too many questions about how we ended up floating in the middle of nowhere, just hauled us aboard and got us back to civilization. I weave through streets already crowded with celebrants, Naga of all sizes and colorations gathered in groups, passing bottles and sharing stories. The familiar rhythm of it should comfort me. This is my people, my culture, the celebration I've looked forward to every year since I was smaller than Nilo. But everything feels distant, muted, like I'm watching it all through thick glass. The inn I choose is modest but clean, far enough from the main celebrations that Nilo might actually sleep tonight. The proprietor, a middle-aged Naga woman with copper scales and knowing eyes, takes one look at us and doesn't ask for payment up front. Word travels fast in port cities. She knows who I am, knows what happened to my ship. "Room 12 up the stairs," she says, sliding a key across the worn wooden counter. "Meals included for the little one." "Appreciated." The room is small but warm, with a window that looks out over the harbor. Nilo immediately presses his face to the glass, watching the ships bob in the gentle swells. His breath fogs the pain as he chatters about the different hull shapes and sail configurations, pointing out details that most adults would miss. Born to be a sailor, this one. The sea calls to him the same way it's always called to me. "Where's Selly?" He turns from the window, onyx eyes. My eyes, wide with the kind of innocent confusion that cuts straight through a man's chest. "She coming?" The question hits like a physical blow. I've been dreading it since we left the island, knowing it would come but hoping maybe he'd forgotten. Children his age don't understand complicated goodbyes or impossible situations. They just know who they love and wonder why those people aren't around anymore. "She had to stay on her island, son." The words taste like ash. "She belongs there." "No." He shakes his head emphatically, dark curls, so much like mine were before the transformation, bouncing with the motion. "Selly comes with us." "Selly, keep me safe." My chest tightens until I can barely breathe. "I'll keep you safe, Nilo." "Want Selly too?" He doesn't understand. How could he? He doesn't know that the woman who sang him to sleep and taught him the names of shells is the same one who could call storms with her voice, who could drag entire ships to the bottom with a thought. He just knows that she held him when he was scared and made him laugh when the nights got cold. All he knows is that we left her behind. The inn's common room provides dinner, thick fish stew and bread still warm from the ovens. Nilo picks at his food, asking every few minutes when Selira is coming, if she's hungry, if she misses him. Each question drives the knife a little deeper. By the time I get him settled in the room's small bed, he's moved from questions to demands. "Go get Selly!" He grips my shirt with tiny fists, face scrunched with determination. "Right now!" "She can't come here, Nilo." "Why? Because she's not human anymore. Because she's something the sea made from fury and heartbreak. Because bringing her into Cario would mean questions I can't answer and attention I can't afford. Because she'd never be safe here, never be accepted, never be anything but an outsider looking for reasons to leave. Because I'm a coward who let politics and propriety matter more than the woman who saved my son's life. It's complicated. Don't care." His lower lip juts out in the stubborn expression I know well. He gets it from me, though I suspect Selira has the same look when she's digging in her heels. "Want Selly." I sit on the edge of the bed, running a hand through his hair. Such a small thing, my son. Barely 2 years old, and already he's lost more than most people lose in a lifetime. His mother, his home on the ship, most of the crew he considered family. And now the woman who became his anchor in the storm. "I know you do." The words come out rougher than I intended. "I want her too." It's the first time I've said it out loud, and the admission hits like a confession. Want doesn't even cover it. Need, maybe. Crave ache for like a man dying of thirst craves water. 3 days. 3 days since I watched her walk into the ocean instead of onto that ship. 3 days of carrying around this hollowed-out feeling in my chest, like something vital has been carved away and I'm just walking around with the wound. "Then go get her." Nilo's voice carries the absolute certainty of childhood logic. Problem, solution, no complexity in between. If only it were that simple. But as I watch him curl up under the blankets, still sniffling with the injustice of adult decisions he can't understand, something shifts in my chest, hardens into resolve. Maybe it is that simple. Maybe I'm the one making it complicated. The next morning I leave Nilo with the innkeeper's daughter. A girl barely old enough to be considered adult, but responsible enough to watch a toddler for a few hours. Nilo protests, but the promise of stories about sea monsters and the bag of shells I produce from my pack eventually wins him over. The docks are busier now, crews preparing for the day's festivities or departing on short fishing runs. I walk the length of them twice before I find what I'm looking for. A small fishing vessel, single-masted, built for 1 or 2 crew members at most. The kind of boat a man could handle alone if he knew what he was doing. The owner is an old Naga with scarred hands and the patient expression of someone who's seen enough of life to know when not to ask questions. We negotiate quickly. My reputation and a promise of payment when I return are enough to secure the rental. "Storm season's not quite over," he warns as I check the rigging. "Water's still rough out there." "I know!" He nods, understanding passing between us. "Good hunting, Captain." By the time I return to the inn, Nilo is bouncing with excitement. He helped the innkeeper's daughter sort shells, apparently, and has decided he likes boats better than rooms anyway. The enthusiasm in his voice when I tell him we're going sailing again reminds me why I fell in love with the sea in the first place. "Where are we going?" He climbs into my arms as we head back toward the docks, small fingers already reaching for the wind. "To find someone. Selly." The hope in his voice nearly undoes me. "Maybe." The boat handles well despite its size, responding to my touch like she remembers what it means to dance with the wind. Nilo settles in the bow, pointing out everything he sees. Gulls diving for fish, other ships passing in the distance. The way the water changes color as we move from shallow harbor waters to the deeper blue of the open ocean. It takes most of the day to reach the area where we were picked up. My memory of those moments is fragmented. Cold water, desperate swimming, the relief of hands pulling me from the waves. But I remember the general direction. Southeast of Cario, far enough out that the shipping lanes thin to nothing. Far enough out that she'd feel safe showing herself. When I'm satisfied with our position, I drop anchor and let the boat settle into the rhythm of the swells. Nilo chatters happily, playing with a piece of rope while I prepare for what might be the most desperate gamble of my life. I've never been particularly gifted with water magic. Fire is my element, has been since childhood. But every Naga has some connection to the sea, some ability to touch the currents and feel what moves beneath the surface. I just pray it's enough. Kneeling at the boat's edge, I press my palms to the water and reach out with everything I have. The magic feels clumsy, unfamiliar, like trying to write with my offhand. But I push past the discomfort, sending tendrils of awareness down into the blue depths. "Find her," I beg the water. "Find Celira. Bring her to me." The ocean responds slowly, grudgingly, carrying my call deeper than I could ever swim. I feel it spreading outward like ripples from a dropped stone, touching kelp forests and coral formations, searching for the woman who became something more than human in these depths. For long minutes, nothing happens. The boat rocks gently. Nilo hums to himself, and I kneel with my hands in the water like a man praying to gods who might not be listening. Then I feel it. A shift in the current. A change in the water's temperature that has nothing to do with depth or wind. Something is moving down there, something powerful and graceful and heading our way. "Papa!" Nilo's voice carries a note of excitement. "Papa, look!" I follow his pointing finger to see a shadow beneath the surface, too large and too purposeful to be a fish. It moves like liquid mercury, all smooth curves and controlled power, rising toward us with the steady rhythm of someone who belongs in the water more than on land. My breath catches as the shadow becomes a shimmer, becomes the outline of a woman swimming upward with inhuman grace. Then she breaks the surface 20 feet from the boat, and I almost lose what little air I have left. Celira emerges from the depths like something born from the sea itself. Water streams from her dark hair, catching the afternoon light in patterns that seem to shift and flow even after she's still. Her skin gleams with that blue-tinged pallor I remember, delicate patterns running along her arms that look like tide pools beneath her flesh. But it's her eyes that stop my heart, those deep green eyes that hold the ocean's depth and fury, focused on me with an expression I can't quite read. Surprise, maybe. Wariness. Something that might be hope if I'm lucky enough to deserve it. "Selly!" Nilo scrambles to the boat's edge, practically vibrating with joy. "Selly, you come! You back!" She treads water with effortless grace, those eyes moving from me to Nilo and back again. "What are you doing here?" Her voice carries that rasp I remember, rough from salt water but somehow musical, like the ocean itself learned to speak. "Looking for you." The words come out simpler than I intended, stripped of all the explanations and justifications I'd planned. Just truth, raw and unadorned. She floats there for a moment, studying me with an expression that could mean anything. Then her gaze shifts to Nilo, who's leaning so far over the edge, I have to grab his shirt to keep him from tumbling in. "Hi, Selly." His voice is soft now, suddenly shy. "Miss you." Something flickers across her face. Pain, longing. The same hollow ache I've been carrying around for days. She swims closer to the boat, close enough that I can see the way her transformed skin catches the light, the way her movements create barely a ripple despite the power I know she possesses. "Come on the ship," I say, extending a hand toward her. "Please." She hesitates, those green eyes searching my face for something I hope she finds. The silence stretches between us, filled with the sound of water against the hull and Nilo's excited breathing. Then finally, she reaches up and grasps my hand. Her hand is cold from the water but solid, real. And the moment I pull her up onto the boat, I can't make myself let go. My hands find her waist, her arms, anywhere I can touch to prove she's actually here. Water drips from her hair onto the deck, and those blue patterns beneath her skin seem to pulse with life. "I never wanted to leave you." The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and desperate. "Damn, Salira. I never wanted to abandon you." She's close enough that I can see the surprise flicker across her face, can smell the salt and something deeper, something wild that reminds me of storm winds and deep currents. Her breathing is shallow, quick, like she's still deciding whether to dive back into the safety of the water. "The sea." I gesture helplessly at the endless blue surrounding us. "I love it. Always have. And knowing it saved you, knowing it chose you." My voice cracks. "I'm so damn glad you survived." "So glad you're here." Nilo bounces beside us, reaching for Salira with the complete trust that only children possess. She automatically shifts to steady him, one hand on his shoulder, and the gesture is so natural it makes my chest tight. "Look how he is with you." I can't keep the wonder out of my voice. "He's been asking for you every day. Every meal, every night before sleep. Where's Selly? When is Selly coming? You're so good with him, better than I ever thought to hope for." Her green eyes dart between me and Nilo, wariness fighting with something softer, something that might be longing. "I want to build a new life," I continue, the words gaining strength as they pour out. "Out here, on the water. Leave all the nonsense from before behind. The politics, the expectations, the way things have always been. Just us. Just this." I gesture at the boat, the open ocean, the endless possibility stretching to every horizon. "I can't lose you again." I won't. But I can see the hesitation in her face, the way her shoulders tense like she's preparing to bolt. "Salira, I don't know about being on a ship again." Her voice is rough, uncertain. Even wrecking them, it holds no appeal anymore. She looks down at Nilo, who's wrapped his small arms around her leg. I don't want to give him up, but then don't. I step closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. We'll build a new crew together. People we choose, people we trust. You won't be a prisoner. Never again. The sea will be right there. I nod toward the endless blue. And I will never, ever stop you from going to it. My hands find her face, thumbs tracing the delicate blue patterns along her cheekbones. "But I have to have you. I need you like I need air, like I need the ocean beneath my feet. I love you." The words hang between us, stark and honest, and I watch her eyes widen with shock. Her lips part slightly, and for a moment she looks younger, vulnerable in a way that has nothing to do with her newfound power over the waves. "You tried to kill me," she whispers, but there's no heat in it now. Just old pain, worn smooth by time and understanding. I was stupid and foolish and wrong. The admission tears out of me like a confession. I can't change that. Can't take it back. Can't undo the choice I made that night. But I'll spend the rest of my life out on this water begging for the chance to finally have you, if that's what it takes. She stares at me for a long moment, those ocean-deep eyes searching my face. Then she looks down at Nilo, who's watching this entire exchange with the solemn attention children give to moments they sense are important even if they don't understand why. "He's all I've thought about for 3 years," she says finally, voice barely above a whisper. "Both of you, if I'm being honest. And I've come to realize that it's not anger and vengeance that's holding me to you." Her hand comes up to cover mine where it rests against her cheek. "It's something so much deeper." "Sally, stay!" Nilo's small voice breaks through the heavy moment, hope and pleading wrapped up in 2 simple words. "Please stay with Papa and me." She looks down at him, and the expression that crosses her face is like watching the sun break through storm clouds. Her entire posture softens, the defensive tension melting away as she drops to her knees and scoops him into her arms. "Of course I'll stay," she grins, pressing her face against his dark curls. "How could I leave my brave boy?" Nilo throws his arms around her neck with the enthusiasm of the very young, chattering about all the things he wants to show her, all the stories he saved up to tell. She stands with him balanced on her hip like she's been doing it all his life, natural and easy and right. When she looks at me over his head, her eyes hold something I haven't seen before. Not just acceptance, but peace. Like she's finally found the place she's supposed to be. "I would have spent the rest of my life following your ship around," she admits, and the honesty in her voice makes my chest ache. "No matter what, I can't seem to get away from you." "I'd take you any way I can have you." My voice comes out rougher than I intended. "However you need to be." She shifts Nilo to her other hip, freeing one hand to reach for me. Her fingers are still cool from the water, but they're steady as they trace along my jaw. "All I need is this, is you two, even if it might take me time to heal from everything." I lean into her touch, covering her hand with mine. "I'll spend every night apologizing, every sunrise making it up to you, however long it takes." "I think I'd like that," she says softly. The space between us disappears as I lean in, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that tastes of salt and promises and new beginnings. She responds with a fierceness that reminds me of storm winds, but underneath it there's something gentle, something that speaks of trust slowly rebuilding. And that's all I need, that spark of trust in time, because I'm going to earn this girl. Chapter 24. Varen. 2 years later. The siren's call rocks gently beneath us as I trace lazy patterns along Celira's bare shoulder. Moonlight streams through the porthole of our quarters, casting silver across her skin where those blue patterns catch the light like living water. She's drowsing against my chest, warm and pliant in that space between sleep and waking that I've come to treasure. 2 years of this. 2 years of having her in my bed in my life, and I still can't get enough. Still wake up some mornings amazed that she chose to stay, that she's here, real and mine, and breathing against my neck like she belongs nowhere else. She shifts slightly, those green eyes fluttering open to meet mine. What time is it? Late. Early. Does it matter? My fingers find the sensitive spot behind her ear, the one that makes her arch into my touch. Nilo's been asleep for hours. 4 years old now, our boy, old enough for his own hammock in the small cabin next to ours, proud as anything to have his own quarters like a proper sailor. The crew adores him, teaches him knots and navigation when he's not driving them half mad with questions about everything from weather patterns to why fish don't drown. But right now, it's just us. Just this moment stolen from the demands of captaining a ship and raising a child and building the life we carved out of salt and stubbornness. You're thinking too loud, Solira murmurs, but there's no real complaint in it. Her hand finds my chest, nails dragging lightly across the scarred skin there. I can practically hear the gears turning. Can't help it. I catch her hand, bring it to my lips. Sometimes I still can't believe you're here. She props herself up on one elbow, studying my face with that intensity that still sets my blood on fire. Even half asleep, even rumpled and soft from my bed, she's magnificent. Wild hair catching the moonlight, eyes deep as the ocean itself, skin marked with those tidal patterns that shift and flow like they're alive. Where else would I be? Her voice carries that rasp I love, rough from salt and sleep, and the way I made her cry out earlier. This is home. Home, the way she says it. Like it's a revelation instead of a simple truth. Like she's still surprised by it sometimes too. I roll us over, settling between her legs where I belong. She makes a soft sound of surprise that turns into something hungrier as I start kissing down her throat. Her pulse jumps beneath my lips, and I can taste the salt that's always on her skin now, part of the ocean's gift that transformed her. Vereen. Her hands find my shoulders, but she's not pushing me away. Never pushing me away. Not anymore. What are you doing? Appreciating my mate. The word still feels new on my tongue. We were mated 6 months ago, out on deck under stars that reflected off the water like scattered gems. She's mine the way I'm hers, completely and without reservation. We already... She gasps as I find that spot where her neck meets her shoulder, the one that makes her melt. Earlier, we... Doesn't matter. I nip at her collarbone, feeling her arch beneath me. I'll never have enough of you. Could spend every night for the rest of my life between your legs and still wake up wanting more. It's true. Desperately, achingly true. 2 years and the hunger hasn't dimmed. If anything, it's grown sharper, more consuming. Every sound she makes, every way she responds to my touch, it all feeds something deep and primal that demands more. Always more. My mouth works lower, kissing across the soft swell of her bosom. She's gained weight these past 2 years, filled out from the half-starved creature I pulled from the water. Good food, safety, love. It shows in the curves beneath my hands, the way her body has bloomed into something lush and perfect. You're beautiful, I murmur against her skin. So beautiful it stops my heart sometimes. Her hands tangle in my hair as I continue my descent, mapping every inch of her like I'm memorizing a new coastline. The blue patterns along her ribs, the small scar on her hip from a childhood accident she told me about months ago, the way her breathing changes when I get closer to where she wants me most. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Home. There's that word again, and it settles something deep in my chest. Whatever else happens, whatever storms we face or challenges we meet, we have this. We have each other. And that's enough. More than enough. It's everything. The first night of frosts begin arrives with crystalline air that bites at exposed skin and sets the rigging singing in the wind. I breathe it in deep, that familiar cocktail of salt and ice that means winter has truly taken hold of the sea. This is my season, always has been, since I was barely older than Nilo is now. But this year feels different. This year I'm not just another sailor celebrating another winter. I'm a captain with a family, watching my son's eyes go wide as the crew transforms our merchant vessel into something magical. "Papa, look!" Nilo's voice carries across the deck as he points at Kess, hanging garlands of seaweed between the masts. My boy bounces on his toes, scales along his temples, catching the amber light of the lanterns we've strung everywhere. It's like the stories you told me. Those onyx eyes, so like mine, shine with pure joy as he takes in the decorations. Shells and polished driftwood dangle from every available surface, clicking together in the wind like tiny bells. The scent of roasted fish mingles with something sweeter, fermented kelp wine that Jorik's been saving for this exact moment. Better than the stories, I tell him, ruffling what would be hair if he had any. Instead, my fingers trace along the smooth curve of his hood, warm despite the cold. This is real. Celira shifts against my side where I've kept her tucked close, and I tighten my arm around her waist. 2 years on this ship, 2 years building this crew from nothing, and she still fits against me like she was made for this exact spot. The blue patterns along her skin seem to pulse in rhythm with the lantern light, and when she tips her head back to smile at me, those green eyes hold depths I'm still discovering. "He's so happy," she says, voice carrying that familiar rasp that sends heat through my chest even now. Look at him go. Nilo's already darted off to where Tam is tuning that bone harp, the one carved from some deep-sea creature's rib that washed up on a beach years ago. The melody that drifts across the deck is hauntingly beautiful, older than memory. The kind of song that gets into your bones and reminds you why the sea calls to some people and terrifies others. 3 more days of this, I murmur against Celira's ear, breathing in the salt-sweet scent of her hair. Think you can handle a 4-year-old who's been fed nothing but sugar and stories? Oh. Her laugh is rich and warm, cutting through the winter air like sunlight through fog. I think I can manage. Besides, someone's got to keep an eye on his father. Make sure he doesn't get too sentimental watching his crew celebrate. Sentimental. She's not wrong. There's something about Frost's Begin that strips away the careful control I usually maintain, leaves me raw and grateful in ways that probably show too much on my face. But watching my people, because that's what they are now, my people, transform this working vessel into something out of legend, it's hard not to feel the weight of how far we've come. 2 years ago, we were refugees clinging to driftwood. Now we're the Siren's Call, one of the most sought-after merchant ships in these waters. Not because of my leadership, though I'd like to think that counts for something. No, we're legendary because of the woman pressed against my side, the one who hums storms into submission and lifts fog like she's drawing back curtains. Lucky ship, the traders whisper when we dock. Lucky crew. They have no idea. Luck didn't build this. Love did. The hard kind, the kind you earn through blood and salt and choosing each other every single day, even when it's not easy. A cheer goes up from the crew as Jorik emerges from below deck, carrying a massive platter of roasted fish, the skin crackling and golden. The scent hits me immediately, rich and smoky, with hints of the spices we picked up in our last port. My stomach growls in response, and I realize I haven't eaten since dawn. "Food!" Nilo shouts, abandoning the music to race toward the feast. His little legs carry him across the deck with the sure footing of someone born to this life, and pride swells in my chest watching him navigate the swaying planks without hesitation. 4 years old and already a perfect sailor. Better than some grown men I've known. He's going to make himself sick, Celira says, but there's no real concern in her voice. Just the fond exasperation of someone who's watched a child discover the joys of festival food before. It's Frost's Begin, I remind her. Making yourself sick on good food is half the tradition. She rolls her eyes, but she's smiling as she pulls away from my side. Come on, then. Let's go make sure he doesn't eat his weight in fish before the real festivities start. The crew has formed a loose circle around the food, passing bottles of kelp wine and sharing stories that grow more elaborate with each telling. This is the heart of Frost's Begin. Not just the decorations or the music, but this. The coming together. The shared warmth in the face of winter's bite. Nilo's already claimed a spot next to Kess, my first mate, patiently cutting fish into child-sized portions while regaling him with some tale about sea monsters and brave sailors. The boy hangs on every word, scales shimmering as he nods along enthusiastically. Remember when you were that age? Salira asks, settling beside me on a coil of rope that someone's draped with a thick blanket. All wide eyes and wonder at everything. I try to picture it, myself at 4, experiencing my first real Frost's Begin celebration. The memories are hazy, more feeling than image. The warmth of bodies pressed close, the taste of spiced wine sneaked from an adult's cup, the way the songs seemed to rise from the ocean itself. Different ship, different crew, I say finally, but the same magic. That's what I love about this tradition. It connects us to everyone who came before, everyone who chose the sea over land. A bottle finds its way into my hands, and I take a long pull before passing it to Salira. The wine is sweet and potent, warming me from the inside out. She drinks without hesitation, and I watch the way her throat works as she swallows, the blue patterns along her neck shifting like tide pools. Tell us about the old days, Captain. Someone calls out. I think it's Jan, though it's hard to tell with the way voices carry in the winter air. Tell us about the storms you've weathered. More voices join in, crew members I've sailed with for 2 years now, but who still look at me with something approaching awe when the mood strikes them. They know my reputation, know the stories that follow me from port to port. Most of them are even true. But tonight, with Salira warm against my side and Nilo's laughter ringing across the deck, I don't want to talk about battles fought or storms survived. I want to talk about this, about finding home in the last place you expected, about building something beautiful from the wreckage of what came before. You want a story? I stand, pulling Salira up with me, and the crew falls quiet in anticipation. I'll tell you about the winter that changed everything. Nilo perks up immediately, abandoning his fish to scramble closer. Is this about when you met Sally, Papa? It is indeed. I reach down to ruffle his hood again, heart swelling at the eager expression on his face. 5 winters ago, during the worst storm I'd ever seen. The story unfolds like it always does when I tell it, carefully edited, softened around the edges for young ears and crew loyalty. I talk about the storm, about the woman who fell from the sky like a gift from the sea itself. I don't mention the ropes or the orders, or the way she begged me not to let her drown. Some stories need their sharp edges worn smooth. Some truths are too heavy for celebration. But I do tell them about waking up on an island with my son in the arms of the most magnificent woman I'd ever seen. I tell them about learning that magic is real, that love can transform you in ways you never imagined possible. I tell them about choosing to build something new instead of clinging to what was broken. And that's how we became a family, I finish, looking down at Nilo's rapt face. That's how we found our way to each other. And now we're the luckiest ship on the sea, Nilo announces, throwing his arms wide with the dramatic flair only a 4-year-old can manage. The crew cheers, raising their bottles in salute, and I catch Salira's eye over our son's head. She's watching me with that expression I've learned to recognize, the one that says she sees right through my careful words to the truth underneath. She knows what I left out, knows the real story in all its messy, painful glory. But she also knows why I tell it this way, why some wounds need to stay private, why some gifts are too precious to examine too closely. The music starts up again, that haunting melody that speaks of ancient things and endless waters. Couples begin to dance, moving in the slow, swaying patterns that work with the ship's rhythm instead of against it. The lanterns cast everything in gold and amber, turning the deck into something otherworldly. "Dance with me," Celira says, extending her hand with a smile that makes my chest tight. I take her fingers in mine, pulling her close as we join the gentle chaos of bodies moving to the music. She fits against me perfectly, following my lead as we sway to the rhythm of bone harp and winter wind. Her head rests against my shoulder, and I can feel her humming along with the melody, the vibration traveling through my chest like a second heartbeat. This is what contentment feels like, I realize. Not the sharp joy of conquest or the satisfaction of a successful trade, but this quiet certainty that I'm exactly where I belong. With this woman, this child, this crew that's become family in ways blood never managed. The wine and warmth and music blur together as the night deepens, creating something magical that has nothing to do with Celira's abilities and everything to do with what we've built together. When Nilo finally succumbs to exhaustion, curling up against my side while Tam continues playing, I think about how this moment will live in his memory forever. The taste of spiced fish and kelp wine, the sound of voices raised in harmony, the feeling of being completely and utterly loved. "Best frosts begin ever," he mumbles against my coat, already half asleep, and looking around at my crew, my family, my life that somehow emerged from the wreckage of who I used to be. I have to agree. The winter that took everything away gave me everything that mattered. The season of storms brought me calm. The time of ending became the start of something beautiful. I tightened my arms around both of them, my son, my mate, my heart walking around outside my body, and let the music carry us into the night.